family extremely jealous. Let's create some FOMO. Just remember to use the hashtag VDS2024 so everyone can get incredibly jealous of the great day you're having here at the Santander stage at the heart of VDS 2024. Just a couple of reminders. Now, if you don't have the VDS app in your life, trust me, you need it. It is a gateway to all kinds of stuff. You can find information related to the event, as well as the possibility to schedule one-on-one meetings by connecting with other entrepreneurs. If you don't have it yet, you can download it by scanning the official VDS, visiting the official VDS website, or scan the QR code on your badge. Your VDS QR code and the app is also your gateway to the fast and free Wi-Fi here. Definitely top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs in 2024. So get yourself some Wi-Fi via the app. Also, on this Santander stage and on the main stage, we are live streaming, we are recording, and we are offering simultaneous translation. So if English is not your first language or you prefer another language, you can download the app, put on your headphones, and hear simultaneous translation right here, right now, in real time. I promise you, yeah, we are absolutely giving you the good stuff here at the Santander stage. Okay, please come in, my friends, make yourselves comfortable, and congratulations on choosing an awesome new session. We are going to move on to meet some startups leading the change. Yes, indeed, my friends. Remember, share and tag, take photos of our great speakers here. So I'm delighted to tell you who's going to be joining us on the stage right now. We are thrilled to be joined by the CEO of Imperia SCM, Alvaro Bernabe, by the CEO of Internext, Fran Villalba, by the CEO of Metricool, Juan Pablo Tejela, and by the director of the mighty Weira Spain, Paloma Castellano. My dear friends, let's have a big round of applause for Paloma, Juan, Fran, and Alvaro. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to be here today with you in this amazing, non-sunny Valencia today, but cool. So, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Paloma. I'm the managing director of Weira, and in Weira we are the CVC of Telefónica, and we love supporting startups that want to change the industries and the world. And we have 3 marvelous examples today that we can learn from. And well, let's try to find out their stories and take a little bit of advice on how to scale a startup from the very beginning to the companies that they are right now. So the first thing I'm going to ask you is, please introduce yourself and your company to the audience. So,
hi, good morning. I'm Juan Pablo. I'm the CEO of Metricool. And Metricool is an online tool to manage social media networks. It's a B2B SaaS with a freemium model. And we are global. We sell, our main country in revenue is United States, then Spain, Mexico, United Kingdom. So we are very global. And we have a team of around 100 people in different countries. So I think that for introduction is enough, maybe.
so
I'm Fran. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup called Internext. And essentially, we're trying to create a digital world that respects user privacy. So kind of the problem that we're tackling is that when we use big tech products from Google or Microsoft or whatever, usually the products that they offer us, they're not an end per se, but a means to an end. And these companies, essentially, they're huge data mining companies that essentially, have that side business of selling your data to third parties. So we're essentially creating services that compete with those that are privacy friendly. And yeah, that's basically what we're doing.
So please, Alvaro.
Yes, so thank you everyone for joining us here today. My name is Alvaro. I'm the CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of Imperia. Imperia is a SaaS B2B platform for mid-market companies to actually optimize their supply chain. What we try to do is to optimize their processes so they can actually build and manufacture at a lower cost and be more competitive in the supply chain scene. So we are a team of 52 people. We have customers all around the world. And we plan to become that category leader in supply chain management software. Just as you think that there's an ERP in place when you go to a company or a CRM, well, we want to become that supply chain software category leader.
Wow. No, this is very interesting because in Guaira we have been in the ecosystem for so long, and well, I think that in Spain we have been evolving a lot from creating startups to scale-ups, and you are marvelous examples on how to create and make grow a company from here, from Valencia, from Spain. And well, let's go back to the very beginning of your companies. Which were the hurdles that you encounter when you launched the company? Let's talk also about fundraising. These first moments, any piece of advice that you can tell to first-time founders here that you want to share? Any?
Should I start? Yeah, so the beginnings were actually really, really hard. We are a SaaS B2B enterprise company, so when you think of an enterprise segment, you have to build trust. And when you are no one, actually building trust is really hard because you don't have customers, you don't have track record, you don't have anything. So actually building a SaaS enterprise software at the beginnings is really hard. It took us 1.5 years to actually start to take traction, to build product and to start getting customers. And I think that was actually the hardest part, to actually get those first customers in an enterprise world is something that's really hard if you don't have the contacts or whatever. And we had to fight against that with a really competitive price and a really good product that delivers value really fast. That was, I think, the key to actually starting getting customers in the enterprise world. Delivering value really, really fast was the key for us.
Well, I'm going to address you both. Because one of the things is normally investors, we tend to have like red flags when analyzing startups. I think that Alvaro's way was quite standard, but in your case, Fran, you're a solo founder, you're a couple that founded a company together. It's like these big red flags for investors. What happened then? Well, I think in the very beginning you both bootstrap. I don't know if that's the reason. So
yeah, we are a bootstrap company, but the truth is that we try to talk with funds at the beginning. We started in 2015, but we had all red flags, not just the couple one. I founded Metricool with Laura, my wife, and yeah, being a couple is a red flag for funds. But also in 2015. Spanish funds were more interested in e-commerce or other kind of businesses. SaaS, I think that were very risky for them at this time, because here in Spain maybe we didn't have a lot of experience in this kind of companies. Mm-hmm. But the market changed a lot. I think that we have much more funds in Spain with more experience, more projects. So I think that these red flags maybe were also important in 2015, and maybe today are not as important.
You founded in 15, and you raised just a couple of years ago.
Sorry,
you launched your company in 2015.
In 2015.
But the first funds that enter into your company, it was like a couple of years ago or something like that.
Yeah, Laura and me were the only owners of the company until 2 years ago. We did a small cash out with a Spanish fund, with Axon. Mm-hmm. But the only interest in doing this operation was the risking ourselves, but we want to continue, so what's a small cash out.
Okay, so
and for me, I was indeed a solo founder, and that was a big red flag in the beginning for a lot of funds, because obviously, like, the risk of succeeding if you're a solo founder, if you're young, I started very young, right after university, like the risk of the startup not going well is really, really high. So investors are like more like reluctant to investing in companies that are founded by one person only, I think. And also, like, one thing we did wrong in the beginning was, and I think that this is a general misconception by a lot of the entrepreneurs nowadays, is that when they build a startup, they think it's like a race to see who builds the most complex, innovative product. And that, I think, is a mistake, because you're going to be forced, most likely, to raise a lot of money early, which is very hard. So I think, like, usually, if you're able to bootstrap your startup in the beginning, to raise later, like Metricool did, which we didn't. We had to raise funds relatively early with Waira, for example, or with Angels Capital, because I wasn't able to do everything on my own. And I think that's a problem, because you have to give away more equity, and it's more complicated. and also you have to sustain the company in the long term while you're building the product and not making money. So that's not like an ideal scenario, I think. Yeah, and yeah. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think that it's a huge red flag. Normally, and well, capital tends to look for traction signals, something like that. Yeah, but I must say that in our personal experience in Wayra, when investing in solo founders or couples, well, they were even more successful than the other one. So, so I don't know if there is a real rule on that.
Like, I think long term it's better if you're a solo founder or a couple or whatever, because like ultimately you get to have more equity in the company. First of all, like even though you raised money early, I still have like 75% of the company, which is good. And then also you get to decide on your own where the company goes. Like you can ask for like advice and stuff, but ultimately you're the one deciding. And I think that's also good. I don't know.
So let's discuss that, because you are not a solo founder.
We-
You have composed a team, and which are the advantages?
Yes, so we are 3 co-founders at Imperia, and the good thing about being 3 co-founders, especially in the early days, is that you can actually, the burn, you can have it between all the 3 people in the team, so you don't have to actually suffer it yourself. I think you can share it with your co-founders, and in the beginning also, in our case, there were 3 people, really talented people, actually working together without having any salary. So I think that's an advantage. Having really good people working on your idea for no salary at all during the first years is something that can actually bump up a lot of projects. And I think that's the good thing about having co-founders. And those are the 2 pillars, I think. Sharing the burn and building something really cool with other people.
It kind of risk the investment for investors if you are 3 people. And let me stay with you, because well, one of the things that I wanted to cover, as you all are scale-ups, is not, well, we have talked about the first moments in startups and the things that concern you when you are over there, but when you start to grow, which are the things that are more difficult for startups? Just try to anticipate to the audience what they are going to encounter.
So I think there are a lot of things. We are in our case, we are SaaS B2B, so we have like an outbound team. And I think the hardest part at the beginning was actually getting someone that is not a founder to actually sell your product, specifically to enterprise, as I said. Being able to find the right people to be able to transfer that knowledge from founder to another person, I think that's the hardest part. I think you also have to be a little bit lucky to find the right person to actually be able to share that knowledge with that people, and they receive it and be able to transform it. So I think this is like 1 or 2 years ago. I think the hardest part was actually finding the right people when you are small. Because that's the people that's going to go with you during the next 2, 3, 5 years in the company. As it's the people that is actually going to help you grow the company in the early stages. And finding the right people, I think, is the hardest part. I think you also need to be a little bit lucky.
Okay, so from your point of view.
In my case, I don't know if it's the hardest, but at least it's the most important part, is the leadership, the people, the team. Because you need to find people you trust to delegate and to be the leaders of the rest of the team. And I think that is the most important part. It's the part you have to make your big efforts.
Okay, so you both are in talent and hiring as the main problem when growing.
Yeah, and I think as well, like hiring is like, I think, and managing the team is like a big part of the issues that there are while you scale up. And for us, for example, we started as a SaaS B2C, and right now we're also opening our B2B and enterprise business, and we have like no idea because we've never done it before, and we don't know how it goes. So essentially, like to avoid wasting time, what we've done is, which we'll see if it works or not, but it's a big challenge for us, is trying to externalize those SDRs to like multiple companies. There's like a lot of companies that do like the SDR work for you. And they get you the meetings, so we're trying to see how that works. We started like a few months ago, but yeah, that's one challenge we have right now, scaling on B2B, which is, I think, very important if we want to grow the company big. Yeah.
Okay, well, we run a program in Guaira with Endeavor and Bankinter and Fundación Innovación Bankinter that is Scale Up Spain. I think that Juan Pablo and Álvaro is now joining in this edition. And one of the challenges that most companies, we are trying to help them anticipate is this part of hiring, is also the culture, how to grow and keep the culture, and also internationalization. And I think that, we were talking before, Juan Pablo, and you have people in all Latin America, in different countries. How do you keep the culture in those environments?
Yeah, the truth is that I don't know, you know. But you know, you try to spend a lot of time with the people you have near you, with the management team. And I think that then is the work of them to do the same with the others. And at the end, for example, we have here 2 people of our team from our hiring team. They are specialists in hiring. And when someone start working in Metricool, I always take a coffee with them online. And I ask how was the hiring process, and they talk wonderful things about. So I think that even this first stage is really, really important, because then the people arrive Metricool with our mindset in the first days, and I think that everything is smooth from them.
And the rest of you, for example, Fran, do you have processes for? Do you have any processes for culture or talent hiring?
I mean, so for to keep people engaged, we try to once every quarter to do a team building event. So we do activities. We bring everyone together at the office. We go for dinner, especially because we have people also outside. We have people working from South America. We have people working from Pakistan, from Lithuania, and also from Spain. So usually the people in Valencia, they get to see each other every week, but the people outside, they don't. So we think it's important for them to bond together and do stuff together, and that's what we try to do to keep the culture alive, and the company also. I think working in person and doing stuff together is part of. I don't know why I built Internext, and I think that having that human part inside of the company is important inside in a world that's digital and global and very international. I don't know.
Cool. So
yeah, for us. Just to give you context, the first hire we did was actually people and talent person. We were 3 co-founders, and the first hire we did when we raised our first investment round was actually hire someone in people and talent. And we did it because from the beginning we wanted to filter the people by culture, to have almost the same kind of people, think people in the same way. So we actually tried to start it from the beginning. And I think it was a really good investment. You can think that in the early days it's not so important, or they're not going to have so much time. But in the long run, it's a really good investment, because you're going to fire less, you're going to hire better, and you're going to start the culture from the beginning. So I think that's something that we did really good. As I said, it was lucky to find really good people, but we did some things on our side that was actually hiring. The first hire was actually someone in people and talent.
Okay. Well, I'm summarizing for the audience. So, we have seen 3 different samples, very different, from the very different industries of companies that were created here in Spain that are scale-ups. One of the things that they have in common is this obsession for their business, and also for this hiring and talent and the people that they are getting into their companies. I would love, I don't know if this was previsto, but I would love to have some questions from the audience. If anyone wants.
Hola. I just say, Paloma, it's, seeing you on the stage is always a mark of quality at an event, so it's always good to see you here. She's at all the best events. We've got time for one really quick question. Do we have any questions? A preguntito, perhaps. 1, 2, 3. Okay, going once, going twice. No questions, Your Honor. No questions from the audience. It's okay. Maybe they need a bit more cafelito in the veins. But that was fascinating. I have a question for you. If folks would like to collaborate with Wayra, if they'd like to reach out to any of our VIP panelists, can they find you on LinkedIn? Is that the best way?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to be part of our Wayra family, we have a very nice website where you can send your data, and well, the team is over there in a big box, and well, and my LinkedIn and Twitter is open. So.
Muy bien. Okay, that is a great invitation. If you are thinking of it now, you have to do it because she said you have to do it. So you have all the details there. So please do reach out to Paloma and the good people at Wayra, and please show your appreciation for Paloma, Alvaro, Fran, and Juan Pablo. Muchísimas gracias. That was great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Okay, my friends, we're going to have some people going out. We're going to have some people coming in. Don't be shy. I would like to compliment you on your amazing taste in sessions. We've just had a great session, and we're about to have another one right now. So do come in, make yourselves comfortable. Our dream team on the stage are fixing things up and making the place all lovely again. Thank you very much. Just a little reminder, if you haven't got the VDS app in your life, my goodness, you're missing a trick. It's got all kinds of good stuff in there. You're able to network with the other delegates. You're able to see what's happening. You're able to read about all the speakers. It'll give you access to the Wi-Fi. It will give you simultaneous translation on this stage. Literally, open the app and it will explain to you in Espanol in the same time, because we are running things in English on this stage. So open the app and we will provide you with simultaneous translation via the app. Put on your headphones. It's magic. It's so cool. Great use of technology happening all day here on this stage. Also, we are live streaming. We are recording. So please do remember to share the love. Use the hashtag VDS24. Let's create some serious FOMO. Make all your friends and family jealous. Okay, my friends, I have a question for you all. I have a question. Who here has been to Miami? Who's been to Miami? Anyone here? Okay, ding, 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 tick, tick, tick. Who here would like to go to Miami? Okay, a lot more hands right there. Excellent. Well, our next session is going to be brilliant. It's called Soft Landing in Miami. How to scale to the Americas. Oh, yes. So I'm going to tell you who's going to join us on the stage. When they all come on, give them a huge warm welcome. We really appreciate their time and expertise. Folks at the back, come in, come in, come in. Grab yourself a seat. Come, grab a seat. Plenty of seats all around. We don't want you standing out in the cold. We want you to be comfortable with your friends in here. Come in and make a new connection and have some fun. This next session is going to be awesome. We are delighted to be joined by 5 experts who are going to give you that soft landing in Miami. We are delighted to welcome to the stage the head of ventures at Manatech, Etienne Guillard, by the co-founder of Sherpas, Paco Miko, by the managing partner at PWA Family Office, Euclides Moreno, by business developer and CEO of Provi Capital, Yasmin Hani, and by our wonderful moderator, the managing partner at Leon and Safitel PLLC, Moises Saltiel. Please give it up for Moises, Yasmin, Euclides, Paco, and Etienne. Gracias, amigos.
Do we have any English-speaking only members in the crowd? Just want to make sure. Okay, so we'll keep it in English. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us in this lovely Valencia. It's the first time I'm in Valencia that is not sunny, so this is quite odd for me. I think it's very similar to Miami in that sense. So we won't take a lot of time because I know we don't have a lot. If the members of the panel can briefly state their name of the company, capacity, and just briefly describe what you do as it relates to the VDS. I'm going to start all the way down there with Etienne if I can.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Valencia today. I'm Etienne Guillard. I'm originally from Belgium, but I lived 18 years in Spain, in Madrid, actually, so I know very well the place. And I've been living in Miami for the last 12 years. I have the privilege to join Moshe Mana initiative in Miami 2 years ago now, and we are transforming downtown Miami into the tech hub of the Americas, and I will have the opportunity to talk more about that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paco. I'm the co-founder of Sherpas. Now I started my first company here in Spain. We are all from Valencia, so we have our dev team here and our main headquarters at Finametrics. We sold Finametrics to Allfunds, and now the second company I started in Miami, but with my dev team here in Valencia.
Euclides.
Good morning. It's great to be here in Valencia. My name is Euclides Moreno. I'm the founder of Private Wealth Alliance Family Office. We are a group based in Miami, even though we do have presence in Panama, in Mexico, and soon here in Spain. You know, multifamily office have many definitions. I think that a family office, in essence, is a compass that keeps the clients focused on, everything that has to do with the financial, fiscal, and estate planning. I like to call it that we are sort of a power strip or a regleta eléctrica, where everything that we do, not just with the company, with the individual behind it, it's done with a group of specialists, meaning accountants, investment bankers, dedicated people in the investment team. So we do that. So our main presence is in Miami, which, as you know, is the most important city in Latin America, which happens to be in the United States.
Absolutely.
And has been a recipient of a lot of growth recently.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jasmine Hani. I'm from Chile. I live in Miami. I'm dedicated for business development and solution for the financial solution and bank private. And every time I talk, in the second time for explication for different solution for financial. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moises Saltiel. I'm the managing partner of Saltiel Law Group. We're a Miami-based law firm helping startups anywhere from soft landing to scale up, raising capital, M&A, transactions, tax. And lately, we've been very involved in the legal structuring of tokenization in the U.S. So we work with the Spanish market quite a bit, and happy to be here. Now, Euclides, you said something very interesting, Miami being a great Latin American city, and it's true. I think if you land in Miami and start speaking English, I think you might find it a little rough. A lot of people will speak Spanish first. So why don't we dive into Miami, right? That's why we're here, and I think I'm gonna go first to back again to my right to Etienne and then Paco. Can you please talk to us a little bit about the startup ecosystem? What does it look like in Miami? And more importantly, let's highlight a little bit how it's changed in the last few years, because I think that's very crucial for some of the folks looking to expand to Miami and the US at this stage. So Etienne.
So yeah, thank you for the question. So 12 years ago, when I personally arrived to Miami, the ecosystem was quite small. We had only a few funds, a few incubators or accelerators, and then little by little it started to grow, and then suddenly something happened that you might know about, the COVID, and then it has been an amazing acceleration, and really there is Miami before COVID and Miami after COVID. So today we have a full ecosystem. We have all the pieces of the puzzle on different verticals for any kind of stages for startups. From, as you know, the typical journey is from family, friends and fools, then angel investors, then venture capital, and then growth stage investors. So, and we have all of it, and really it has been a blast to see that evolution and see how the city has been transforming and welcoming. Is so welcoming to the startup entrepreneurs and connecting the Americas, Latin America, North America. It's just like you said. Another way to say it is Miami, the closest you can be to the US. So it's another way to say that it's really the capital of Latin America. But it gives you access not only to Latin America but to North America, and it's so close to the rest of the world because, especially with Europe, and that bridge between Europe, Spain, Miami, LATAM, it's quite amazing.
Paco, I know that you had a journey that a lot of people here can relate. You're Valenciano and then ended up in Miami, so I think it's important for them to hear a little bit about what that journey was like.
Yeah, I think the big change was the COVID during the pandemic, because a lot of people moved from the west coast to the east coast. So a lot of people from tech, from finance. So now, since then, you have a very good pool of talent in tech, and it's easy to access to capital. So it's a very nice place to start a business if you're going to start business in the US onshore or even offshore, and of course in Latin America, because it's the best gateway in order to connect Europe with LATAM, because you have the same time zone, you have the same speaking language, and it's not so difficult to work in remote with Europe, because it's only 5 hours behind. So it's for me, it's a very good place to start a business.
And now, Euclides and Jasmine, I know that you guys don't exclusively work with startups, right? So I think you guys can share a little bit of light of just the economic growth that we've seen in Miami in the last few years, and whether it's startup companies or other companies that you work with, how's that benefited the climate?
It's very easy. Number one, you have access to capital and financing. That's very, very important to any company. Number two, you have low taxes. Number three, you have a strong legal system. Number four, you have a strategic location. Number five, you have a pool of talent, which is very, very important. Number six, you have quality of life. I mean, that's, at the end of the day, that's what's happening in Miami. If you want to be a little bit more granular about it, there is no state or city income tax or capital gains in Miami. So you only pay federal taxes, and that is capped at 21% until the elections, which is coming up. So we don't know if that's going to change.
See what happened with that, yeah.
Again, a strong presence of not just venture capital, but big players in the financial industry moving to Miami. There is a very favorable pro-business environment. It's very, very important, all the initiatives that the local government is doing in terms of giving credits and for the companies to establish their infrastructure. I mean, I believe the Miami airport is on track to moving 60 million passengers. It's funny, I came in a train from Spain, but we even have trains now in Miami. They only go to Orlando, but they're planning to expand that. So it's a combination of all of these that has created a hub that is very, very vibrant and is attracting, I would say Miami is going to be the next Silicon Valley in Latin America.
Jasmine, you care to share a little bit?
Oh, yes. I need for me, more easy in Spanish y no en English. It's my first
Vamos.
personal traducción.
Hablemos en español y yo traduzco un poco, ¿va?
For more hair, my first is Spanish, okay? Normal for me, the solution financial, o sea, soluciones financieras. Por ejemplo, enfocado en todo lo que es startup y todo, nosotros manejamos bancas privadas que llegamos a solucionar mercados grandes como, por ejemplo, un proyecto de una central médica, de una seguridad. Entonces se aplica donde va la solución de startup.
So she's mostly concentrated in the financial sector, right? And I think she has access to private capital that they deploy mainly in large projects, which I think correlates a lot with the startup community.
Yes. Por ejemplo, si tenemos un proyecto basado en minería, puertos, aeropuertos, industrial, parques industriales, todo eso entra en un sistema que podemos usar en bancas privadas.
So, for example, large projects like refineries, ports, other big infrastructure type projects that would come into private banking.
Y también eso lo entraríamos como una deuda, ya sea a través de banco, pero también tenemos la solución que es a través de un activo envolviendo el proyecto y lo tenemos por joint venture, por un activo de una solución de un socio, un capital de un socio, un partner para su proyecto. Puede ser individual por cada proyecto o puede ser un partner a través de ser socio general de la empresa.
Yeah, so we'll have like joint venture partners or private financing partners that will come in to those large infrastructure projects that then there's always some sort of outlay to other collaborators, and I guess this is where she's headed to startups that will collaborate with some of these big infrastructure projects.
Y otro brazo muy importante que también manejamos es, por ejemplo, la venta de las compañías y la compra de las compañías.
And through private financing, they do a lot of acquisition, right? A lot of M&A, and I think that will, again, relate a lot to the startup community with some of these projects looking to generate an exit for some of these startups.
Un resumen.
Very good. That's a good summary. Yeah, so I agree with everything you guys said on the stage, right? And particularly, yes, we can talk about legal structure and favorable tax regimes and whatnot, but I think just in general, the city has boomed in the last 7 years, and it was just a mix of a couple things. It wasn't just COVID, right? COVID certainly helped accelerate Miami. Miami sort of became, and I'm not just talking about the state of Florida, I'm talking about Miami particularly, became very friendly to say, we're open for business, we have favorable business climate, come here and settle here in Miami. But what was happening in Miami before that is we were already getting a lot of investments in the financial infrastructure. That in itself has been a big game changer because you had those financial structures maybe in New York, maybe in Silicon Valley. And Miami was always thought as that third one that some startups can sort of get in there and grow. But the reality is the minute they were getting somewhat bigger, they needed to go access that capital somewhere else. So that resulted in a lot of migration, even from some of those organic startups that were coming up in Miami, where I think that has changed. The infrastructure is there to support the industry, and the city has really welcomed and opened their arms to the startup community all around the U.S. and globally. And now that industry is there to stay. So I don't see that really leaving Miami. It's not just going to be a boom and then it's gone from the current climate that we have there. So let's go, and I think we touched a little bit on it, but if you guys want to share some more thoughts. Access to capital, right, which is companies looking to expand operations to the U.S., whether it's PE or VC funding or leverage financing, particularly what opportunities are there for foreigners, right, to get access to financing. I think, Etienne, I'm going to go back to you, and I'm sorry I keep picking on you first, but you said something earlier about the process of a startup coming into Miami and sort of how really you go about gaining funding. I think it's a little bit important to shed light because it's not just easy to show up in Miami and say, I know there's a lot of capital. It's just not easy to just show up in Miami and say, hey, I got a great product, give me some money, right?
No, exactly. It's actually something we do a lot at Manatech. So we have programs to help startups and entrepreneurs, international entrepreneurs, to understand better the US ecosystem in general and the Miami ecosystem in particular. Because we see too many times that people coming from non-US mindset thinking that, you go to the US, you pitch, you raise money, and you get rich, which is a little bit more complicated than that. And what we do, we really try to open their eyes and make them understand the mindset of the US investors, what they are looking for, the kind of metrics they are interested in. And one of the few questions they are going to ask you if you come from an international entrepreneurship ecosystem, they are going to ask you, where are you based? In Spain. Oh, amazing country, okay. Where are your customers? Well, in Europe. Oh, okay, good for you, but this is not for me. So first, you come to the US, you open your operations in Miami or San Francisco or New York, depends where you want to settle down, and then you start getting traction. And once you get that traction, that US traction, that they might be interested in investing in you. So it's really about connecting with early investors, which are usually your network. So you have to come to start operating from Miami. If you are welcomed and helped by organizations like ours, that you have a safe place to be. We want to be the welcoming pad for anyone visiting Miami. We have a co-working space for free. If you want to operate from Miami, we can help you. So we can introduce you to investors, providers, mentors, customers, because we want you to be successful in Miami. So, and you go through all the steps. As I said, family, friends, and fools. Why? Because when you start, who is going to invest in you? People who know you, people that trust you, know that you are good at executing something. They are sharing your vision. They think, okay, the solution is disruptive enough to solve a big problem that is affecting many people. So then you can start getting first users, recurrent users, which is so important. So you don't get users that are trying your solution and they are leaving. No, they stick with you and they are recurrently using your services. And then once you get traction, you can go visit the angel investor groups where you pitch to them, you go through all the process, and then you start raising real money. And once you get those amazing metrics proving that you have a market fit and you have real opportunity to be a big thing, then you can start pitching to venture capitalists, and because they are investing money from others. Friends and family, they spend their own money, they do whatever they want with their money. Angel investors, quite the same, but then venture capital is a different game. So, but the good thing is that now in Miami we have all the journey. We have all the pieces of the puzzle. So, and happy to answer any question after this if you have more questions about this.
Paco, how does this relate to your journey, and was it something similar? Can you talk a little bit about it from the startup perspective?
Yeah, well, soft or friendly don't mean easy. So it's true that you have you have access to capital, and it's the U.S. mentality of building things on the big thing, but you have, as you said, to be fully American. I mean, you have to operate there. You have to have your team there, and you have to have your clients there or serving clients from there. So this is the most important thing. So it's not if you are planning to go to Miami, it's not to visit Miami twice a year. No, it's to live in Miami, to operate in Miami, and to have clients in Miami. So you have to complete the full journey there.
So it seems like it's not just dipping a toe. You really want to make the jump, you got to commit to it. But I think, Euclides, you've been in the edge of your seat. Tell us a little bit from the financing side.
Before you buy the plane ticket, do some planning. Don't forget. You always have in your business a silent partner who didn't put any money in your business and will gladly take 50% away from that, and that's a tax authority. If you're doing business here in Spain and you're planning to go to the US, you need, here we have some of our colleagues. But just to add to what Etienne said.
As a lawyer, I back that up. Do some planning for sure.
As a lawyer, so you can structure that. But the cycle of a company usually is friends and family, and then you go pre-seed, seed. You have access to venture capital. You go to a private equity fund, and then you have either an IPO, an exit strategy. That you have to understand that's the cycle of any company. But behind every business, there is a person has a family, has some complex issues that you have. And I say, the financial, fiscal, and state strategy, they have to work together. Sometimes clients tell me, I need your family office to protect me from myself, because I end up doing things that I wasn't supposed to do. So we create what we call the wealth company, which sometimes is a mirror of the operating company. But at the end of the day, it keeps us focused on the goals that we're trying to achieve, not just as on the company side, but on the personal side. So at the end of the day, it's very, very important that the client feels that the specialists are not working in silos, that we are working together, and makes it easy, because as you grow, as you become more successful, it gets more complex. So one of the things that the people tell me is, we need you to help me navigate the complexities of managing my business and my family, my financial life.
And I think that's really important, because you land in Miami and then you say, well, now what, right? Who do I reach out to first? What's sort of the network that I'm going to have to support me? Jasmine, why don't you add something?
Yo quería agregar algo muy importante. A través de los años, trabajando en Miami y atendiendo a extranjeros, ya sea España, todo Latam.
So over the year, living and working in Miami and dealing primarily with foreigners coming to Miami.
Creo que una de las cosas que hemos logrado en equipo trabajar es la solución no solamente financiera, sino que la solución de que viene desde el primer momento que viene el extranjero a Miami y es acogido, por ejemplo, trabajando en equipo. Ya llevamos como 7 años trabajando junto con Moise, un abogado, por ejemplo, que da la solución de una empresa, la corporación, la parte legal, los documentos.
Yeah, one of the important things is not just providing financial services, which is obviously they do, but it's also working in teams and being able to direct the entrepreneur as it comes to Miami and get them all those essential services they're going to need to start up and start growth process.
Sobre todo las letras chiquititas que cuando uno ve y dice, oh my God, son otras leyes, otras seguridades, y darles la seguridad y tranquilidad.
Like contracts.
Por otro lado, trabajar con Family Office, como Bolton, como Euclides, ya con tiempo al lado, ellos es otra seguridad más que trabajamos en equipo. ¿Por qué? Porque a darles la seguridad con Family Office, les da la seguridad del esqueleto financiero, damos todo el tema de los impuestos, todo el tema de sacar sus dineros en forma de préstamo.
Yeah, working with Euclides in the Family Office is important, she says, right, in terms of working in teamwork, because we're sort of doing that financial planning, looking at the tax components, how does essentially the money flows, right? I think that's.
Yo siempre también comento que para mí es como una base. En Estados Unidos hay cosas que han resultado, como por ejemplo la familia Rockefeller, todo el mundo sabe, ¿Por qué tuvo éxito? Porque se mantuvo en Family Office toda la vida, generación por generación, a través de los abuelos, los tatarabuelos, toda la familia.
We got to look at examples of things that have worked in the
Y
U.S., like the
mantuvieron- y
Rockefeller
es un
family.
sistema
which-
americano que funciona, que queremos llevarlo y queremos llevarlo a todo Latán y en este caso a Europa y mantener eso. Y así nos sumamos cada uno de acá de los brazos para dar soluciones hasta lo más mínimo. Que el contador, que los papeles legales, el abogado de migración, damos solución. De eso se trabaja y lo más importante es trabajar en equipo.
I think the summary is working with a family office that will help with the planning to be able to work in teams and looking for solutions.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course.
And out of the family office, we create solutions. For instance, we're working in this, it's called Almost There. It's a platform where if you want to do business, let's say in Colombia or in Mexico or in Brazil, you will have to create a local company, open accounts. Some of the technology that we are using in our family office is that you connect. It's a plug and play. So you can have your own payment platform. We use AI to manage the portfolios. We integrate all the financial data through Master. So there is a lot of technology. And everything is custom made. I mean, when you have an entrepreneur and you're going to do business, at the end of the day, you have to have a customized solution. And I think we're running out of time.
I'm gonna add real quick in those 30 seconds we have, and I think one of the important things, as you guys say, is that how do we bring the planning to the startup community and launching in Miami? And one of the things that I see from the legal perspective is planning is important. I know that a lot of times startups at the beginning are in more that bootstrap mentality. We got to get the next sale, the next round, and whatnot. But what we're seeing is we're not seeing a lot of the VCs or a lot of the private equity firms that are saying, okay, we're going to give you a letter of intent and we're going to let you do the corporate structuring or the legal structure for us to invest. They're sort of saying, well, come back when it's ready, right? So I think having that, and it doesn't have to be an elaborate or very complicated thing, but having that in mind when we're first getting to the US is important so that we're ready for when those VCs or those investment firms are coming in and we show them that we have a friendly US structure that they can invest.
And very quickly for early stage entrepreneurs, if you are interested in the in Miami ecosystem, come to see us, come to Manatech. We have co-working space for free for you as long as you are visiting Miami, and we want to introduce you to all the Miami ecosystem. So come to see us.
So
thank you.
That clock was a nice accessory that we had there, right?
Big round of applause. That was fantastic. What a brilliant session. Thank you to our wonderful moderator, Moises. You kept that very tight. And thank you to Yasmin, Euclides, Etienne, and Paco. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, one and all. Great, great stuff. There you have it. I do hope you are hearing those invitations. You're going to reach out to them later, build your network, grab them if you see them for coffee, and make sure to add them to your LinkedIn network. Okay, brilliant. We're going to do a little room change over here. We're going to make the stage ready for our next guests. I like what Euclides said there. The role of a family office is sometimes just protect me from myself. My goodness, I should have that on speed dial, especially after cocktails. Right, we are now going to move on to our next wonderful session. If you are coming in, please come in. Please find a seat. If you are here already, make some room for your friends to come in and join you, because my goodness, we have a fantastic session lined up now. Very futuristic. We're going to be diving into the futuristic world of AI. It's the elephant in every room at every conference, and we have some AI MVPs here at VDS 2024. So just a little reminder, share the love, make all your friends and family jealous, use the hashtag VDS 2024, and let's build the excitement. Right, our next session is all about AI-driven products to build, empower sectors. So I'm delighted. I'll tell you who's going to join us on the stage, and then we will give them a huge round of applause when they come onto the stage, right? Okay, we are delighted to be joined shortly by the business development partner at Verizon Netherlands, BV, Bharadwaj Pulugundla. And we are delighted to be joined by the AI product manager at the mighty Neom, Firas Mahmood, by the digital transformation and client experience CTO at IDB Lab, Mara Balestrini, and by the head of products and solutions Europe at Bosch Global Software Technologies, Kai Hackbarth. My dear friends, please show your warmest appreciation for our VIPs. Give it up for Bharadwaj, Firas, Mara, and Kai. Welcome one and all. Great to see you. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to my panelists. I am Mara Balestrini from IDB Lab. I'm delighted to be presenting this panel where we are going to be talking, of course, about AI, but we are going to be focusing in particular how AI can empower sectors and bring more efficiency and productivity. So we have Kai from Bosch, we have Feras from Neom, coming all the way from Saudi, and we have Bharadwaj from Verizon. You can use the app to see their bios. I'm not going to waste a minute because we only have 20 minutes on bios, and I'm going to jump straight into talking about these topics with my panelists. Bharadwaj, I would like to start with you because, of course, you're coming from a telco, and there would be no empowered sectors through AI if we didn't have connectivity making it possible. So how are telcos paving the way for this massive AI revolution to take place?
So first of all, thank you very much. I come from Netherlands, but I didn't bring this weather with me, so that's not my fault. It just happened. So we are living in a more sensorized world. So you see more sensors generating data. There are a lot of Internet of Things. And if you want to build services on top of it, you need a big pipe, good reliable connectivity and good compute processing. So that's where telcos come in. So we bring these technologies like foundational technology. We are the enablers, like 5G and edge compute. They will actually let these use cases we existed from 10, 15 years already, right? All this use case. But we were limited by the data transport, how much data you can send. For example, if you're using a computer vision application or AR, VR application, where you are monitoring something in real time, you have a geofence, you're doing surveillance, and you want quick response, and somebody needs to process real time. So you are dependent on the latency, you are dependent on the speed of the network and the transport. So this is possible because of telcos. So we enable this transformation, and we provide the foundational technologies. And we ourselves, being a large enterprise, we use all these technologies. For example, in customer experience, so we have a combination of traditional AI with generative AI. So traditionally AI, we actually predict how the customer churn rates and customer experience. And then we also have generative AI to communicate with the customers.
So sorry to interrupt.
So just to conclude,
just a little reminder to our speakers, please hold your mic really close to your mouth, and then okay. You sound much better. Thank you so much.
So to conclude the point, we actually provide the enabling technologies, and we play an instrumental role in this AI revolution.
Yes, I can't imagine the generative AI with huge latents. That would be horrible. What do you think is the future for the built environment in the intersection with generative AI? When we had our prep call, you shared with us a number of very interesting examples of how this new technology could be really disruptive in the built environment.
Yes, we have a number of use cases, like indoor navigation. If you have a massive buildings, even to find place in this campus, you have to use these technologies. And then you have digital assistants, like remote technicians. You can use AR technology to let somebody do repairs or maintenance work in far-off places. You can fly drones. So there are a number of use cases that are day-to-day use cases to really complex use cases. You can use AI. AI is, in the end, it does three things: prediction, classification, and ranking. That gives you power to the decision makers, and then you combine with generative AI, which is where you actually create content based on the data inputs. So these two form a great, powerful combination. It actually gives the power to everybody.
Thank you, Bharadwaj. You talked about using AI to enhance experience in the built environment. For example, finding your way around in a place like a conference. That's great.
Yes.
That's a
Smart
great
build.
use. Talking about the built environment, I'll go to you, Firas. You're working in this pretty amazing project known as NEOM. First of all, I would like you to explain what NEOM is to people who are here and may not know about it. And then also, I'd like to know how AI is powering new experiences in NEOM.
So I think, yeah, we have a different weather than here, as what he was saying. We are, more hot and desert area, but I think it's really great weather to be here today. And I don't know if you heard about NEOM before. NEOM project is in Saudi Arabia, in the north of Saudi Arabia. We're trying to build, the most futuristic city. And the idea that we have multiple small cities like The Line, I don't know if you heard about The Line and all of the project that we're working there. It's a future city, it's not exist today. We're working on it today. And the question about how you are using AI today to build this future city is actually about AI, of course, a crucial and critical role and an element to build this city. So we believe in a concept, we call it cognitive city. The cognitive city means that we want to be more proactive, not reactive. That means we believe in real time is already late, and we want to be understanding what's going to happen before it happens, actually. And this thing, as an example, in healthcare, we don't want to actually somebody to be sick, then we find a medicine and solve this problem. But we want to actually understand their lifestyle, their food consumption. All of this is actually give us understanding, oh, this person might get sick. Another example is actually in the transportation. So we want to actually, using an autonomous services and transportation services, and it'll actually go the whole the line in 20 minutes using high-speed train. So all of this is actually, we're trying to use AI and automation and robots, all of this trying to give us more time for us to live more an enjoyable life without being in the traffic and wasting our time. So
I'm going to keep this concept that he just said. I'll repeat it. He said real time is already late. Okay, so the cognitive city is about anticipation.
Exactly.
Okay, interesting. So one of the goals of NEOM is to be a zero-emission cities. And so this brings us to the topic of AI for sustainability. How is this possible? How are you using AI to enhance the sustainability of such an endeavor?
Yep, it's a great question actually. And as you know, one of the main vision that we want to build the city is 100% renewable energy. Of course, the wind turbines and solar panels, all of this. But actually, we're using AI also to control and monitor and also manage the consumption of the energy and the distribution of the energy. That means we cannot just all of us using the whole energy at the same time. Well, we will use all of the energy or the sustainable energy at the same time. So we have to build an AI that can actually control all of this. At the same time, even from today, we're actually having almost zero plastic. This also will help us to be zero carbon emission. And the idea of having zero car also on the line is actually make us, breathe purely rather than, the whole carbon emission that's happening in the cars. And we have also water, 100% desalination water. That means we have zero waste of the water, of the, the food, everything that we want to actually do it again or recycle it in a better way for the help of the city.
So NEOM is really a playground for innovation. You've talked about smart grids and how AI can be used to use energy in a most effective way, but also you've gone all the way to the domestic environment where basically your toilet will be collecting data about yourself and anticipate if you're going to get ill, right? So going into the house and this smartness all around. You're coming from Bosch. Bosch is known for their IoT work. So what's the future of our connected homes and what's changed? We've been talking about AI and IoT at home for a while now, but I still use a regular toaster. So what's AI bringing that's new?
So
Yeah, first of all, hello everybody. I think, I mean, generally, like, what's the future about smart home, right? Or let's say smart building in general, right? So, what I'm seeing is today we still sort of struggle with interoperability, how to connect, different things with one, let's say, platform, if you want, right? So that's sort of still an issue. I think we're getting maybe closer to fix this with the introduction of Meta, because there are three big players with three big ecosystems behind it: Google, Apple, Amazon, and so on, right? So everybody is sort of motivated, to be part of this ecosystem. Generally, AI, I think, or what the role of AI is it already starts how we develop our products, to call it like this, right? So we, let's say, in Bosch, plan to use also AI in development of our products. I mean, we receive a lot of data from users, if you want, and with the help of AI, we can make use of it. How is the product being used? We can improve user experience. So many different aspects of it, right? But then, if you think about it, right? So I mean, to me, a home is part of smart grid. Smart grid is part of smart city. So there are many different ecosystems that come together anyway, right? And the thing is, not one single player can do all of it anyway, right? And smart grid I mentioned because of EVs now, right? So I mean, okay, in Germany is currently not a big success, but let's say in a couple of years, EVs will be, mainstream, let's say it this way, right? And I think you mentioned it also, right? So if, if we all consume energy at the same time, we'll have an issue, right? So we have to, let's say, use it smartly, and AI can help us in achieving this. There are many, many more, possibilities, obviously, but that's maybe as a starting point.
Okay, so for us to make more usable services, more usable products, more usable cities, we need to collect lots of data. But a lot of this data are very sensitive data. These are users' data. This is how you live, what you do, who you live with. And do you think that the user is willing to give up all this data for the bigger comfort of a connected device at home?
No, I think, users should be in charge of how their, let's say, personal data is being treated, right? So, I personally wouldn't expect that everybody agrees to it, but in the end, if they would, or if everybody agrees to it, it is for the benefit of everybody, to say it like this, right? So, so it's I would say, give and take, right? Trust, obviously, is a requirement for this, yeah. I would think that especially companies like Bosch, have this sort of trust, right? But there maybe also need to be some sort of, let's call it, independent authorities, I would call it, right? So that ensure, that data is treated respectively, right?
How do you see, we're running out of time, but don't worry, because I'm aware that the clock is ticking. We are increasingly embedding natural language into the everything that we do with AI, and this is a big thing about generative AI. And you talked about using 5G, for example, for remote assistance. How cool would that be, right? That somebody can repair your fridge from somewhere else in situ when you need it, right? But also, you probably won't need to talk to a human being because you can embed these capabilities within the artifacts themselves, right? Do you see this coming and being a big thing?
Yes, we see this use case.
In self-repairing devices that can use human language to talk with the user.
Yeah, the way it's going, I think we will see those coming to life. But the use case is about customer experience in the call centers. We already do this. So you have a research assistant. Now you make you call a call center person, and then they will put you on mute, and then you just wait for some time. But with AI, generative AI, you can create a more engaging customer experience, and so that it will do in real time research and respond to the customer, so that it saves time, it's more efficient. And these are very practical use cases, and they're already in play.
How is AI being used to make the construction process more efficient? You know, in most of the cases, we have a city, and then we try to add a layer of intelligence on top of it. But you have one of these unique experiences where you get to build the city from scratch, and you can use AI in the process of building it. Can you tell us something about AI in construction?
Yeah, of course. I think we talked about it actually also yesterday in other talk about the digital twins, and is actually how we understand how the city will be built before it's built actually. So this thing is allow us to collect more data to understand the human, to understand all of the flow of the city, and we can build it in a way that fits the people today and tomorrow. So this thing is super essential for us to, in parallel, okay, we'll build the city in the way we believe it, it's good, but also working in other area that we understand it today. This is how the city will be built, and can you work with us and understand, is this city, let's say, working with you guys or no? So it's in two ways, yeah.
Interesting. So we've talked about 5G and remote assistance and edge computing. We talk about zero-emission cities and cognitive cities, where real time is late already. And we talked about the smart home and smart grids and so on. So most of these technologies have arisen because we're aiming to solve a problem. The problem of energy efficiency, the problem of interoperability, and so on. But during the prep call, Bharadwaj came up with something that I thought was quite provoking. He said, the future of technology is also about not just solving problems, but imagining what new things can be built with the amazing power of technology. So we have 1 minute, and I would like you to use this minute to share with us what you think these amazing things that could be created with these new technologies are, and how they are going to make life better, hopefully.
Yeah, I think the generative AI, the AI in general democratized how you build solutions and innovate. So my 10-year-old can build apps now, and if he's stuck somewhere, he can ask ChatGPT, and he's really happening. So it's like a digital camera in everybody's hand. So it goes as far as your imagination, even beyond Mars. That's what I would live.
How do you go beyond Mars, Ferris?
Yeah, so in the same question you asked about how actually we're solving today's problem, and we're actually thinking about what is the tomorrow's problem as well. So and when we're thinking about the transportation as an example, rather than actually solving the the traffic and accident, no, we have to, okay, we're thinking about, imagine we have 0 cars from the beginning, rather than solving problems that already exist. And another example, I talk about the healthcare, about anticipating that someone will get sick. We're saying, okay, how we can have a city that we are thinking about the people's livability and health and well-being. Imagine that we will not have actually from the beginning someone is getting sick. So it's always about thinking, okay, what's today's problem? How we can actually reducing or maybe eliminating the whole problem from the beginning, rather than waiting to be solved. So this is our way.
Yeah, so I keep it quick, but I think, if I think about AI, right, so it will, companies like Bosch, but also other bigger companies, if you want, in the transformation of their companies, right? So from being a pure, let's call it hardware provider, to maybe becoming service providers, right? So today, companies like Bosch, they struggle in this transformation, right? But I strongly believe with, let's say, AI, right? This will, let's say, guide us through this process, to call it like this.
Well, clearly, lots of ideas, and as you know, with everything that's new, you can also create new problems that you didn't know existed. So I invite us all to celebrate the amazing achievements of technology, but also to remain critical on to do more and good. rather than to crush the things that we have. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the panelists. It's been a pleasure to moderate this. Thank you.
Fantastic. A huge round of applause. Barawaj, Firas, Kai, and Mara, our wonderful moderator. Thank you all so much for joining us. That was utterly fascinating. My goodness, what a glimpse into the future right there. A toilet that knows you're going to go to the toilet before you do. My goodness, there you go. It's real time is too late. You heard it there first. Okay, we are going to do a little stage changeover. We are going to let people come into the room. If you would like to come in, the next session is going to be awesome. Please come in, find a seat. Plenty of seats down here, seats at the front. Don't be shy. We'd love to see you down here, and you have a better view of the stage. Right, just a reminder. If you haven't installed the app on your phone for VDS, you need to, because it's got all kinds of good stuff. It's got the Wi-Fi details, it's got the speaker details, it's got maps, and it has simultaneous translation. So if English is not your first language, open the app, put on your headphones, it will translate what is happening on the stage right here and on the main stage. How cool is that? Great use of technology. Okay, you know what's, to quote Austin Powers, you know what's cooler than $1 million startup? $1 billion fintech. Yes, please. Our next session is all about scaling $1 billion fintech. And we are very grateful to the good people at GoHub Ventures for hosting this next session. We are introducing to the stage a power trio who are going to open the kimono on this very, very interesting topic. We're delighted to be joined by the CEO of Bound, Seth Phillips, by the CTO of Bound, Dan Kindler, and by VC investor at GoHub Ventures, Guillermo Flor. My dear friends, show your appreciation for Guillermo, Dan, and Seth. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. So let's start by introducing a little bit what you guys do. Obviously, we've known for a while now, but maybe you could introduce how you guys met and how you decided to start building Bound.
I guess I can go first. So my name's Seth Phillips. Spent maybe the last 10 or 12 years working in Fintech. After doing graduate school in New York City, worked at a Fintech venture capital fund, and then went to work for a Fintech company called Paxos in New York City, and we were building crypto infrastructure. So worked for them for a number of years. They moved me from New York City and their headquarters to open up Europe and the UK. So they moved us to London. We opened up an office there, built that office for a few years, and then started Bound a few years ago. So that's my background, and that overlapped my co-founder, Dan. Go for it, Dan.
Yeah, I'm Dan. I'm the CTO of Bound. Seth and I met at Paxos, and there we were building software to help big financial institutions manage and process commodity hedging trades. So basically what it was is, if you were, a mine in South Africa, and you were mining up precious metals, you would want to hedge out the risk to the price of that metal. Because, if you're, digging up gold, what's the price of that gold next month, next year, over the course of the next 6 months? So we built software to take those trades in and process them over time, and built the project from scratch. So when we started that little initiative at Paxos, we were, brand new, just started, and by the end of our first year, we were processing something like tens of thousands of trades a day, worth trillions of dollars a year. So that was super exciting.
And in terms of the panel, so Dan and I, for 3 or 4 years for Dan and for 5.5 years for myself, we're part of a fintech company starting in New York City, expanding internationally. I think I joined the company as the 25th employee, about $100 million valuation. They had just raised their Series A. Up to, I think when we left, they were $2.4 billion valuation at their Series D. So that was a roller coaster ride to be on over the course of 5 or 6 years, through that growth, the mistakes, the wins, the successes. So that's the background.
That's awesome. And so you guys are working in Paxos, and how do you come up with the idea of Bound, and how do you make the leap to say, hey, so we've helped Paxos scale to, such a huge company. I think we can do it ourselves. Let's solve this problem.
Yeah, go for it.
So I think there were 3 things that led us to the idea for Bound. So maybe a little bit of a background on Bound. We help businesses manage foreign currency risk. So if you are a company that's based in the United Kingdom and you have significant engineering presence in Poland, and you have to pay them in Polish zloty. What's the cost of your Polish engineering office, next month, over the next year? Same thing if you're a Spanish company based here in Valencia and you have significant US dollar revenue. How do you account for that US dollar revenue, and how do you convert it best practice to euros? So I think there were three things that helped Seth and I kind of come up with the idea for Bound. The first was, like I said, we were building hedging software for bigger financial institutions, so that was number one. Number two, and probably the most painful for Seth and I, was we were Americans living in the UK during Brexit. So the price of our salary relative to the US dollar dropped quite significantly, and that was a common, topic in the office. Oh, when are you going to convert GBP to USD? Now's a good rate. Maybe next week. We're going to wait a little bit. That sort of stuff. And then finally, I was talking to my father, who operates a small business in New York City. He has revenue in the doors through dollars, and then he purchases euro to pay his supplier in Italy. And he had no idea what he was doing when it came to FX risk management. He would, book a contract, make a trade, and completely mess up his finances. So he asked me to come in and help him, and I sat down, tried to explain, best practices around hedging, what he could do. And I kind of had this realization that he is an amazing business person. He knows his business inside and out. But the fact that he is expected to know how to operate complicated financial instruments to be able to just interact internationally is quite ridiculous. So Seth and I decided to go off and try to solve that issue for businesses.
Yeah, so the lesson is, I think one of the earlier panels here was expanding into Miami to get into the US. So when all of your startups expand into the States and start generating millions and millions of dollars of US revenue, then come see Bound. We'll help you sort out the euro-dollar problems. Yeah.
I love the story of how your father was your first client, and it still is a client nowadays, right?
Yeah, he's still a client. For about 6 months, he would always ask, am I still your biggest customer? Am I still your biggest customer? And about 6 months in, I was like, no, now you're a small fish.
I think that's a really good hook for investors, like it proves that your product works. So how do you see now, obviously, like after a couple of years of Brexit and London still being like a big financial hub, how do you see the ecosystem, specifically in fintech and venture capital?
I mean, London obviously has a really well-developed fintech ecosystem. I mean, Dan and I are even a part of that. A big New York fintech expands to Europe, opens an office in the UK. Employees from that fintech spin out and start their own fintech business. That's what every ecosystem wants, is successes that generate and spin out more successes. So I think, and London has a lot of that. And I think it's expanding throughout. There's starting to be more fintech hubs across Europe. Brexit obviously separates the UK from the rest of Europe somewhat in terms of regulatory oversight. But I think the EU and the UK, I mean, Dan and I are both American. We could have started our business in the US, but the US is actually for our business, a more complicated regulatory environment than it is to be here. So that's one of the reasons that we stayed in Europe and stayed in the UK to start our business.
It's actually the only case where I can think of Americans complaining about American regulation and endorsing European regulation. It was just so much easier to do it here.
That's super interesting. I would have never thought about that.
And we're probably the only people who spent 3 or 4 or 5 years in crypto and then moved back into traditional finance. So now we do normal fiat currencies instead of getting deeper and deeper into crypto. But
also, many of your clients must be in London, right? Because like you sell to a lot of fintechs, and there's many big fintechs in London that.
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of fintech customers. I think, one of the big lessons I think that I learned from my time at Paxos and things that Dan and I work on at Bound is fintech is obviously it's particularly with B2B fintech companies, success is generally made through like big step function changes. It's not one customer this month, then 2 the next, then 3 the next, then 5, then 8, then 10, then 12. It's long periods of working with small customers or small partners to get a breakthrough moment where you get a significant upgrade. Because fintechs generally are going to depend heavily on big customers or big banking providers. So our business, a big part of our business is banking infrastructure. So who do we bank with? Who do we partner with for our trading and for our bank accounts and for our payment rails. And then getting those things, so like working hard at those small stages so you can get a breakthrough, then you get a big upgrade and your product improves a lot. And that was the same thing true at Paxos in terms of we spent so much time working on our products and improving our products, and it wasn't this linear success. It didn't go from one to the next. It was this messy path. So much of what we built was wasted even, not used or not used very much. But a few key features came out that let us land a huge customer. And then a second huge customer. And now all of a sudden the business is different. And I think that's something that I probably took for granted at the time, feeling like when you're grinding on these small things and it's not immediate success or not this linear growth path, so much of what you're doing is laying the foundation for the opportunity, for the chance to swing at one of those big contracts or a big new partner that can completely change your business. And then the business changes rapidly over one quarter. And that was something that I didn't expect to see, but I've, both of my time working at a fintech venture fund and then being in that last company and being with Bound, something that I've seen, maybe my experience is almost exclusively in B2B, so maybe that's more true of B2B than B2C, but from my experience, it's definitely been that way. Long periods of hard work with small successes, and then big breakthroughs where partners or customers come through and the business changes.
That's super interesting. There's this quote by, I think, Mark Andreessen that it's like, success in a startups is like gradually and then suddenly, you know? And kind of goes like that, like you're like growing little by little, and at some point you get one good client, and that one good client works as a call for other big clients, and it creates a little bit of network effect, and that allows you to compound. Let's talk a little bit about fundraising. I think it's an interesting topic for the crowd. Obviously, like you've raised capital from tier VCs from the UK, like Notion Capital, and I guess that has felt pretty natural for you guys. So I don't know if you can tell us a little bit about how you approached the first kind of like raises and what was your feeling about it, and what are you looking forward to do in the next years?
You want to say anything? Yeah. All right. Well, with fundraising, first of all, Dan and I started Bound in 2021, which, looking back now, fundraising was easy. We, having come out of a successful startup, that gives a big leg ahead, that gives a big advantage, and so getting into some of the VCs, and then at that time, it was Dan and I and maybe his dad as a customer. I don't even remember if he was a customer yet. But then we were able to close a $4 million seed round. And that included the founders from Conto, some of the founders of Klarna, Valor Ventures from New York City, Moonfire Ventures from London. And I think, to be fair, the hardest thing about going down the venture capital path, the traditional venture capital path, where seed round, Series A, Series B, Series D, you're going to go down that route, is getting on that path. And so Dan and I, when we were raising our seed round, struggled with a lot of VCs. But then when the first VC really got conviction, it was Valor Ventures from New York City. They gave us a term sheet. We signed the term sheet. We closed the round. Then our information goes up on PitchBook. It goes up on CB Insights, it goes up on Crunchbase, and now all of the other institutional VCs that operate both in the US and in Europe see the name. And I don't mean to offend any VCs or you, Guille, but I always say, like, a venture capitalist's job is to be the friend of a founder in case the founder is successful. Because if the company starts really taking off, then everyone's going to want to give you money, and whose money do you take? You take the money from the people that you like, that you want to work with. And so once that happened, getting on that path, that's why I say getting on that path is the hardest thing. Once you're in a recognized venture capital fund that's well known, all of the other VCs now have an incentive to be your friend. Because if the company does well, next round maybe take their money. So then you start to get to know these people. That's the hardest thing. And then, of course, the whole world changed over the last few years, where it's become, instead of me and Dan in a pitch deck, $4 million, now it's much harder to raise that money. You have to have more metrics, so it's a different environment now. but I still think the hardest part is that first step onto the path. And I don't think there's an easy shortcut for that. I think it's a lot of no's. It's a lot of trying to connect with people. If it was easy, everybody would successfully do it, but it's not. It's tough to get on that path.
How much time did you dedicate to talking to investors nowadays?
I try to limit it because we get a lot of inbound from VCs that just want to connect with us. Like I said, in case we raise money next year and they want to be they want to at least have a chance to look at the business. So I try to limit it, but I try to make connections and friends. So my guess is I probably take 1 or 2 calls a week on average from different funds or funds that are checking in with me. But I try to limit it to about that. Yeah.
That's really interesting. And Dan, so you're obviously a CTO, and building Bound is not a simple task. Obviously, like what you're trying to do is like create the best UX for a really complex problem, right? And so it must be really complex to do this. How you're approaching this?
Yeah, I think what a lot of our competitors or maybe traditional businesses would do is offer the core financial products, right? Like if today the solution, if you weren't to use Bound, would be to call your bank or broker, pick up the phone, call them, ask them for a quote, hang up, call your other broker, ask them for a quote for the financial product. And it's a product that you don't necessarily understand, right? Like, for example, your broker might try to sell you an FX option. But what's the difference between an American option, an Asian option, a European option? What does strike price mean? What does expiry mean? There are all these terms that are pretty esoteric and pretty niche. And what we try to do is obfuscate that away. Just let the user kind of understand or come to us and tell us, hey, this is my foreign currency risk. This is the date where I need to sell this currency and buy this currency. Describe their cash flow, so maybe input into the system. Is it foreign revenue? Is it recurring revenue? Is it a one-time payment? And then suggest a strategy on top of that, and then we do everything else in the background, while still offering users the ability to kind of click in and see underneath the engine and actually see how things work. But basically what we're trying to do is make hedging more approachable and much easier, because one of the problems that we've seen is people get intimidated by hedging. They know it's an issue. Almost any CFO or treasury person that you'll speak with has been burnt by it at some point in their lives. But it's just a problem they want to deal with later. Or maybe they're intimidated because they don't know what strategy to implement, or they're worried that if they put a date in that they need to convert, that the date might change. What we do at Bound is really, really lower the barrier to entry on how easy it is to hedge, so that it's a no-brainer. Basically, it's we don't want to make an application where CFOs and treasury people have to come into the application and spend an hour, 2 hours a week, and it's another problem they have to deal with. Instead, it's what we call active disengagement. It's how can we make the application so easy that they spend 30 seconds a month in it? That's it. They almost never think about FX again because Bound has made it so easy. That's our general approach.
And what does your product team look like, and how do you plan the product and execute it?
Yeah, we're still a pretty small product team. It's me, about 6 engineers, and yeah, especially at this sort of stage, I think we all play a big role. Engineers make suggestions in the product. They come to customer calls. They understand the customer's needs. Everyone really has their part in sort of shaping and understanding the product, which Seth and I have really enjoyed. What would you add to that?
I mean, I don't think we do anything particularly unique. To be fair, we have quarterly goals that we sit down together from a customer and a product perspective. We run 2-week sprints. Typical planning. Yeah, I think we're probably pretty standard, like most software companies. We probably look a lot like that.
Right. And to wrap this up, what's your vision for Bound for the next, 5 to 10 years?
I mean, the big vision. So in this room here in Spain, if you're going to operate in the Eurozone and all of your costs are in euro, you're going to raise your financing in euro, you're going to sell your product in euros, then you don't need Bound at all. If you start to expand out of that market, you go to the States, you expand anywhere internationally, you start hiring team members internationally, your business is going to start to deal with foreign currencies coming in and out of your business, not because you want that. Dan and I say this all the time, but like no one expands to Japan because like the team has a strategic view on a weakening yen. Like that's never part of the discussion. You're expanding Japan because you think there's good customers there, or you sign a contract with a new supplier in South Africa because you think they're a good supplier, not because you want exposure to the South African rand. Our big vision for Bound is that that problem goes away. That you can sign that contract with your South African supplier and then worrying about the South African rand exchange rate just never even thinks about it, because Bound has taken that problem away from you. That's the big vision.
Awesome. So I think we're done for the talk. So, but if you guys want to hire Bound, they're right here. So.
Thank you.
Big round of applause. That was absolutely great. Seth, Dan, and Guillermo, wonderful moderator. My goodness, that sounds like all great tech and startup ideas, just like an idea who you think, wow, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, take away the hassle of all those South African rands. Just make it easy. I love that quote as well about how quickly things can move from probably to suddenly. That is very, very inspiring indeed. Okay, my dear friends, we are taking a moment. People are coming in at the back. People are going out to the next session. If you're coming in, come. Make yourselves comfortable. We have seats here. We have seats there. We have seats everywhere. Come and make some new friends. You never know. You might be sitting next to your next investor, your next employee, your next spouse. Who knows? The magic happens here in the Santander tent at VDS 2024. Do not forget to use the hashtag VDS 2024 and spread the love on social media. Let's create some serious FOMO out in the world. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. All right, my friends, we're going to move on to our next session. Now, this is hosted by our dear friends at ESEX. Thank you very much for hosting this next session. This is all about the entrepreneurial ecosystem and how it is a catalyst even for the international scalability of startups. Yes, come in. Bienvenidos, amigos. Come in, make yourselves comfortable. I'll tell you who's going to join us on the stage, and then they're going to come up, and then you're going to give them a huge round of applause to our wonderful friends. We are absolutely delighted to have joining us on the stage the CEO of Terrace Lab, Guillermo Molano, the CEO and founder at Finspro, Cesar Lopez, by responsible partners at Lanzadera, Patricia Chaffer, and our wonderful moderator, Executive Director for Growth and Competitiveness at ESEX, Jose Maria Blasco. My dear friends, give a very warm welcome for Jose, Patricia, Cesar, and Guillermo. Gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to ESEX for promoting this particular panel today about the ecosystem. And this panel is about the ecosystem because we really think at ESEX that startups can scaling up not only because themselves, but as well because of the support of the rest of the actors in an ecosystem, in an entrepreneurial, tech and innovative ecosystem. So startups need ecosystem. At ESEX, we promote the scalability of Spanish startups all over the world, and we as well foster the attraction of top talent startups to the Spanish ecosystem. And we put on the table instruments for the use of the startups, and I have some representatives of entities that are collaborating with us, or better said, we are collaborating with them. So we have a community of startups that we are scaling them up. They are internationalized startups that are in the stage of internationalization and the scalability abroad. And we have a community, Desafía is the name of our community, and we have Cesar, member of that community. We have as well a community of top talent from abroad coming into Spain, and we have a representative of this community called Raising Up Community, and we have Guillermo. And finally, we as well sign added value agreements with top entities of the ecosystems in Spain for fostering together the internationalization of startups. And we have an agreement with Lanzadera, and that's why Patricia is as well with us today. So I would like to start with a very quick first words by you, just explaining better who you are, the company you belong to, whatever you consider about Lanzadera, I think that everybody knows, but you can explain something, of course, and a particular personal topic about why are you here in VDS? What is VDS for you? And I'm answering first. VDS, for us, for ESEX, is the third, and why not the second, event about technological innovative entrepreneurship in Spain after the 4 years from now, together with South Summit. That's why we are here. We must be here at DDS. So, Patricia.
Thank you. So first, I'm beyond grateful to be here. Thank you so much, Tema, for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here with you also, guys. So I'm Patricia Schaffer. I'm in charge of the area of partnerships in Lanzadera, and what we do in Lanzadera is to provide to entrepreneurs a committed program, and we make a plan with them about based on their necessities for 6 months, and we include some training, some mentorship, some activities about network and so on, in order that they can achieve their goals. So regarding your question, what I'm doing here, or being here as a speaker, is a great opportunity for me and also for Lanzadera to connect with other agents of the ecosystem, startups, corporates, VCs, and etc. And to push with all of them to empower our ecosystem and also Valencia.
Thank you, Patricia. Cesar, please.
I'm Cesar Lopez, CEO and founder of Finespo. We are a GovTech civic tech startup. We are mainly focused in synthetic data creation and stacking of neural networks in order to bring demographic intelligence to governments. We help governments and companies to understand demographic challenge and manage them through AI. And for us, joining BDS is really important because we were mainly growing outside of Spain. As far as everyone knows, Valencia was doing a great work during a lot of time, and it's really, really important also to know all the stakeholders also in Valencia ecosystem.
Thank you. Guillermo.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for having me. It's a privilege to share stage with all of you. As you said, my name is Guillermo Molano. I'm co-founder of Terras Lab, where we are promoting food awareness by connecting people with the power of green life. Basically, what we do is we use the latest technology in modular vertical farming units, and we bring the farming to the places that we spend most of our time, where we live, where we learn, and where we work. And for me personally, be here is a great opportunity to connect. I'm a foreign, I'm not a Spaniard, to learn and to connect with the Spanish ecosystem. This is a perfect scenario for me to become one more player of the ecosystem.
Thank you, Guillermo. So coming back now to Patricia, one of the most relevant milestones for ETHEX in the last months was signing an agreement with Lanzadera, because you are one of the main actors, not only in the Valencian ecosystem, but as well in the Spanish one. I would like for you to share how was the evolution of Lanzadera in your relation with the startups, how the added value you give to the startups has evolved in the last years.
So actually we started in 2013. We were based in Valencia in a small office, and in that period we accelerate around 10 startups per year in personal and very specific program with them. Very completely different between nowadays. And little by little, and over the years, over 10 years, we learn about the common mistakes about the startups do when they run a business, or the best way to start. So we took those learnings in order to create a program, a powerful program for them. So that's why nowadays we are accelerating around 300 startups, not only based on Valencia, but also in the surrounded country, and we host as well startups from the other countries. So we are very happy.
Thank you, Patricia. So Guillermo, Terras Lab is a member of our Raising Up community, the ETHEX Raising Up community, and I would like to ask you about. So you are 3 partners, I think, in your startup. One from Chile, Puerto Rico, and Canada. Why Spain, and why the different cities in Spain in which you are established? Why Valencia and why Lanzadera? Because I think you are as well established in Lanzadera.
Correct. Yes. Well, I will try to make this very short, but it's a long story. But long story short, my original idea was not like this. I was idea to come, do an MBA, make a business plan, go back home. But during that program, we spent a lot of time researching and studied, and we identified that Spain were in a very unique position back in the day. This is not that far ago, but I arrived in Spain 3 days, in Madrid 3 days before Filomena, and during the pandemic. My idea was like, maybe I don't know. But what we learned was that we were feeling that Spain were in the beginning of a wave of opportunities for the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we were like, okay, we are in a very unique position to start navigating that wave from the beginning. And like Spain want to become an important European hub for entrepreneurship, and we are in the beginning of that. That is a unique position. You are not in that position very often, and we decided to take advantage of that. And Lanzadera is an example of that. This year, we start the new batch with 140 startups. And Patricia, you mentioned I started with 10. In just 10 years, you have grown that much. And that is what we saw 4 years ago during our research of Spain, and why it gave us the opportunity to really give us a chance for success.
Thank you, Guillermo. Cesar, you are a member of the Desafía ICES community. You came with us to our immersion program in Berlin, focused on mobility, but it was already some time ago. I would like to know that you update the markets in which you have been involved, or you are exploring new businesses for your startup.
So now we are mainly developing DACH region, Deutschland, Austria, and Switzerland and Liechtenstein for Q4 this year. And next year we will be deploying our solution in Australia through an accelerator. In this case, Humanitech Accelerator, sponsored by leading cities and Australian Red Cross. So this was mainly a lucky punch. And I will highlight our strategy to soft land in a new market is always to try to find out the magic triangle that normally for us is to identify an ecosystem partner. Second, also talk to our tech partner in order to know the perks or the benefits there are in the area or in the market, and also try to find out an investor or some financial partner in order to be able to deploy our solution, while GovTech market is always really challenging in terms of sales cycle. And for us, Ethics and Desafía Berlin, it was extremely good because we save a lot of money. Thank you, Chema, because in just 10 days we were immersed in a Berlin ecosystem and knowing also the main actors. And it was really good from the networking side, but also for the discovery partnering side.
Thank you, Cesar. So let's go for a second and last round of questions for Guillermo, Cesar, and Patricia. At Ethics, we as well have the opportunity to push policies to improve the ecosystems. And I want to learn from you about, I want to talk about the ecosystem. First of all, Guillermo and Cesar, and I will finish with Patricia with another question. But for Guillermo and Cesar, what experience do you have in the relation with different actors of the ecosystem? I mean, the main ones that come to my mind now are the corporates, funds, accelerators. Please share with us your experience in Spain, and maybe you can share about your experience in the other geographies that you have been involved in the life of your startup.
Yeah, of course. I think I will talk about the public sector as a player, because that's where we have seen a major difference for the good and less good. From the less good, all the time that took us to start the business, to launch it, the bureaucracy. Like, I think it's not a secret that bureaucracy is always a challenge here in Spain, and we saw it from firsthand. Like in Chile, in 24 hours, you are operating. In US, 3 days, you're operating. In Canada, the same. And I think when you are like launching a startup, that's probably the most challenging professional thing that you would do for in your professional life. Having that fresh start really helped, because it's already going to be very hard to then need to deal with all this administrative stuff. really is a headache. But on the other side, we have seen a lot of tools coming from the public sector that really help pushing and scaling the startups community. ESEX, we have not been able to start the company here without ESEX. The ENISA of the life, all these programs that are here for the financial instrument, administrative instrument, but also for programs of incubator and all these that formation that help to as a formation aspect. That those two parts for me, we were very impressed that Spain, that in our country we don't have that. We don't have that system that help startups to really start from nothing to something. And as we said, as an entrepreneur, we only want the chance to be success. The rest is on us. But if you give us a chance, then we have at least an opportunity.
Thank you, Guillermo. And you arrived at Spain once a new law for startups was approved. So imagine before the law of startups, but I'm not sure about the real effects of the law. So maybe Cesar, apart from explaining about the connection that you have with the rest of the actors of the ecosystem, the different markets you work, or particularly in Spain, or wherever can be improved, please talk about directly and frankly about if the law of startups. I think that something improved, but maybe you can have some comments on that.
So comparing to other ecosystems, I guess the Spanish one is an interesting one, but sometimes it's a bit fragmented. So we need a little bit more of collaborations and also to avoid overlapping in events, because sometimes it's quite hard. It's the 6th fair in less than 10 days. So this will be also good if we unify events around Spain. But mainly, I guess we have some advantage regarding other ecosystems. Mainly, for example, that we have a really interesting hybrid financing model when we are able to have access to multiple grants. In our experience in other markets, everything is more oriented to dilutive options. And I guess in Spain, the structure is quite good. And then I want to highlight also the topic that we are really, as a Spanish startups, we are really welcome in Latin American ecosystem startups. It was a really friendly welcome. And for us, it was always a good signal to highlight we are a Spanish startup. And also sometimes as a Galician guy, I discovered the diaspora of Galicians around the world is also helping to communicate and to connect with in different ecosystems. We find there is one sentence that hay un gallego en la luna, so there is also un gallego en la luna for networking in startup world.
Thank you, Cesar. Patricia, you were explaining at the beginning about the relation or the added value of Lanzadera with the startups. But I would like to ask you now about the relation of Lanzadera with other actors of the ecosystem. How corporates are working with Lanzadera? Do you have any relation with funds, for example? And a final question as well. We know that you are working hard on the internationalization of the startups that are working with Lanzadera, because we feel happy to be part of this project. But about the internationalization of Lanzadera, you are exploring the internationalization, talking to other accelerators that are as well members of the ecosystem, but abroad, out of Spain?
So regarding to the first question, it is true that we put focus on work going the extra mile with the startups with the very beginning. We define with them the mission, sales, product market fit, and so on, but we have to rely on partners like you, because you are the best one for helping the startups for going abroad. So we need you to support them to be better in our program. So yes, asking your question, we do some partnerships and some agreements with other corporates in order to empower our program. And regarding Lanzadera, I have to say that we are growing, it is true. I don't know if you know, but we are acquiring another facilities close to the current one, because we are growing and growing. So that's why we are thinking on grow in Valencia because we know that we can do a lot of things here still. So, but I don't know in the near future could be because each time more and more we are hosting startups from other countries. So.
Okay, thank you. That you know that if you want to go abroad, pulling your startups or taking yourself into internationalization, we can be your partners abroad in any of the events that we participate.
For sure.
Okay, thank you very much for being with me today. I think that we were talking a lot about ecosystem, but maybe there is a more practical word. It's community. I fully recommend startups to be part of different communities because it's the place where more ideas and more business opportunities, I think, they are shared. We were talking about the Rising Up community, about Desafía community, and as well Lanzadera community, because at the end of the day, you are dealing a community in your premises. So thank you very much, Guillermo, César, and Patricia, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you so much, Patricia, Guillermo, Cesar, and Jose Maria. Well moderated there. Absolutely fascinating stuff. I love to hear these stories, and thank you for your brilliant support of our entire startup ecosystem. Great to see you. Vertical gardens, yes, please. Take my money already. Okay, folks, we are going to do a little room changeover. If you're coming in, please come in. We have seats. We don't want you to get cold out there. Come in here, find a nice seat, and you might be sitting next to somebody amazing, your next funder, your next employee, employer, who knows, your next BFF. Just come in, grab a seat, make yourselves comfortable, and we're going to crack on with our next session. So right now, we are going to look at 25 years of innovation. My goodness, 25 years is a long time in technology and innovation, and we are about to learn about some startup founders are going to speak about the impact of the Center for Digital Technology and Management. We're going to celebrate this with some great people on stage. So come in, remember to share the love on social media, use the hashtag VDS2024, and let's make all your friends, family, and colleagues very jealous that you're here and they're not. Okay, my friends, we are going to welcome to the stage a power quartet who are going to dive into these 25 years of innovation. We are delighted to be joined by the co-founder and CEO of Beam AI, Jonas Dizon, by the co-founder of Alasco, Sebastian Schwan, by the co-founder and CTO of Arc Climate, Michael Fröhlich, and by our wonderful moderator who's from the management team from CDTM, Zoe Helbing. My dear friends, let's welcome them on stage. Give it up for Zoe, Michael, Sebastian, and Jonas. Excellent.
Are we? Okay, everyone. Thank you all for coming here today. We are super excited to have you here. If you've not had a chance to take a seat, go ahead now before we get going, and it's going to get too interesting for you to miss out. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to tell you a bit about what CDTM is, what it actually does, and then we're going to dive into each of these speakers, and they're going to tell you both what they do and how it relates to CDTM in the first place. So CDTM stands for the Center for Digital Technology and Management, and it's been founded 25 years ago in Munich, between the Ludwig Maximilian University and the Technical University of Munich, yes. And it basically aims to educate people from all backgrounds, teach them about entrepreneurship, teach them about innovation, really give them all the tools that they need to succeed in the ever-changing environment. And we've been here now in Valencia since last March, so super, super exciting. We're so happy to be here. Yeah. Exactly. And yeah, what we want to do now, considering we've been around since 1998, kind of dive into what role does CDTM play and how is it creating impact for the ecosystems. Okay, starting off with an introduction. Jonas, you go. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Thanks so much for having me. So my name is Jonas. I actually started studying at the CDTM in Munich in 2012, so it's been a long time ago. And back then, a guy that I knew from university was like, hey, there's a study program, you should apply. And then I got into CDTM, and it really has shaped kind of everything that I did after. I did a short stint in consulting at McKinsey, then decided this is cool, but I'd rather be building company, driven by CDTM. CDTM. So I founded a couple of companies. The last one turned into a unicorn, and is by now doing 600 million in revenue, so it became a really big company. And then 2 years ago, I set out and founded Beam AI, where we now use AI agents to automate various parts of back offices. So we go to companies and help them essentially to automate work and optimize their processes. And now when I look back kind of at CDTM, the guy that back then kind of made the introduction to CDTM, Clemens Meyer, just recently won essentially with DeepMind the Nobel Prize. So because he was the project lead on the protein folding project, and now they won the Nobel Prize for that, which is super impressive. And I think for us, this is really what the CDTM is all about. I can give you like 10 other examples. You meet amazing people that you work with, and suddenly 13 years later, one of them is like close or wins the Nobel Prize, which is insane. So it's been really an exciting journey, and now I love to be here and happy to tell you everything about CDTM, why you should join and why you should support it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Moving on to you, Sebastian. How about you give us a quick introduction?
Good morning. I'm Sebastian. I am an electrical engineer by training. I joined the CDTM even earlier in 2006. For me, joining the CDTM was really what made my study life worthwhile. In our program, it's very narrowed on, learning stuff and the social activities, having meeting diverse people was just something I was really missing. And this is what the CDTM provided me with, meeting a bunch of people from various backgrounds, and fundamentally after graduating from university and the CDTM, we actually started our first company with people I met at the CDTM with an idea we took from the CDTM. Company was called Stylight. 8 years later, we were at 250 people and sold it. Thereafter, I did a bunch of investing, a bunch of other companies. Alasco, my current, we're trying to help real estate owners in their sustainability and finances and drive impact through that. And really what the CDTM did for me was meeting people. It was about the people and also providing role models that, starting a company, how do I do that? But there's someone I could talk to, someone I can see, or she or he, they did it. So that really helped us to live up to our aspirations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And now lastly, Michael, tell us a bit about yourself. Who are you?
So my name is Michael. I'm the CTO of Arc Climate. I founded this company now roughly a year ago. So having great role models around me certainly helped making this decision. Before that, I was running the CDTM in Munich, part of the management team for 4 years. And while doing so, also really put in some scientific research, did my PhD on the topic how programs like CDTM actually work, and whether you can actually distinguish between, meeting great people there, but they're great people before that, and actually the actual treatment effect of the program. The short answer of that is yes, great people enter the program, but also there's a huge treatment effect that actually enables all these startup companies and entrepreneurial outcomes to get out there. And partly based on this, we made the decision a few years ago to also look for new European locations where we can take the concept that has worked in Munich so well and now bring it to other ecosystems, have more students benefit. So I'm very happy to be here today in Valencia, and also last week I got to know the current MPD class in CDTM Valencia, so all very exciting.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so then a bit more of a clarifier then. So what does CDTM offer? It offers a 1-year add-on degree that students can partake in while finishing their degrees. And what does CDTM fundamentally believe in? Equipping students from all backgrounds, right? Engineers, computer scientists, business people, and kind of letting them work together and find solutions together. So now I want to address more of the community. How would you say, has it impacted who you are today? And are you still very much in touch?
So I think obviously over time this changes a bit. Yeah? In the beginning you're very close to CDTM, then you kind of go and fly and you start building companies. Yeah, but I would say that pretty much everything that I did afterwards was in some way connected. So at CDTM you do a lot of stuff. You kind of need to make your studies work. Yeah, but you also have a lot of activities at the center. Yeah? And one was where we organized an idea challenge. Yeah? And I did this with Milos, who later became a really good friend of mine, and whom I later hired in the first company that I joined. Yeah, where I was hired by a guy that also was CDTM, which later founded Forto, Michael Wachs. So essentially it's always connected. So people hire you from the CDTM, you hire people from the CDTM, and then Milos later decided, okay, actually we are going to build an AI company. So he founded DeepSet. He raised, I think by now 30 million, I think last time from Google Ventures in Boulderton. And then he built this AI company, and at a certain point I was like, maybe I should do something in AI as well, because they are doing it. So everything is kind of always connected. And I think it drives you insanely. If you look around at the people that you work with are doing something like amazing. So you have to do it as well. And obviously, like startup life is pretty shitty as well, if I'm being honest. So you work all nights. You have all of these failures. Sometimes things don't work out. But then you can call people from CDTM and you'll be like, hey, I don't know, what's your problem? And like when you founded this 7 billion company, Personio, and you talk to these people and they're very honest and they're like, hey, look, because we are CDTM, I tell you exactly how it is, not the shit that you read in the newspapers, but I tell you how life really is. And then you're like, okay, cool, thanks so much for sharing, because I now know that my life is shitty as well, but it's normal, you know? And that gives you an amazing confidence, and literally everywhere where you go in the world, you are like, hey, I'm in San Francisco, is there anyone from CDTM? And they're like, yeah, I'm here. In New York, there's somebody. If you want to raise funds, you go to a fund and be like, hey, look, I'm CDTM, and people are like, yeah, whatever, we'll just give you money. So the CDTM in Germany has such a high standing that wherever you go, it helps you tremendously, and the people also push you either when you're directly connected with them and they're very honest and help you, but also if you see them from afar, you're like, I can do this as well. We went to the same program, so I'm able to do that as well.
Awesome. That was a very insightful answer. Actually, one point that I want to now dive into. So we, as part of the management team, we are also doing our PhD at the same time. And if you remember what Michael said earlier, he was part of the management team, right? So he focused his research on the impacts of CDTM and venture capital funding for startups in Germany. Would you care to elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, well, so the core question of my research was, if we look at programs that have a selective process where, quote unquote, the best, most entrepreneurial students apply and then only 20, 25 get in there, there's a natural question, does the program actually facilitate the outcomes we see? So the number of startups founded, the quality of the startups founded, or is it more a consequence of, well, who you select for these programs? And I think that's not an easy question to answer, but thankfully there are methods to untangle this. And it turns out that CDTM actually has quite a large impact on high growth outcomes in terms of a treatment effect. So in the end, if you get smart people in a room and you create this, I would say, program that is a magnet for the best people. It's maybe difficult to get in, also difficult to do next to your studies, but you get all of these people together, they benefit tremendously from each other, and then you combine this with a community, a network of alumni, of people that stay connected because they had an amazing time as students, but also because they want to connect with these ambitious young minds, then you really create this uplifting effect. Now, if we look at the period from 2011 to 2020, we see that CDTM startups in Germany, so CDTM startups being a startup that has at least one CDTM co-founder in this period, have raised around 4.45 billion US dollars, which is quite a lot. It's about 10% of the entire venture capital flowing to German startups in this time. So we're talking really about big growth outcomes, and as some of you are familiar with the venture capital industry, know all of these are power law distributed. So we have some very successful companies, 8 unicorns in total, Razer being one, and then of course some that also have raised money in the millions, maybe are not quite unicorns, and then a lot of smaller ones that are maybe still on their journey there or not quite there yet. But we see that really CDTM equips people with the network I would say, the skills to understand also what are venture-backed ideas, what are trends that are coming up, and then also the co-founders, mentors, alumni to really pursue, I would say, bigger ideas than they would have been able to do alone.
Awesome. Now, Sebastian, looping you in a little bit more to the conversation. Considering we now have 2 locations, 2 centers, as we call it, across Europe, what would you say are the main benefits and why is this going so well?
So I think what was really great that we had a concept that was refined in Munich, and that we looked very deliberately what makes this concept strong, and then put it here into Valencia, and found a very fertile ground where we see similar traits, like having both this mixture between technical universities and business universities, where people have the drive, and I think that's super important that we could establish here. There were great partners that helped us do the initial boost. The old CDTM, or the first CDTM, also only got started because there was initial support. And what I'm seeing now is that what I especially liked around the teaching at the CDTM is it's not done by professors who do this, whatever, this is my slide deck for the last 10 years and be happy with it. I would reckon that, you guys back me up on this, but about 50% is actually done by people from the industry, by alumni, and that helps twofold. A, it's more up to date, because in startup world, what you taught 10 years ago is, it's outdated. You want to have it something that's 1 or 2 years out. And the other thing, it's much more authentic, right? You do believe these people because they're telling basically how they did it. And this is what I learned from the best business schools. And you all know the Harvard business case studies. You read something at Harvard, actually that person sits there and teaches it. And this is the feeling I get when at the CDTM. We have strong people coming back. And I see this being seeded here in Valencia. Obviously, we don't have any alum yet, but I see, you taught a session last week, I'm doing tomorrow, so we have regular people coming in from the Munich ecosystem, seeding, basically. And I feel this shows me we're getting there to what we managed to get in Munich, that we can replicate.
Awesome. Then Jonas, one last question to you. How would you say having now a 2-center system across Europe is also going to benefit Munich, or Munich student as someone who's been part of that center?
So obviously, when you come from Munich, you drink a lot of beer, so it's really nice also to come to Valencia and drink some wine. But jokes aside, I think ultimately we thought about like this extension of this center like for a really long time, and ultimately what we see in Germany and Munich has now spread to the US. I mentioned San Francisco, New York, etc. And for us, ultimately, we very much believe in the idea of the CDTM. We believe it's great, and we want to see this more. We want to have more people that found companies. The bigger the ecosystem, the easier it also gets for us. Because if we found a company, we might open an office here, and then you have better people here, which is amazing. Like some of us do also a lot of angel investing and VC investing. So if there are more startups, we are going to benefit as well because we can invest in these companies. And I think in total, like we as founders, we are always like very much focused on the future. What can be in 10 years? And I care about like building and growing things. And so like when we are going to come back in 10 years, I hope that we see a thriving ecosystem, and then this is going to, like, this is what we live for. We want to see progress. So this is really important to us and close to our hearts to see that. And there's a bit of competition as well. So that's going to be a bit of fun as well, I guess.
And I think that's really super important for us, that the Munich system is being challenged by what's maybe rethought here in Valencia. I mean, we're 25 years old. It sucks to admit, but larger organizations get the harder changes, and it really helps that there's someone from the exterior just rethinking, like, why are we doing it this way? Yeah, because we did it last 20 years. That's not a good answer. And so maybe Valencia can also be something like a testing ground for, that we do it differently, and then Munich has to adapt. That's at least what I wish for.
Exactly. And I heard we're doing more TikToks now, so that's also...
we're getting there.
Absolutely. Shout out Marketing and Branding Task Force. Yes, so I don't know, you probably have never seen any student recruitment advertisement videos, but they're all ending on how would you describe CDTM in 3 words or less? And I want this to be the last question I ask all 3 of you, so that the people going from leaving this panel have strong words that they're going to emphasize with CDTM. So, Michael, starting with you, what are the 3 words you would use to best describe CDTM?
Well, I want to bring this back to the core purpose of CDTM: connect, educate, and empower the innovators of tomorrow. So, connect, educate, and empower. Thanks.
Awesome, good job. How about you? How about you, Sebastian?
Just one, really, because this is how CDTM evolved. We went 10 or 15 years without a strategy and actually not being able to say who we are. And then from when we sold our company, we learned a strategy framework and how to do that and actually run that on the CDTM. So it's really fun that he still uses his words and makes me proud that, you know, a strategy that lasts is actually quite nice. Normally in companies, we change strategies every year. Okay, I would do community, ambition, and nice people. It's just
Awesome.
It's one word, nice people.
We'll count it.
So I think you said most of it. Maybe I'll just finish slightly differently, and I'm going to copy from a brand that is more around sports. But you might have some hesitations like, should I join CDTM? Should I invest? Should I work with the companies? And to say it in Nike's words, just do it. I think that's ultimately trust in it. It's going to be amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you three. This is the end of our panel. We're so grateful that you made it here and that you joined us. And maybe we are going to connect over the next few hours, the next few days. And yeah, let's stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zoe, Michael, Sebastian, and Jonas. Fantastic. All right, my friends, we are going to change over the stage. We're going to let our VIP speakers go off the stage. We are going to welcome more people into the room. I see lots of people at the back. Come in, make yourselves comfortable. And if you are here already, congratulations, you've made a great choice. Our next session is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Now, if we haven't met before, my name is Oisin Lunny. I help great people, companies and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, digital experiences, and amazing events like VDS 24. Do find me on LinkedIn and I will send you a mixtape. My personal motto is easy to remember. It's ABC, always be connecting. That's how I roll. Do come and find me. Okay, my dear friends, we're now going to welcome some VVIPs to the stage. We're going to have the future outlook and learn what is next for early stage investments from 4 people who really know the subject matter. I'm going to tell you who they are. You're going to give them a huge round of applause, and then I'm going to put the moderator under the spot for you all. Okay, so we are delighted and very honored to be joined by the leader of this roundtable. He is a founding partner at the mighty Lumo Labs. Of course, I'm talking about Andy Lerling. We are delighted to be joined by the CEO of Jensen Funding Partners, Sarah Barber, by the partner at Archers Capital, Diederik Stolk, and by venture partner at Venture Friends, Lily Zhu. My dear friends, please show your appreciation for Lily, Diederik, Sarah, and Andy. Fantastic. Okay, Andy, listen, it's great to see you. I see you at all the best tech events, my friend. Congratulations on the Nortgen Barcelona news. This is great. But before you kick off, I thought it might be fun to put you on the spot a bit. Now, if you had to give your elevator pitch, so impress the good people here and joining via the live stream, tell them all about what you do at Lumo, what would that minute be? You got a mic there? Fantastic. Okay, the mic is yours, my friend.
So I try to do it in 1 minute or less.
Elevator pitch, 1 minute. The pressure's on.
There we go. So we are Lumo Labs. We are a 100 million venture capital fund, impact driven. So we invest in typically seed and pre-seed stage. And Series A, we follow on. And Series B, we invest in emerging disruptive technologies. So AI, data, blockchain, IoT, VR, AR, and digital security. And we invest in companies that use those technologies to come with solutions within 4 of the United Nations SDGs: health, well-being, quality education, sustainable city, and climate action. Within the minute?
Wow, big round of applause for Andy. Smashed it. That's an elevator pitch and a half. All right, my friend, the stage is yours. To you and your guests.
Thank you, but I think it's a really good one, because normally the startups are pitching to us. So I would like to ask Lily and also Sarah and Diederik, but maybe start with Lily to do the elevator pitch also for yourself. Who are you and what are you doing?
Hi everyone, super nice to meet you. I'm Lily from Venture Friends. We are an early stage pan-European fund. We are managing around 400 million, but at the moment we are deploying from the one-out fund, which is 100 million fund. We are writing a ticket to pre-seed to seed, and our user ticket size is around 1 million to 2.5 million initial ticket and do the follow-on. We do invest in pretty general vertical, but we have been very strong with a couple of vertical like SaaS, Fintech, and Marketplace, and a little bit in the PropTech as well. We have over 75 portfolios in 35 different countries. We mainly investing in Europe, 60%, but 30% outside of Europe as well, which mostly in UK and MENA and a little bit in LATAM as well, to giving you a bit of idea. I think.
Yeah, perfect. Like five seconds left. Perfect. Sarah.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me here today. This is such an amazing event. So, yeah, just really enjoying it. A little bit about me. I'm Sarah Barber from Jensen Funding Partners. I run the operation there. We've been going for about 12 years now. We invest at a very early stage, so pre-seed. We try and get our companies up to a sort of Series A level. Typical investment size is around 250,000. And then we'll do follow-ons to that. So since we started, we've invested in 140 companies. We've done 37 follow-ons. We've had 11 exits to date. We very much see ourselves as part of the team once we've invested, so we work really closely with the team when we get in there. I don't know how long I've got left, but...
Perfect. Diederik.
Cool. So I noticed I run the smallest fund by far of the four of us. I run a 20 million euro fund. We invest in pre-seed deals mainly in the Netherlands, Belgium, and the German-speaking area.
And nowadays also Spain.
Spain sometimes.
Coming, yeah.
We can be opportunistic. But beside the fund, we also have an angel syndicate. So it's always a deal-by-deal angel syndicate, and the fund only invests if the angels invest. So our promise is we invest as entrepreneurs. The angels all used to have software companies or still run software companies. So our promise is we're basically a bunch of techies, a bunch of nerds investing in other nerds.
Okay, thank you. If there are really burning questions, we are open to questions. So feel free to stand up if you have a question. If we look at today, I guess it's not a surprise that we are living in a world where there's a lot of dynamics going on, and the changes are rapidly increasing and taking over. On all factors, so social, economical, technological. And then everybody's now talking about AI and a few years ago about the metaverse. And it's not only about, as I mentioned, the technology, it's also about the inside of the organizations. Diversity is getting more of a thing. I always try to look at inclusion, because diversity is, of course, a nice word, but it's really about inclusion, in my opinion. So you see all kinds of emerging trends, and maybe Sarah, you first. Can you explain a bit what are you experiencing? What are you challenging? What's the most challenging for you looking at all those trends?
Looking at all the
yeah, you can mention one. We don't have too much time. What's the most pressing on your mind if you talk about challenges?
Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So I think one of the most challenging things for Jensen, AI is certainly something that we consider quite a lot, and not in terms of the actual technology itself, it's how it is being used within the company. And particularly around looking at responsible AI, looking at, we were talking about challenges. For us, one of the things is how, when we're investing in two people, do we balance how the companies are looking at things like ESG, so looking at inclusivity, looking at the environment. I mentioned to one company something about carbon emissions, and the next time I spoke to them, they're talking about carbon reporting systems. Right, there's two of you. Stop. Let's be proportionate about this, but let's make sure that we're looking at this as a long-term factor. And the same with inclusivity. We talk about inclusivity as well, trying to move away from diversity. To be thinking about those things as you're starting, but proportionately. I can go on about this forever, so I'm going to let somebody else speak.
But maybe, Diederik, you have something to add about that topic, and what's the most challenging, what you see in the emerging trends nowadays?
Yeah, for sure. So maybe zooming in a bit on the AI part, where you mention that's sort of a given. You mentioned it as well. Technical innovation is an unstoppable force. What we often see is companies are developing much quicker. They can build much more fast than they used to. However, the key challenge is always not building the product, but knowing what to build, who you're building it for, and how to sell it. And I think that will always be the key challenge. At least if we look at our portfolio and if we look at startups that we meet, it's not always about building the product. It's about building a sales organization, and this is typically the key challenge. And that even though we have this magnificent AI revolution that everyone speaks about, that's not the key part of building a company. So I would say that's always the key challenge.
Okay, Lily, what do you think about that? And what's your most challenging part in the emerging trends you see today?
I mean, maybe starting from a bit of a background is that we're investing not only just in Europe, but we're also investing a little bit globally. So different region has pretty different challenges. But in general, if I really generalize, one challenge that I see the most is about the defensibility. So any companies like arising from all the AI and everything, having a bit of a hard time to set themselves differentiate from the others. Because everyone using the core product, maybe like ChatGPT or some kind of a model is very similar. So at the end, it becomes very hard to find what's your defensibility. If someone new come in and they can develop super key, how you actually going to retain your customers and clients? That has been the biggest challenge that I have been seeing.
Okay, so if I hear you all, then I do see the typical things that we also experience as a fund. That our startups always have a lack of money, and they need talent, and they need diversity. And what I really like is that studies now show that if you are a non-diverse startup founder team, that you might be able to grow faster in the beginning because you understand each other better, but then you have at one point a stop because you don't get enough talent anymore. So and that's also without funds that we invest in 2 single mil wide founders, but they have to commit to a diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. Because that will make that they will grow further on throughout when they become scale up and beyond. Looking at the trends outside the companies, what do you see there as the most challenging trends? You mentioned already a bit different regions, different arrangements, but you have also the high rate of disruption now because of the technology going faster and faster, so you need to go to market faster. But maybe, Diederik, can you mention a few, and what are your solutions? What do you say to your startups? This is how you solve it?
Yeah, absolutely. So if we take a step back, maybe Lily also touched upon it, right? Demographics is also an important thing if you look at the economy as a whole. So you mentioned emerging markets. If we look at sort of the population, Europe is in decline. Sub-Saharan Africa is going to double in 20 years. So demographics is also something to take into account. If you also look at the aging population, that's going to be an issue, especially in Europe. We're going to run short of labor force. So the only way to solve that is by being more predictive, by making our labor more productive, which is, in the end, technical innovation. So if we take a step back, there's different sort of things that impact the economy. So demographics is for sure one. Also, if we look at sort of the political side of things, and I don't want to get all political in this setting, but there is sort of the world is shifting gears, and we get a multilateral. It's not the power in the West anymore. That's changing for sure. And there's also deglobalization happening now. So those kind of things are also impacting how probably business is being conducted 5 years in the future. If we look at a few sort of key resources, the chip industry is for sure going to be the next big trade war. And as a startup, it's totally out of your control, but what is in your control is looking at how the future could evolve and how you plan on dealing with that future, or even better, shaping that future.
Yeah. And Sarah, how do you think that we as investors can anticipate on the challenges that the startups have with what Diederik is saying?
Getting a crystal ball. I mean, I think in terms of where we look for our new companies, I think that also has to change. We have to really start broadening our reach out to different communities. I think education is a huge part of this. I go out to underrepresented universities and I talk to people who don't even know what venture capital is. Going into schools, getting back that early. So explaining to people how they can be an entrepreneur, that this is open. This is open to people. This is open to you to come and start up a company. So I agree with everything. I'm just trying to sort of put a different sort of spin on it in terms of you've got to tell people that they can be an entrepreneur. There is investment there. Politically, I think there's definitely more that can be done, certainly in the UK. That's something that we are pushing and fighting for constantly, and I'm assuming it's the same in the other regions as well. So, yeah, education for me.
Yeah, I think it's really wonderful, but like to give people at least the opportunity to be an entrepreneur. I mean, I come from a family of chartered accountants. So my father said, "No, you work for PwC and your life is cool." And I thought, but this is not me, Yeah. I needed to break free, and that's why I became an entrepreneur at one point. But I really would have loved to learn that when I was a kid, to be honest, because I would have had another path. For the first 10 years of my career, let's put it that way.
Did you know it was open to you to be able to do that?
No, I had to learn it the hard way. Yeah. But maybe you. Sorry.
I think there's also what Europe might be lacking is a pay it forward culture, right? Because successful entrepreneurs also have the responsibility for sort of the next generation of entrepreneurs to showcase how it can be done.
Yeah.
You also had that at Lanzada, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And Lily, what's your take on that? How do you see that?
To our portfolio companies, right? What we actually say that essentially nothing changed, to be honest. Startup is hard. As an entrepreneur, you always, in any chance, you have some issues. Sometimes it could be the war, it could be any kind of economic problem, but always successful startups, they have been make it happen. So essentially what we're actually giving is that focus on this is one of the problem, the general kind of thing, and then from as a fund perspective, we helping them by any possible platform that we can actually help, maybe connecting with the more clients, more big clients and all this thing, but that's essentially same. But if you're actually asking me to adding a bit specific advice that we are giving to the founder because of all the AI change and everything, we usually say that trying to know what is your edge, especially your knowledge that you have in specific vertical, because if you're trying to go too generic and trying to grab as many as possible in a big market, yeah, that's super good. But if you have some more knowledge, insider knowledge, that you have everything, and then you can combine with that one, you have a strong defensibility, and you can actually going from there, you get the market, and then you grow from there. It's something that we are advising aside from the typical, all the advice that we are giving to our founders.
Great. I see we have 3 minutes left or something. Is there a question from the room because they are here now, the VCs on stage, so if you're a startup founder, is there a question?
There is a question from the young man over here.
You always have to walk to the other side.
That's it.
Hi. Sorry. Sarah, I was quite interested to know, at the beginning you were talking about your fund. It was really kind of interesting to me, but could you specify a little bit more about the particular businesses and sectors that you're investing in?
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that.
Sorry,
Sorry. We're sector agnostic. So, there's obviously things that you're limited to with 250,000, but yeah, we're generally sector agnostic.
Great question. Do we have another really quick question from the crowd? Do we have another?
Yes, no?
Oops, my microphone is jumping in and out. Yes, no? Do we have a hand up there?
Yeah, on the other side, sorry.
On the other, there we are, okay. Another young man over here. If you could, yes.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question. What is your view on the fact that big companies like Oracle are investing hundreds of billions in AI, and how can startups fight those kind of capital?
And do you have the question specific to one of us, or?
All of us, like all of you, sorry.
Okay. Maybe Dietrich?
Yeah, it's tough. I don't think it's a fair fight, because you cannot fight against like billions of capital. So it's always about what's the unique angle. If you do something different that's defensible, that's the only way to go about it. You cannot take on the giants, right? You cannot take on the hyperscalers. You can do something they don't do.
Jean-Louis Quiglinier, and we have our wonderful moderator who is a CRO at Wastel and Accelera Miami, Pedro Mari M. Quintana. Please give it up for Pedro.
So we didn't present Vicente, but Vicente is part
do we have 3 or 4?
Zeus LLY.
Okay, so I beg your pardon, Zeus. Big round of applause for Zeus, please.
Vicente.
Yes, special VIP guest parachuting in for the last minute. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Vicente, part of the life. Well, nice. Valencia is usually not like this. You already know it. We have great weather. We have great quality of life. And today we are going to talk about AI democratization. So, Mark, could you please pitch your company just 1 minute so all the audience can know it?
Hi, sure. Well, thank you, Pedro, for hosting us and moderating the table. I'm Mark Pujadas, the founder and CEO of Omniloy. We launched 4 months ago, and we're building the first AI data analyst, where we're helping companies unify their data that currently sits in silos and enabling via natural language, sort of like ChatGPT, to query your information without knowing SQL or Python. So we're working with tons of retail companies to uncover hidden insights from their data and ask questions to our agents, such as who should I give a 10% discount on a marketing campaign, or what things in common do my most profitable customers have?
Great. Jean-Louis, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Jean-Louis. I'm the founder and CEO of Gladia. We are focusing on speech recognition, especially the multilingual aspect and the insensitivity to accents. As you can hear, I have a pretty heavy French accent, so I built a system that I was willing to use and was able to actually recognize what I was saying.
Thank you, Jean-Louis. Vicente, please introduce.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vicente Castillo. I'm Head of Innovation and Technology in SUS by LLYC. And we are a 6-7-year-old company dedicated to business intelligence, showing it in dashboards, command centers, dealing with data. So as you see, the panel is very similar. The three of us, you will see that we will have very common points, like dealing with data and squeezing it and trying to take out of it all the decision-taking information that is important.
Thank you, Vicente. Well, I'm Pedro Mari. I'm Mexican, but I live in Spain for the last 8 years. I'm co-founder of Wastel and Accelera Miami. And I'm going to really be happy. Well, Wastel is a conversational SaaS. We are bootstrapped and things going well, no? So, okay, so let's discuss about AI democratization. So I asked this to ChatGPT, I have to be honest. What I have to ask to these founders to be, so data was in the point of the middle, no? So we have 3 questions. For Jean-Louis, please, could you please share with us what is your company doing to make AI accessible for most of the business?
So on our side, as I said, we are focusing on speech recognition. I think it's more natural for everyone there to speak rather than writing. to give you an idea, I see there are some nerds there, so it's okay. I'm in my world, but who knows Bilbo the Hobbit from Tolkien? Yeah, cool. So actually, you write a full book of Tolkien every 5 hours of speech. That's how much data you generate during a day. So you write 2 full books every day. How much are you able to transcribe, I mean, in your life, in terms of writings, emails, etc., of those kind of concentration of information? There is nothing that is as concentrated as voice. You're writing 2 books per day, sorry. So it's insanely concentrated, and that's the challenge that we are trying to solve now, is to use AI to make sure we capture all this data and we make sense out of it. So AI allows you, thanks to its power of new LLMs and new architectures, to be able to capture in a more natural way all the human brains and all the data that's going through. So we are more like a medium and reinventing the medium of voice rather than just having AI tools per se.
That's great. Mar, honestly, I know people that usually write like 3 books per day of data. They talk a lot. What is your company doing in terms of AI to boost business?
Sure. So AI, it's all about data. It's like generating data and also using data. But the main problem companies are facing right now is that data and managing data or getting insights from data is limited to technical people, right? You need to know Python, you need to know SQL in order to actually find insights within your data. What we're doing at Omniloy is actually enabling a business to answer the why to like their Power BI dashboards by using natural language. So you can be asking all of your KPIs, why did they go down or did they go up? And we are seeing how the AI is actually way more clever than even business analysts that are actually finding and spotting anomalies or correlations in your data. So basically, we're democratizing the access to these insights to all the business users by just speaking to their data and not longer needing data scientists or a data analyst to get those insights.
That's great. What is the biggest challenge about, like, as company that you are facing to implement to business?
Yeah, so currently with the biggest challenge we're finding is that on the smallest sectors, small companies tend to have their data in silos, and many times that data is not organized or clean. And as we move through the AI wave, companies really need to get their data clean and ordered before it being analyzed, right? What we're seeing is like with LLMs, if you put garbage data in, you get garbage data out. So we're finding this challenge when we're going to very small companies where they don't have their data organized. They tend to not be our platform tends not to be as useful versus when the data is already organized, because then you are able to extract tons of insights fairly easily by just like speaking to your data.
That's amazing. Vicente, you are one of the experts here. You are the Chief Information Officer of Zeus LLYC. How you are leading with this, with organized data? What is the big challenge about implementing AI, the dashboards? Please share all the things that you have done.
Yeah, I totally agree with Mar in what she was explaining about Python and the technical aspects of implementing AI in the end, because that is one of the challenges that we have as a company. Trying to implement is not only about the software itself or the product that we are offering, but how we do it. We deal with it by trying to explore no-code or low-code software that we think that can help us in implementing the software, and then trying to streamline a bit this learning curve that I was explaining, that in the end we have a lot of developers that have been doing things differently up to now. The other thing is costs. When you are trying to use LLMs, for example, and any of the famous ones that we already know, all of us, they have their costs. And even for exploring what you can extract from data, it can be expensive in the end. So open source LLMs and self-hosted models, that is something that we are exploring currently. And also they work in the favor of kind of providing the client something that they are demanding, which is the privacy of the data. And they are kind of worried. There's a lot of explain about that yet, and the people to understand that it is the same safe as, for example, their emails in Gmail or any other platform that we have been using already for a long time, but there's some path yet.
That's great, that's great. So we have, with Marta, we have all the data, no? With Jean-Louis, we have audio based more, basically, and then sales can dashboard that data, no? So, Jean-Louis, what is the biggest, how do you envision the future of AI democratization in the next 5 years?
It's gonna be it's gonna be tough in the next 5 years. The first problem that we're gonna have is gonna be resources. It's been mentioned before. We will be lacking of chips to run AI. So hopefully in the next 5 years we'll be able to have smaller models that will be running on devices. That's one of the key challenges we're gonna face, especially in Europe, that we don't have factories. There are factories in the US, factories in Asia, but not in Europe. So that's gonna be a big challenge for Europe. To give you an idea, like Oracle has invested hundreds of billions into building nuclear power station to actually just feed the GPUs. And we are talking about GPUs like minimum 100K of GPUs. So it's like huge. Every big company in US are preempting all the stocks. So we're gonna be having a problem in Europe in the next 5 years, for sure. The second problem we're gonna have is gonna be privacy and AI Act related. I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw a bullet now.
Go.
We are not really mature market in Europe. We've not really mature startups, and regulation is already coming. So they're gonna be a big challenge, and I'm gonna be very political there. So I'm sorry about that. But there are only 3 ways that we can get through, out of this situation. The first one is like we keep the regulation, and we become the third world of AI, and we won't have ChatGPT because ChatGPT 4 is already bigger than what the regulation is allowing. So we won't have only GPT 3.5, while the rest of the world is going to have GPT 5, 6, 7, etc. So that's the first way. The second way will be we keep the regulation and at some point we make it break. So we let the big players come in, like Microsoft, etc. They're going to be doing lobbying on the European standpoint, and they will be coming after 3-4 years. So we're going to take 3-4 years lag, but they're going to be coming, and we have killed the internal market of AI startup. So that's a big deal. And the third one is like we just don't apply it at all, which means that we're going to have probably having a bit of lag at all, but we're going to keep up the pace. So 3 ways. We become the third world. The second one, we kill the internal industry. Or the third one is like we just have a little bit of lag, but we still exist. So that's going to be, to me, the 5 next years in challenge in terms of Europe versus the rest of the world.
Well, in terms of Europe and the rest of the world, there is something like really, really smooth that everybody, when they say AI and you are not in this startup world and we know about machines and we know about that, etc., it says, no, we are going to lose work. No, my job is going to be in risk, whatever. No, so it's like also it's this mentality about being open to the change. No, we already know this history about New York. No, when we asked it in 1920s in New York, what do you want? People says more horses. They didn't want a car. No, so it's not only about. It can be a political situation. It can be all of those things. It's also about we as entrepreneurs, how open we are to evangelize about the good things. I always said I love series, and I always said that when ChatGPT arrives, I have Donna from the series of Suits, and Mike Ross. I say, okay, it's like having all these things together. But the most important thing is like how we as companies, we are going to envision and empower business. No, it's not only about having Donna and Mike and all the tools together. It's like how we empower this in the next 5 years. How is the roadmap as a company in sales that is so mature and process so many data? How is envision in the next 5 years about this?
Okay, yeah, there are some probably short term, but you're saying 5 years, so there are some things that are already a little bit more mid or long term. But Jean-Louis was mentioning something that was in my mind when thinking about the next 5 years, and regulation is very important. So it's not only regulation about the AI, but also being or feeling confident about it, and not feeling that it is something challenging our lives or even our privacy or security and etc. So regulation is also going to facilitate or work on that sense. In the short term, we'll be more as a company thinking about the next years, seeing a lot of automation, seeing how it can be, there can be some solutions that are end-to-end from the data preparation, training, and even deployment. That should be a block more and more facilitated by this democratization or familiarizing with tools that are not so low level or of programming, etc., but streamlining solutions. And there's another thing that works also in favor of Jean-Louis, which I think that is going to be the way that we communicate with machines. Natural language, of course, is going to be more and more present. The way that we communicate with machines in the end is from, I remember when I was working at Apple close to 20 years ago, and they were working in the iMacs, I don't know if you remember, with a speech recognition module. And it has been from the beginning in our minds that machine behaves as human, right? So that is why it has been so a milestone to have a couple of years ago ChatGPT and being able to listen to a machine as if it was a person. That has been the breakthrough. And I think that is going to be more and more, even when we don't have even to write, as Jean-Louis was saying, but also speak, or even using vision to communicate with machines. So that is something that probably we are going to see in the next years.
Thank you, Vicente. So we are doing good on time. So let's share. Please think about this. Let's share one example on how one of your companies democratized AI, a success case. No, let me start. It's super easy. Insurance company in Argentina that was selling insurance, and they used to work in WhatsApp. We put an assistant AI that qualifies the lead. So the first layer of pre-sales, I don't want to say it, but was fired. Okay, so we really help to fire to do that work. That exactly same work, asking, what is your name, what you want. That repetitive work, it's now this company is rid of, and they experiment like 5 times more sales, just changing the way they think about the pre-sales process in WhatsApp plus AI. Who you want to start? Mar, Jean-Louis?
Yeah, I can go ahead. So I can put the example. We've only been live for 4 months, but we are working with a retail company that they sell clothes, both online and in physical stores. And thanks to our tool, they were able to figure out that they should give larger discounts for first-time users when they made their first purchase in store, because they were twice as less likely to make a purchase online. So thanks to using our tool, they discovered this insight by looking at the different patterns and correlations of 10 years of historical data that they had sitting there that no one looked at. And they were like, whoa, this is cool. Actually, if someone buys on a store, they are not likely at all to purchase online. So let's give them a discount to these users to try and increase the online sales from people that tend to purchase in stores. So this is just like one of the examples of how you can use Omniloy to understand your customers better, segment your customers better, and finally increase sales.
That's great. Amazing. Jean-Louis?
So on our hand, we have 2 types of customers. We have the people that have meeting recorders. I'm sure you've seen those meeting recorders popping up in your Google Meet or Zoom.
Yeah.
So those
All the
people
time.
are our customers, and they are running Gladia behind the scene. And what we've seen in their use case, thanks to the speech recognition, the sales were able to close their deal with an upsell of 50%, because they have sales assistants that are able to have a talk track, so they know how to greet the people, they know how to have their milestones. So 50% closing rate, that is higher. The second thing is like they are reducing by 30% their administrative task, which is about follow-ups, feeding the CRM, etc. So that's pretty huge. And on the call centers part, we have seen 30% shrink into the administrative task from the agent over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing was like a 30% shrink into the time to handle the call, because they were guided through the assistants, the AI assistant that is able to understand the question of the customer, find the answers directly into the Q&A, give the short answer, and then pre-feed the follow-up emails with the sources that it has found that are related to the questions. So it's like pretty insane improvement in terms of productivity, as it was mentioned as one of the, on the previous panel, as one of the key challenge for Europe.
That's amazing. So Mar, basically you transform data into money, or all data that were just put it there. And then Jean-Louis, you're making like every meet in Google Meet, making faster for the teams that you just... please share the big projects that you have in sales. I have been delighted in some of the stadiums that you are showing the data. So please share with this audience how AI and this case.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's in some cases they are video walls and they are big, like 24 square meters and etc. But also we are very proud of the cases where we are giving mobile solutions, desktop solutions. In the end, democratizing is also being accessible, being able, not having any constraint, not having barriers as well, as we were saying before, trying to eliminate them. And in that sense, we always say that democratization of data, we used that sentence a lot in SUS by LLYC. For a long time, that democratizing data was making sure that employees have the same quality of data that anyone in the company, no matter what role, because it's going to be working in the benefit of the company in the end. So if we're talking about democratizing data, that happens the same when democratizing or making accessible the information when you are a consumer of a dashboard. So I think that it's already time that we are, it's been some years already that we are very confident in choosing what we consume in software. So it's not something that we approach and it's very difficult. I'm not ready for that. I have to study to know how to learn the software or whatever part of it. And in the end, what we decide is how to consume, how it should be. We are deleting applications and installing them in the mobile all the time. So we have our own criteria. So democratizing is also about reaching everyone when you are sharing information. That is something that worries a lot to us. And a way of doing that is by letting the consumer, the user, just ask the dashboard what he wants to know about the information. Just as Mark was saying before, just asking the data instead of having something prepared that is crystallized.
That's amazing. Democratize is not only about access and have an input, it's also about the output and how we show that output. So it's amazing. We are run out of time. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the audience. Have a wonderful day and enjoy it.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you so much. Our wonderful moderator, Pedro, and our special guests, Vicente, Jean-Louis, and Mar. Thank you all so much. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, we're going to do a little room changeover. We're going to let some people go out so the new people can come in. There's a big queue at the door. You have absolutely chosen a great next session. Congratulations if you're already here, and super congratulations if you are joining us. Now listen, we have a new mic. Look at this. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely seamless. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias, Juan. Absolutely great. So we got a lot of people at the back of the room. We want you to come into the front of the room. We have seats for you here. Come, come, come. It's great inside. It's warmer. You're going to be sitting next to beautiful people, I promise you. Literally, there's no downsides to coming in here and getting a nice, comfortable seat. So please do so. Just a little, remember to share the love on social media. Use the hashtag VDS2024. Super easy to remember. We'd love to see your social posts. And another reminder, if you would like simultaneous translation in here, we are offering this through the app. Just scan the QR code on your badge to access simultaneous translation into your headphones from your smartphone right here in the Santander room. Okay, my dear friends, Santander stage, did I say, we are going to move on to our next fantastic quartet of awesomeness. We're going to hear about boosting investment across LATAM and Europe. Yes, please. So I'm going to tell you who's going to join us, and then you are going to give them a massively warm welcome, because that's how we roll at the Santander stage. So I'm thrilled to let you know that our quartet of awesomeness is going to consist of Begoña Ortiz, the principal at Cometa, Javier Dariba, general partner at Encomenda Capital, Patricia Sainz, the managing partner at IWA Capital, and our wonderful moderator, who is Iris Parra, the co-founder and director of Enlaza. So my dear friends, please give it up as we welcome them onto the stage. Hello, Iris, Patricia, Javier, and Begoña. Gracias. Big round of applause, please. Yes, yes, yes. Bienvenidos a todos. Thank you for joining us. Come and make yourselves comfortable. We got 4 beautiful chairs here. Right, we got chairs, we got microphones, we got a poquito de agua on the tables. We've got everything you could need. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, the stage is yours. You got your mics? Okay, just a little tip. Mics close to the mouth, because you sound like radio DJs if you do that, I promise you. And we do need the microphone switched on by our man Juan with the plan. Thank you. Okay, you should have it. Yep, great.
Yes, it's working now. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this special conversation. We are going to talk about collaboration between Europe and Latin America. And we have 3 special guests today. We have Javier from Spain, Patricia from Mexico, and Begoña from... Patricia from Colombia and Begoña from Mexico, and I will let them introduce themselves very fast.
Thank you for joining us. How much energy today. I am Begoña, I am from Mexico originally, I am based in in Madrid, sorry. I work for a venture capital firm called Cometa. We do investments in early stage companies in Spanish-speaking markets, meaning Latin America except for Brazil. Also US Hispanics and Spanish companies that want to go to Latin America as an expansion path.
So, hi everybody, thank you for being here. My name is Patricia Sainz. I'm managing partner and founder of IWA Capital. We're a VC fund for impact with the gender lens based in Colombia. And we invest in all LATAM except Brazil.
And hello, I am Javier from Barcelona. I am general partner of Encomenda, a small fund of 50 million to invest in seed companies, mainly from Spain, Spanish founders, or where companies where the main market is Spain. So we are really focused on Spain.
And I am Iris Parra, the co-founder of Enlaza, and we promote gender lens investment across Latin America and Europe and the States, mainly Miami. So we are going to start with a general question: how investors can unlock a diversity of opportunities between Latin America and Europe. Patricia, Begoña.
Okay, so first of all, I think from Latin America, because Begoña is going to say a little bit about from Europe to Latin America. So I would say in Latin America, there are many opportunities taking into account all the inequality that we have in the society. So there are great opportunities, and the companies are coming here with another, what would you say? For example, no, I got confused because you said Begoña was going to be first. Sorry about that. So what I would say is first of all, with capital, because in Europe you have by far more capital than we have in Latin America. So many of the investors are putting money to create good financial investments, but besides of the financial investments, we have impact in Latin America. So, and that is one thing that we are doing right now, for example, in IWA, some of the investors are from Europe, and what they are looking for is impact to generate and to close the SDGs goals for the next couple of years, and with the gender lens. So one thing is like to bring capital to the region.
I would like to divide this answer in two. I think that the first important thing that we can leverage, we as Latin Americans can leverage from the European experience that you have, is that you really have a lot of experience. So you have been investing in venture capital for a lot more years than us, and that translates in many lessons learned that we could bypass because of your knowledge. So I know that here in Spain are a lot of former founders that have successfully exited their companies and now are helping other entrepreneurs to fund their startups. So all that knowledge that has been created, we would be very happy to use it. And on the other hand, Latin America is a huge market compared to Europe or Spain specifically. We have more than 600,000 people, a growing middle class, large tech, a pretty good tech penetration, smartphone users that could be very interesting for specifically Spanish companies or Europe companies to leverage. So I think that those are like the two sides of the question.
Yes, thank you. And if you want to go a little bit more specific in terms of what are the hottest countries in Latin America for European VCs to invest, or what are the best industry stages, B2B, B2C, what do you suggest for investors, not only from Europe to Latin America, but also from Latin America to Europe?
Well, from Latin America to Europe, for example, we are right now investing into companies that are from Argentina, and they are working with Telefónica and Wayra, and I think that is one way to come cross-border more efficient, that we were discussing that previously, coming with a partner, a corporate partner, is an easier way to open the doors. So, for example, one is Wally, and more is like software as a service, because it's something that we can use in both regions. So, for example, that one, it's like a remote control with drones, and they are working with, for example, with Shell. They started in Argentina, and right now they are working also in the UK with the same company. So, from my point of view, it's like you have to have something like it's easier, B2B solutions, and to come with partner with one of the corporates that you're working already in the other country to open the doors and to do similar things in this part of the region.
I have seen lots of Spanish entrepreneurs, Spanish when I say Spanish from Spain, when they want to internationalize, they think on South American before other countries in Europe. And I have doubts if this is the good strategy, because it is true that for Spanish founders, South America or LATAM is a culture with lots of cultural similarities and language, etc. But if you look at the startups that have gone there, most of them, I would say, they've failed in those markets, first of all. So it's not easy at all to succeed in LATAM coming from Spain. So I would ask another question here, and is related also with cultural differences. What do Spanish founders they have to do in order to succeed in that market? Because it's not easy. Sometimes we say, okay, let's hire a country manager manager there, and it looks like it's a less mature market, so maybe it is easier because there is less competence, and at the end, in most of the times, become a failure. what I think is that, of course, I think it's easy to internationalize when you have a B2B product. This is for sure. And the other thing is that even when selling B2B in the B2B market, in the SaaS market, I think companies have to think before going to LATAM or deciding, because at the end, when a founder wants to internationalize, they think, okay, I'm going to go to the US, I'm going to go to Europe, or I'm going to go to LATAM. In fact, we don't think too much about Asia from here. The US is even tougher. So, and I myself, as a founder, I started going to the US, and you only can go to the US if it is a really innovative product and is not mature at all, and very solid product. Otherwise, you have to think on Europe and LATAM. And when I think makes sense to go to LATAM is when you can become a local winner, like in those industries where there is regulation. So it's like you are not competing with all the American companies or all the North European companies. You are just competing with local players, and then you can succeed country by country. When you are just competing in a total global industry like CRMs or ERPs, etc., I think going to LATAM is a mistake. I don't know what you think.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Javier, and I would add that there are some industries, like some very difficult industries to tackle, because we have different regulations within countries. We have different social needs from country to country, and that we said that fintech, although is the most attractive opportunity in Latin America, as we have a lot of underbanked and underserved population within financial services, is also very difficult because of the regulation and many other obstacles. So you have not only have to know in which industries is still like a blue ocean to compete, but also which industries you can tackle without having the regulation as a stopper. Maybe, for example, EdTech would be interesting. All the companies serving SMEs, that, as we were mentioning before, we are very, very dependent on SMEs, and we have a huge lag in SMEs digitization in Latin America. So I think those could be industries that that Spanish companies could leverage, and others that it's more difficult to do.
Let me ask you one question. If you, I'm sure there are founders here in this room. If you would have to recommend them in which country they should start if they want to go to LATAM, there could be any recommendation, like general recommendation, like start here or in these two countries?
I would say the first of all is go there, because it's not just hiring a country manager. So you have to understand what is it going to be there, what is the market? Because if you know that, as an entrepreneur, you always said okay, it's the same effort to go to a small country to a big country. So what for going to a smaller one than you would go to Mexico? But as we were saying, is no one size fits all. So it's you have to think about okay, where would it be easier to start?
So you don't say just a country.
No, I wouldn't say just a country. You have to go there, because when we invest in some companies, and the pilot that we will have, it's not just in terms of product. It's also in terms of market. No, some things are so much difficult in Colombia, and then you go to Mexico, and it's easier. On the other way around, or if you go to Peru. So I think it's go there. And one of the things that I find very difficult, really, from Spain to Latin America, is sometimes they do not understand the market. And it's in terms here is a rich country, and as my partner says, we are third world. So it's you have to understand there that some things are very much you go there and it's a nice to have. If you have a nice to have in Latin America, there is no market for the nice to have. You just have 5% of the population to be in the nice to have market. So from 600, go there, 5%, and which country? So it's not a business.
And just following up what Patricia is saying, I don't know why I heard in many other tech events that people think that from Europe, the first market that you should go in Latin America is Mexico or Colombia, because they think it's the hottest spot, right?
That's true.
It is, but not necessarily, as she said, because it depends of your market, depends of your product, depends of many other things, and it's just not a specific country because. So also, I like what you said, Javier, in terms of being a local champion. So following up a little bit of like how we can identify these success stories. What are these really good examples that we can share in terms of startups or VC fund that successfully arrived to the other region, like from Latin or Europe, or vice versa? I don't know if you want to share something.
So, for example, I think like one thing that we all here are waiting for is exits. You know, everyone is concerned in venture capital worldwide about exits, and in Latin America, that is a main issue. So one of the things that happened in the first fund that we invested, it was Platzi, which is like an education platform leader in Latin America. And the exit of Platzi from us was a huge just education fund from the Netherlands. And that returned our fund, and that it was like the exit thing. So I also have to think like it's not just going there like as a company, but it's like also, as I said at the beginning, like the capital you can bring to the region. So that is one, and the other one is that, for example, right now we're investing in another company that it's also supported by Guaira, and they are from Argentina. That's another one, not the first one that I mentioned. So, and it's like they are coming here, and they are coming on the hand of Guaira, and they are like the #1 startup selling company from Guaira in Latin America, and they want to do the same thing here with Guaira, with Telefónica in Spain. So I think like that is two things that I could give.
Great. I just wanted to add also that I don't know if you heard about the IDB Lab program that is supporting a startup from Latin America to arrive to Europe, especially Spain. So if you are a founder, take a look at the program, IDB Lab. And it's a very successful story because they have more than 40 founders that are coming here every 6 months, every year. And they have many visits, talking with many key important actors in the ecosystem, especially in Spain, many other countries too in Europe, I think. So just take a look at it. And just to wrapping up, because we have just a few more minutes left, I would like to know to all of you, what are your thoughts about what is beyond? Like, what is next? What do you recommend to people here in terms of where to invest, or what kind of a startup is the most successful in terms of these cross-border collaborations?
This is a difficult, a tough question. And I don't know what's going to be the future, but one thing that I'm quite sure, and when I have to invest, I liked those startups. I think that the first wave of the internet in the 90s or early 2000s was the B2C wave. In 2010, etc., started the B2B, the SaaS. We digitalized all the business processes. And now there is a third wave, mainly driven by artificial intelligence. And I think it's going to be even bigger than the rest. What I don't know is how much of this value is going to be captured by the startups and how much is going to be captured by the big corporations, that they already have all the different things in order to succeed. They have the AI, they have the servers, they have the customers, etc. But of course, there will be a startup succeeding. And I think that the market where we will see more startups disrupting is going to be in the SME market, because we've seen the digitalization in the big companies, and I think AI will help SMEs digitalize because the interface will be much easier and the setup of all the softwares will be also much easier. So they will not need like smart people doing all these things. So my bet would be that this wave, some of the value is going to go to digitalize SME. That, as she was saying, is a really big market.
I would also add probably AgTech. And I know that in Spain it's very developed. So in Latin America we have huge land and very low digitalization and very fragmented. So beside of that, I think like there is a huge opportunity. And of course, everything related to clean tech, because we are all concerned about the SDG. And that's something like, for example, here from Europe, we can extend that to Latin America, that we are a little bit far behind about concerning the SDGs and achieving our goals. So that's another part.
So I'm not sure if I have only one industry to focus on, but at least in Latin America, as Patricia was saying, we have to solve problems for 90% of the population. So we are a cash economy, we're heavily dependent on SMEs, we have supply chains that need to be digitized. We have an insufficient governmental infrastructure that needs to be solved in terms of education and healthcare. So we have huge problems that need to be solved for almost like more than 600,000 people that I was mentioning. So the opportunity is there. We just have to want to build something for that population. So I think it's a great region to invest and a great region to found companies. So yes, I would say that not a specific opportunity, but the region by itself is amazing.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Begoña, Patricia, and Javier for this conversation. Thank you all for joining us. And this is it. Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias to our wonderful moderator, Iris Parra. Thank you so much. Absolutely great conversation there with Patricia, Javier, and Begoña. Okay, I see a lot of people at the back of the room. This is a good sign. I am not surprised. That was a wonderful session. We've got another wonderful session lined up for you, so please do come in, grab yourself a seat. We got people coming in, we got people going out. That's just how we roll here. Yes, we're keeping it busy. We're keeping the content absolutely flying. If we haven't met before, my name is Oisin Lunny. Find me on the app. Find me on LinkedIn. I'll send you a mixtape. I help great people, companies, and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through digital experiences, and through events like VDS 2024. Now, speaking of which, VDS 2024 is exactly the hashtag you need if you want to make all your friends and family jealous. Let's create some serious FOMO out there. Share your thoughts, share some photographs of our brilliant speakers, and let's make the entire world jealous, because we're in Valencia and they're not. Okay, our next session is a fantastic topic. Yes, come. Bienvenidos. Come in. Make yourselves comfortable. Plenty of seats. Come down the front. Do not stand outside and get cold. Come in, get warm, make yourselves some connections. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. Come and find a seat. We've even got seats down the front. Okay, our next session is a power trio looking at the impact of AI on people management. And I'm thrilled to tell you, on stage right now, ready to rock the main stage, the Santander stage here, we're delighted to have the director of the ORH editorial group, Maite Sanz. We are delighted to have the VP of technology at PWN, Carmen Reina. And our wonderful leader for this session is none other than the partner at Eversheds Sutherland, Yolanda Gutierrez. My dear friends, please give your warmest welcome to Yolanda, Carmen, and Maite. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time here with us in this fantastic panel. We are going to speak about AI and people. It's really a fantastic issue, and I'm here with Carmen Reina and with Maite Sanz, my colleagues, and really an expert in AI, applied to people. I think that both of them are influencers in this issue, so give some ideas about your role, your expertise, please.
Me. I'm working in a... Yes. I'm working in a magazine specializing in human resources management, in all the process like recruitment, and development, learning, compensation, and I've been in this field, I think, all of my life. Yeah, yeah. And I'm a leader of the project IA Más Igual.
Hello, everyone. I am a telco head of data culture, and my role is to lead with the ethical part of the artificial intelligence in this case. And also I am investor in PWN and also in Women Angel Forest Team. That is a small, is a female investment for women that needs our help to grow their startups. So my experience is with artificial intelligence. I am a mathematician, and also I lead with the ethical part of the AI.
Thank you. I'm Yolanda, and I've been working in human issues for more than 30 years. Oh my God, more than 30 years in this area, and for the last 10 years, more or less, involved in this kind of project that use AI to better manage people in our companies. I think that, of course, the AI has transformed in a lot of industries, and all the departments inside the companies really are making effort to implement in a correct way this kind of tools, the AI tools. And also, this arrived to the human resources department. I think that the challenges that we have in this human resources department are a little bit different from other departments because, you know, these areas are focused on people and how manage people inside the company. And for me, the challenges are bigger than for putting this kind of tools. I speak about AI tools in marketing or commercial department, even in finance department. When you implement this kind of tools in human resources department, you have to take into account a lot of things. You are going perhaps to take some decision, taking in account the analysis that these kind of tools are producing, and you have a direct impact in your employees. So the challenge that you have to manage is a lot. There are not many companies just now making this or implementing this kind of tools. Many human resources directors have said to us when we speak with them that yes, in the future, in the coming months, we are going to implement this kind of tools. But nowadays, many companies are in the way of doing that. You can imagine that 10 years ago, the data culture was not very implemented in the human resources department. We were talking about balanced scorecard, and this is why, wow, we have some data about people. After this, we began another state that is people analytics, okay? And I say, okay, this is a next step on how managing data to help taking the decision, the good decision of managing people. But nowadays, many companies have said, okay, now it's time to begin to use this kind of tools to better manage our people. And there is a lot of startups that really are developing new tools for the ERP, for human resources manager, to give models to the companies really to better understand people and better understand which is the kind of decision that you have to take. It's very clear what happens when you implement this kind of tools in the company. Your productivity is going to be better and better. You're going to take decisions with more information based on the conclusion that these tools are going to give to you. And also for me, the employee experience are going to change completely. It's nothing to do when you manage a company, your people, with this kind of tools. So for me, there is two challenges that at the best when you try in your company to implement AI tools for managing people. The first one is the governance model. It's key. Of course, it's key for any part, any area in the company. But if you implement these tools in HR, the governance model has to be very clear and has to be able to get ethical AI implementation with transparency, with fairness, a lot of things. And the second one for me is to be sure that implementing this kind of tools, you are not going to have any bias. Sorry, the word is not so easy. I mean, bias?
Bias.
Bias. Any bias for to be included in your model. So for these two specific areas that for me are the key, we have Carmen and Maite that is going to go a little bit in deep on this. So the first one about the governance model. Please, Carmen, can you tell us what's your opinion about that? And also, in which kind of use cases have you been involved in your company? How do you manage this? Which is the procedures? Which is the ways in which you make the implementation of these models in companies? So please go ahead.
Thank you, Yolanda. Well, it's very important when you talk about artificial intelligence that now is the era of artificial intelligence, and everybody needs to learn how to manage the artificial intelligence. It's very important that everybody knows or would be conscious regarding the importance of the impact of the artificial intelligence in the people, in the humans, no? Because with the artificial intelligence, we can take decisions, or the artificial intelligence can take decision about us, no? And what is the importance of this in a company? You have to regulate this use of the artificial intelligence, and now we are here in Spain, we are in Europe, so we have the AI Act that deals with this problem, no? How you can take or can automatize these kind of decisions. So what we do in a big company is to moderate this flow of the artificial intelligence in the use case. For example, when you are using the artificial intelligence for selecting people to work in your company, no? That is the importance. What is the criteria that the artificial intelligence follows? It is bias, or it is taking in account some aspect that you as human are not taking in account. Or, for example, when the people will leave the company, can you predict who are the ones that will leave the company? What are the data you are entering in this model? No? Are personal data? Are social media data? What kind of information do you have from the employees? Or, for example, a lot of things. The success program, for example. How do you know what is the best candidate to have an important role in a company? No. This is very important, and now we recommend to follow a flow where you must to be sure that you are compliant with the regulation, the AI Act, and you have to guarantee that you have not bias, that your models are transparent, you have your model with fairness, and so on. So. The important aspect is that every of us can program a chatbot, can program some artificial intelligence in a very easy way without programming. So now we are in the era of where everyone can program artificial intelligence. So it's very important to follow the protocols in the companies to guarantee that the aspect of regulation are covered. Yes.
Carmen, what's your opinion about to introduce predictive models in the companies for taking decisions around people? You have said that there is a standard model nowadays that many companies are implementing in the company, and is the probability of somebody left the company. So what's your opinion? When you get the conclusion of these models, is 100% okay, so I am going to take all my decisions based on this? And predictive model, speaking about people, I'm not speaking about clients, no finance, just people. What's your opinion?
No, it's a probability. There are statistical models, so you have to take a human in the loop to take the last decision.
Okay, thank you. Maite, go ahead with your fantastic project about, well, now Maite is going to tell you about his project, but what happened when you make a new model in AI with all data? All data in terms of historical data. Many of the data that the company are using has how do you say the word? Bias. And if you continue working with this data and you prepare your new models with AI with this data, at the end, your model has, inside the own model is going to be biased, and at the end, the conclusion or the information that the model is going to give to you are going to be not so good to take new decision in the new era. So I have some question for you. I don't know if you prefer to me to ask your question.
Yeah.
Let me see. I am going.
Well, I can start explaining what is.
I am so interested in your project that I have prepared my question here. Let me see. I'm going to use my glasses otherwise. Okay, so
what is?
Tell us about your project. What
project?
is this? And what is to see if our algorithms has bias or not?
Well, thank you, Yolanda. I said before that I'm journalist. I manage with words. I manage with language, alphabetical language, not mathematical language, statistical language, and so on. No, and I am the kind of people that have a humanistic knowledge about the human resources processes. I think by the side of the human in the center. Okay, so in one moment I started to ask me about, well, if AI can think same as I do as a person, and the persons and the people have a lot of biases in her day. Since you wake up to you go to bed, you take decisions with the help of the shortcuts. I can with shortcuts. The biases are shortcuts, and the biases are a question of words and meaning of words. So thinking about that idea, we thought about a project called IA Más Igual, in which we analyze AI models applied to processes in human resources, with the target of discover how they manage with the biases, in order to ensure the equality, but the equity also in the access to the labor market or in a process of development, professional development.
Nowadays, many companies are developing their own models, but also they are buying models that developers make for the market. How can these companies be sure that the model that you are going to implement in your company, just because you develop or you buy the model, is without bias? How do you, we're talking about certification, audit,
No.
which kind of, what happened here?
At this moment, there's no any kind of certification in Spain. In United States, they're working I think there is one in the United States, but with the perspective of a law very low, of a law very less restrictive than the AI Act. So we can't import the model of the New York City. Exactly. No? It's a very hard problem to see that professionals in human resources at this moment don't know what is AI and what is not AI. Yeah?
A good question. No, everybody knows
what
exactly
is not
what.
AI and what models that the market offers them is real AI, because the data that makes the AI have to be enriched with a lot of data, and have to be trained with a lot of data. So there are a lot of startups that I think, and and the professionals say too, can't ensure what they offer is free of bias. And it's a problem, very, very deep problem. Sorry about my English, I'm trying to do my best.
Because of this project that you are involved, you are working with a lot of companies, with the HR departments, and you are making some kind of audit of their use of AI in human resources departments. So which is the main challenges that you are finding now in these companies?
The first challenge is the distance between the IT teams and the HR teams. The knowledge, the way they focus the problems of biases. Technicians want to make a very great model, but the people of human resources want an ethical model, and they have to combine them. And it's a question of not only of sharing the same language, but the same mind. Yeah, and it's difficult to get the engagement between them.
And you're working with developer companies,
Yeah,
and also with final companies?
With both teams, yeah, okay. We have a model of audit that we are, it's a model iterative. It improves in each audit we make. The big idea is not to have a model of auditing at the beginning of the project, but at the end. We make it with all the companies and all the models we analyze.
And which will be the main output for this process at the end of this project? That I think is a 2 years project, no?
Yeah.
Which is going to be the main output, or your contributions to the use of AI to the big companies or medium companies?
Now it's fashion to have a purpose in the companies, and we have a purpose also in the project IAMAS igual. And our purpose is to share the findings with the community of human resources, of IT teams, or counselors in employment, trade unions, important with trade unions. And we are working in a white paper of recommendations that we will publish at the end of the project, and it will be made by the University of Navarra in Spain. And also, we are going to open in a few weeks a platform, a campus, IAMAS igual, with paths of learning, but not technician learning. No, the paths are about bias, how human thinking works, and how you can identify your own bias to identify then in the algorithms. Another paths are about legal environment, national and international environment, legal. WAP. And another one about how to learn in the age of AI. How learn to learn. It's very beautiful, this path. So the learning is absolutely no technical, no.
Just one question about this project, and if one company hear about that and is really worried about implementing the AI without, yes, what is the next step for this company? How they can join this project? Is possible? Not? Is something that is close or?
No, it's easy because it's a project with financed by European funds. So there's no costs for companies. It's completely free, and we have a very strong policy of compliance and confidentiality about the dates we analyze from the company. You can contact with us in our landing page, www.iamasiwal.eu, or in LinkedIn, in our profiles in LinkedIn, myself also too. Yeah. And I encourage you to join because it's a very interesting journey. Yolanda is a member of our multidisciplinary board, council board, and it's a journey of multidisciplinarity knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. Well, at the end, I think that AI is here to be a tool for helping companies. Also, has to be a tool for managing people. I'm a little concerned about the use of these kind of tools, and because at the end, the managers, the people in charge of the companies are going to use these tools to take decisions. And for me, it's something that if you speak about people, it's not so easy to say, okay, this is the model gives this conclusion, and I'm going to go ahead with this action plan. Also, my recommendation all the time that I speak with companies is be careful with this kind of models. Can be fantastic as a tool to help us in our day-to-day, in taking the decision, in knowing more about our people, but at the end, we are managing people. And this is completely different to managing even clients or markets or financial issues. And it's because of this my question for you about predictive. I all the time say, speaking about this model that say the probability of somebody leave the company, I say perhaps the model say that this lady, this guy, never is going to leave the company. And tomorrow something happen in their social environment with the family. And this probability that is almost zero, change completely, and it's 100 because this lady, this guy has to say bye-bye, I have to move. So for me, this kind, yeah? It's time? Yeah, it's time. So stop here. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you all of you.
Oh, bravo, bravo. Muchísimas gracias. What a great power trio. AI is here to stay, but the TLDR is that people always matter. You need humans in the loop. That's a phrase I never get tired of hearing. Okay, my dear friends, it's time for break. A little bit of lunch. We're going to be back here on the Santander stage after the break at 3 p.m. We're going to have a great session about how to scale up faster with no regrets. And then we're going to have some very, very exciting awards. And we're going to give out some money from the good people at Santander X just after 4 o'clock there. You don't want to miss it. So we're going to have a break here until 3. So you are invited to enjoy yourselves at the various food trucks we have out there. We've got brilliant food trucks, and you can enjoy a rest zone. We have this stunning view of Valencia, absolutely beautiful, the majestic city of arts and sciences. And don't forget to make all your friends really jealous. Let's make some FOMO out there. Share your best photographs. Use the hashtag VDS2024. And we will see you later. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Muchísimas gracias and buen provecho.
Jeje. 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 E. E. E.
going to go on and just blah, 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 blah. Gracias, dude. Okay, thank you. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Santander stage here at the heart of Valencia Digital Summit 2024. Great to see you all here. May I compliment you on your immaculate taste of sessions. We have a fantastic afternoon lined up for you. We are absolutely wall to wall with great speakers. We're going to be giving out a lot of serious money on the stage thanks to the good people at Santander X. That is going to be kicking off after 4, and we have all kinds of goodness lined up for you. Now, if we haven't met before, my name is Oisín Lunny. I help great people, companies and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through digital experiences and through wonderful real world events like the mighty Valencia Digital Summit. Now, I'm a great believer in the power of connecting, and my personal motto is actually ABC, or always be connecting. And to this end, if you would like to connect with me on LinkedIn, please feel free to find me. I'm easy to find. It's OISINLUNNY. And once we're connected, I will send you a mixtape because I'm a big music fan and I absolutely love to share music. I have a little radio show in Brighton in the UK every 2 weeks. Now, just a little reminder that we have real-time translation here. I am feeling very lucky and also a bit lazy because English is my first language. I grew up in Ireland. I now live in Catalonia. But if English is not your first language, that's all good. You've got better English than I do probably. But you can also access real-time translation by opening the VDS app. Just scan the QR code on your badge and the app has all kinds of other cool stuff. It's got connections, it's got all the Wi-Fi details, and really, you need it in your life if you haven't got it already. Okay, my friends, we're going to kick off the afternoon's proceedings here with a panel all about how to scale up faster with no regrets. No, je ne regrette rien. I'm delighted to tell you that we're going to be joined on stage shortly by the Managing Director of Quanto in Spain, Carles Marcos, by the VP of Demand Generation at Native Teams, Skerdy Sino, by the CEO at Harvey, Irene Rosic, and our wonderful moderator is a community builder and CEO at Future Education, Sebastian Tupi. My dear friends, I know it's just after lunch, but we're not doing a food coma here at the Santander stage. No such thing as a food coma. We need all the energy to welcome our super guests on the stage. Please give it up for Sebastian, Irene, Skerdy, and Carles. Thank you.
All right, what a energetic introduction. Love it. I hope that you're all doing great, that you had a good lunchtime, and that you're ready for this exciting conversation that we're about to have. I'm really delighted to have our panelists with us. We had a really exciting conversation about their thoughts on this topic, and I'm happy now that we'll be able to share them with you. So maybe let's kick off with like a quick round of introductions so that beyond your titles, you can tell us all more about what you're doing, like how you ended up at the company that you're at right now or founding it, to give a bit of context to the audience here as everybody is like approaching. We have a lot of space in the front, so feel free to come in here. Maybe we can start with you, Irene. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about who you are and what you do?
Where's my mic? Sorry. Okay, so I'm Irene. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Harvey. Harvey is a recruitment marketing platform, and we essentially help companies, large companies, to find the right candidate in the shortest amount of time possible. Harvey is my fourth venture. I have 2 success stories under my belt, and one that I like to say it was a valuable experience, and now Harvey. I'm an expert in digital transformation and marketing. I'm from Costa Rica, and I moved to Mexico 2 years ago to expand into a new market, our startup Harvey, and right now I'm living here in Spain to fulfill my dream to live in this amazing country. So happy to be here.
Lovely to have you. Skerdy, please tell us a bit more about you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for participating into this speaking session. I'm Skerdy, VP of Demand Generation for Native Teams, an international company that is helping companies worldwide hire whenever they want, however they want, via the EOR services, basically facilitating growth for every company that wants to build a global brand worldwide and have foots on the ground everywhere that they see fit to. I'm originally from Albania. I currently live in Albania, even though I try to live a digital nomad lifestyle as much as I can. Live through marketing and sales. This has always been my, niche. I've been swaying between one and the other, but I love them both equally, so I embrace them both equally. And the reason why I'm here today is because we help companies scale, but we also have a history of very fast scaling ourselves. When I first joined Native Teams, we were only 25 people, and it was only 2 years ago. Now we are 300, and we scaled in 35 countries in terms of employees and 70 countries in terms of operations. So I would like to share this experience with all of the guests over here.
Lovely. Thank you for being here. And Carlos, let's finish with you. Tell us more about what you do at Conto.
Sure. Well, thanks everybody for joining us this afternoon. My name is Carlos. I'm the Managing Director for Spain at Conto. Conto is probably the largest neobank for B2B in Europe, originally from France, operating now in 8 markets, including Spain, obviously, the market that I manage. I've been at Conto for 5 years. I joined when it was a Series B startup, and the last round we did 2 years ago put us as a 5 billion company. So quite a journey. Before that, I was in another fintech in London called Go Cardless. Nothing to do with me. I wasn't, unfortunately, the founder. And it's also currently a UK unicorn. So after riding 2 unicorns, I have a little bit of scars, I would say, on scaling, but no regrets. So very pleased to share with all of you this knowledge. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
No, it's fantastic. It's really, really cool to see the journeys that you guys have had with previous and current company and kind of the experience that you're bringing onto the table in fast-growing, scaling companies. And for you as well to move from South America now to Spain to build the company up here. And the first question that I kind of have, maybe for you, Skeri, is with the background that you have closing a lot of deals in the space that you're in now, but now working on the marketing side, what has enabled the company to actually grow at the speed that it's growing right now? Because you're getting everywhere, you said, as international as it gets in terms of team members as well. What made that happen?
Well, truth to be told, as I'm into demand generation, it was the demand that drove the company to grow at the size that it is right now, because there's a current need in the world to have more international teams and more global teams. So basically companies want to expand, and they're looking and they're seeing that it's easier and faster for them to grow if they're hiring talent in a diverse geographical setup. Before, they used to hire very locally, very driven. I would say that Spain is also one of the markets that is very localized in terms of hiring. So you see Spanish companies, mostly they have their employees in Spain. But when it comes to global companies, they are trying to scale as fast as possible and as many markets as possible. And that kind of made us scale alongside the demand that was coming with them. So basically, when I started working for Native Teams, we were only positioned into the Balkans and in the Western Balkans, not the more developed parts. So we were in Macedonia, we were in Serbia. I was hired in Albania, where I'm originally from. And then we saw the need to expand into Eastern Europe, where the demand was over there, starting with, we had developers in Armenia, the Central Asian countries. Then we moved into Southeast Asia, and then we started exploring Spain and Portugal as Western markets that needed to grow as well, to then move to Latin America, and then eventually the US, where most of our B2B customers are per se, right? So the general idea that I would say, and the most important thing about growing and expanding, is that if you don't want to have regrets, you need to fight to keep the culture, per se. Keeping the culture is one of the most difficult things. As you go and you hire throughout the globe, people have different perspectives, different mindsets, different cultures, but the company culture it shouldn't change if you're trying to scale up the way you should without having the regrets that we are talking about. This has been one of the most difficult processes that we have went through, and Native Teams has really invested and made sure that we got together at least twice a year, shared experiences, not have that problematics that certain colleagues from certain regions of the world have. And that really, I think that really has had a huge impact, because we right now are more united than ever.
And kind of bringing the question a little bit to you, Carlos, now, you were in the very early days of Quanto being in Spain, being a French company originally, and then now expanding to quite a few markets in the coming weeks. How do you feel, how has that been enabled?
So I think, well, scaling depends on the company. Skadi described very well. The base is the demand. So when you identify demand, of course, it's a pool. You need to go after it and capitalize on it. In our case at Conto, since we are a regulated service, I mean, Fintech, obviously, we need to operate with a license. We need to export this license. Probably we were a bit more cautious on scaling too fast to many geographies. And that's why our approach was quite pragmatic. Back in 2019, it was a very successful French fintech. And we looked at the European market and we said, well, 60% of the potential customers, the SMEs in Europe, in total it's 25, 60%, 15, are in 4 markets: Spain, Germany, Italy, and France. If we win these 4 markets, we will be a major player in Europe. So in our case, we decided to really scale and localize as much as possible and put a lot of effort and focus there. When I think about scaling, I mean, when I was younger, I played a lot Age of Empires. And Age of Empires is all about resource allocation. There's trade-offs. You need to understand how is the terrain, which resources you need to go after, which technologies you need to develop. And I guess in each company, the context varies, but it's all about making sure that where you place the bet is where it can be the most successful. And before that, at GoCardless, it's completely different. No? GoCardless, one of the elements of differentiation was the fact that we would be connected to different direct debit schemes. So BACS in the UK, SEPA in Europe, Betalin service in Denmark, Australia, the US, and so on. So we knew that the international footprint was key to close new customers, and that was a key differentiator. So that's why we rushed into expanding as soon as possible, and we were launching new schemes every 6 months. So I guess it's really trying to understand what's key for your business, and at the end of the day, it's will my business survive if I place the bad bet? If the answer is no, probably you should think it twice. And yeah, this Age of Empires mentality of getting as fast as possible to beat your competitors, but placing the right bets.
And where do you see some of the challenges with scaling in Spain specifically, knowing that that's been your role and responsibility within the company, right?
Sure. So I'm Spanish, so I can speak as a local here. I think the Spanish tech ecosystem is brilliant. We've had a few examples of unicorns in the past. But in general, what we see compared to our peers in Europe is that the scale of our businesses, and I'm not talking about tech startups that grow very fast, I'm talking about the SMEs that we serve actually. It's on average smaller than the rest of the European countries. In Spain, on average, there are 4.8 employees per company. In Europe, the average is 6. In Germany, it's 12. And what you see is that for SMEs to really scale and be efficient, they need at least 20 employees to start specializing. And the drama in Spain is that for business owners, it's very, very hard to place these bets because the risk that they need to assume it's not compared to the reward that they can potentially have. And I mean, there's a bunch of elements that in this case doesn't contribute to make it easier, but one of them obviously it's the taxation, the regulation, etc., etc. So if for a business owner it's very hard to hire someone and fire someone if it doesn't work out, of course it doesn't play in his or her favor to scale faster. But in general, I think the investment ecosystem is good. I mean, we see it here in the BDS, a bunch of startups every year grows and grows and grows. I had the privilege to attend a few years already, and I'm positive on the prospects of the future, but it's true that it's a common work from the regulators, from the business side, but also from the universities and all the players that impact a healthy ecosystem, let's say.
For sure. I mean, I think it's important that you highlight that as well, because we're kind of at the conference here to be talking about all the successes and what's going well with the ecosystem. I mean, you see the crowd in front of me, everything that's going on in the event. There's a lot of excitement and growth in the ecosystem locally, but that doesn't mean that there isn't challenges that needs to be overcome and improve the local ecosystem to see, you know, more thriving companies with less hurdles and kind of what can be done. We'll dive into that a little bit later, but I kind of wanted to move towards you, Irene. Like, you recently moved to Madrid, right, from South America, and in that sense, I'm curious, like, from your perspective, then how has it been to have that transition and kind of why you decided to like come here and build your business here from where it was created originally?
Okay, well, first of all, I moved from Mexico. Mexico, it's not South America, and I'm from Costa Rica. It's Central America, so everyone gets in the map where I was. I think that Spain was actually a place where I want to be because the ecosystem it's brilliant. The people, it's really doing amazing thing, and it's something that it's getting started, right? this is just like the tipping point of everything that it's happening here in Spain. So I think it's brilliant. Our main competitors are in here. Great technologies are building here in Europe. So our main market right now, it's still LATAM, it's still America. But for me, being here and being merged in the ecosystem gets to know what's the best of both worlds and to emerge to bring a global solution, right? Because if you want to build a billion-dollar startup, one of the things is that you have to actually be global, right? So being here for me, it's about that.
Amazing. I want to talk a little bit about strategies now, because a lot of the audience kind of wants to understand how do you go about, scaling this fast. I think it's very desirable for a lot of companies to kind of stake, that path of like expanding everywhere, gaining market share, presence. How do you actually do that? I mean, there's a big market pull. I think you both talked about that helped, the company to grow to where it is today. But there was still kind of localization efforts and certain things that you were very conscious about making certain decisions to like expand the way that you have. Can you share maybe like a few other elements that have been kind of key to the growth of both of your companies?
Sure. So, I mean, strategies, I said before, each company has its own context, each market is different. But I guess it's very important to identify what makes you unique compared to the incumbents, the players that are here and that have been here for years, and what makes you really different, and which type of customers will care about these differences. In our case, online banking, I mean, ING was born 25 years ago, so it existed. It's just that we wanted to make it different and apply a different acquisition machine. Of course, online acquisition is our main acquisition source. It accounts now for 85% of our customers. It means that 85% of our customers enter our website, sign up in 10 minutes, and they don't have any touch point with any salespeople, which it forces us to explain very well what we can offer and what makes us different, from the ads to the landing page to the whole register process. And as I said before, it's really an optimization game. It's understanding in which segments and which type of companies it works out well and try to maximize. I guess it applies to all types of B2B SaaS, where the rule really is you choose your customers. You see what works and then you double down on it and you try to drill as much as possible. And when the acceleration is not there, then you look for another angle, and probably by that time you have built a new product or a new feature that is relevant for that other audience that you will go after. And I guess it's similar with the markets. You cannot do everything at once, so it's super important to focus and understand what plays out well for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I kind of come back to a lot of founder friends saying that you can do everything, but you can do anything, but you can't do everything, at least not at the same time. And kind of prioritization and focus in this case is important. Any other comments on this question?
Well, when it comes to the localizing, a lot of startups think that localizing is just on the language level. So they do the translation of the landing page, they do a translation on the ads, they run them down. They want to send the same message to different markets. Let's take, for example, the Spanish market. And like I wanted to revert back to Carles and the Spanish market struggling in terms of numbers, maybe to German markets and other markets. Spanish is a language that is spoken by 500 million of people. So when it comes to market size, it's a completely different ball game. That's why a lot of big startups, unicorns, actually localize when it comes to Spanish, because they do not only cover the country here, but they cover the whole LATAM. So when it comes to the localization and the strategy that you have to do around it, both in B2B and a B2C level, the commercial intelligence and the, let's say, market intelligence strategy is the most important factor. I'm telling this one because we at Native Teams, when we were a small startup in the beginning, 20 people, we opened a lot of new markets just we think this would work, and just went over there, invested money in marketing, wasted money in marketing as well. But then as we matured as a startup, we started doing our due diligence before entering any specific market. In our case, being that we are a freelancer, let's say a payment provider for the B2C and then an EOR provider for the B2B, we have two different products. We did a very thorough market intelligence effort to understand what were the drivers between the B2C, being that the individuals, and what were the drivers between the B2B. For instance, the B2B drivers here in Spain for businesses who are hiring abroad are mostly due to hiring in LATAM region due to the workforce being, let's say, less remunerated and more convenient to hire, right? And then for the B2B, it is for the B2C is completely different from what it was in the Balkans region. The Balkans region individuals were just trying to get a job or just trying to get away from the lack of payment infrastructure that they suffer over there, or even in Eastern Europe. Whereas in Spain, the financial infrastructure is perfectly well. They have some problem with the autonomous system. They feel like they're paying a lot of taxes. They're trying to optimize that one. And once we understood that one, our whole strategy changed on how we are approaching individuals in Spain. And that has to happen for any market that is significant in terms of size, like is the Spanish-speaking market or even the Portuguese-speaking market, because when you're speaking for Portugal, you're speaking for Brazil as well. Even though there's a dialect, there's 250 million people, they speak roughly the same language, and then you have a Russian-speaking, let's say, region of the world, and that's the way you should approach if you're trying to address markets in a certain way.
Now I would like to move a little bit more towards kind of the regulation side that we touched upon at the beginning of the session, right? What impact do you feel that like both local and like national regulation have on scaling?
A massive role. So for Conto, it was obvious. Initially in France, we positioned very, very well on company creators, on freelancers, and then progressively we were going up market. In Spain, we had to start from upside down. The main reason was regulation. In Spain, only credit institutions can offer tax payments for freelancers. We operate as a payment institution, which effectively means that our IBAN for freelancers, it doesn't work to pay taxes, so they need to operate at least with 2 banks. So of course, freelancers, which obviously they generally don't use more than 1 bank account, that was a bit hurdle. So what we need to shift completely our strategy and go after micro, SMEs, and even medium companies. So Spain today is the market with the highest ARPU because we had to change completely our go-to-market precisely because of regulation. So I guess even though at the European level regulation is kind of homogenized, late and slowly, but homogenized, at the local level, you also need to take into consideration all the nuances to understand very well what's at stake. And precisely for that reason, when we analyze which other markets we should launch, the 4 new markets that we recently launched, we did a much thorough study than the one we did at the beginning with the 3 other major markets, because I said before, if it's 60% of the time, you just need to go for it no matter what. But for the extra 4 that we've launched, we've done a much thorough analysis to make sure that regulation is not such a hurdle. So yeah, it's crucial. And it takes a long time to change. I think that will be addressed in quite a lot of other sessions as well. And if some of you have more questions towards this, you feel free to approach us and the panelists here when have to get off the stage. We had like a super limited amount of time. But thank you so much for our panelists to kind of share their insights and a bit of a glimpse in their journeys and what they've been working on. If you have more questions for them, as I said, don't hesitate to come and talk to us. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias to Carles, Skerdy, Irene, and Sebastian. Great stuff.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Brilliant. I tell you, yeah, we keep it pacey here. We like to move fast on the Santander stage. That way you get all the value. You get to see more cool stuff, but we do like to keep it on time. Thank you for that, Sebastian. Right, we are now going to move on to a dynamic duo who are going to be talking about embracing the unknown, AI, startups, and a way of life, and rocking the best hair in VDS, if you don't mind me saying. Absolutely, well, both of you, to be honest, yeah. So listen, please join me in welcoming to the stage. We're delighted to have 2 folks who are joining us from Right with Leica. Remember, share the love on social media. VDS 2024 is the hashtag. So my dear friends, please give it up for the COO and co-founder of Right with Leica, Charlene Putney, and the CEO and co-founder at Right with Leica, Martin Pitchelmeyer. Thank you. Big round of applause for Martin and Charlene. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Brilliant stuff. Oh no, we got 2 musical chairs up here. That's it. Okay, you got 2 chairs. You make yourselves comfortable. Fantastic.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, now we're on.
Thanks so much, Asheen, for the warm welcome, and thanks everyone for being here with us. Totally appreciate that there's a million exciting things you could be doing, and really appreciate that you came here to sit with us for these few minutes. So, my name is Shar. I am the COO at Right with Leica. I'm originally from Ireland. My background comes from tech. I worked at Google and Facebook for about a decade, and then have been working as a video game writer for the last 10 years. So I don't know if there's any gamers in the room, but I've worked on some big role-playing games like Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. And then in 2018, I came to Copenhagen to give a talk to teach people how to write video games. And I met this guy, Martin Piekelmeier. Who are you?
Well, the funny story is I gave a talk at the same event at exactly the same time, so we didn't even see each other's talks, but there was a nice speaker party. Sorry? Closer? Sorry?
More volume.
More volume? Yeah. So yes, my name is Martin Pichelmeier. It breaks the tongues of people who are not from Austria to pronounce my last name. I'm sorry about that. And I have this weird habit of jumping in and out entrepreneurship for, I don't know, since I can remember actually. So I did a PhD in computer science. At that time, I was an artist. I was doing media art pieces and had the great pleasure of showing pieces in like Hong Kong, for example, and other places that are amazing to visit. But then I became a university professor, only to soon realize that video games are actually much more interesting than art to make and to show and to release to the world. So I started a games company and then another games company. One of them is still around. It's called Broken Rules. It makes like boutique indie games that win a lot of... We have won 3 Apple Design Awards. And we are still around, so that's good, I guess. But then I got kind of... I don't know. I felt like I need more inspiration. I need to change my... I need more input. I need to somehow dig deeper into how the world works. So I returned to academia and became a university professor. And that was like a few years before the AI revolution really kicked off. So I was there in the creative AI lab just seeing that, oh wow, language models, that is really a thing. Then the word generative AI was suddenly coined for describing models, machine learning models that then can create new media. And I was excited. I thought like, this is a starting point for something big. People are going to have, I had all kinds of ideas of how this would play out.
Yeah, and then what did we do, Mar? We made our company, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and we got some soft funding from the Danish government, and then we got some more soft funding from the Danish government, and then we actually got some real funding from Rockstart, which is a wonderful investment accelerator and investor at the same time, to make our company, Right with Leica. And we've been working on that. We've been working on AI. We've been making AI tools since before ChatGPT came out, and so I think that's why we were invited here today, to tell you a little bit about the things we've learned over the last like 4 or so years of working with AI. So we thought we would talk about embracing the unknown in the realms of AI, startups, and life. And as we talked about this over the last few weeks, there was one word that just kept coming into our minds and kept coming into our discussions as we talked. Mar, what was the word?
The word was curiosity.
Curiosity.
Curiosity, yes. Curiosity means, like, I'm now influenced by the talk before, because they talked a lot about placing the right bets and playing Age of Empires. I guess most of you have been here for the last session. Playing Age of Empires, where you do this resource extraction and you place the right bets to grow as fast as possible. And now I see that that is also a very good metaphor, but curiosity means being open to what is happening. And sometimes, like we are trying to do in this chat, sometimes zooming a little bit out, because when a hype train like the generative AI rolls over the world, suddenly it like drowns out everything around that. But for us, it was more, we came to AI because we had worked with similar techniques. They were called procedural generation or just artificial intelligence, but pre-machine learning, so symbolic AI, as it's called nowadays. And that just brought us there, because we were curious about making machines that can create something new. And we thought for the world of art and creativity, this will be like a catalyst. There will be an explosion of new forms of expression based on personalized models that would allow artists to invent whole new forms of entertainment, of art, of looking at the world and of working with what is out there in the world, in knowledge and insights. But what happened is instead that yesterday The Guardian titled with, it was even a headline there with 10,000 signatures of creatives against AI because they feel mistreated by how big AI is exploiting copyright law, most likely within the legal boundaries, but it's just now playing out. So the future that happened was a little bit of a different future than we anticipated. And we didn't anticipate a future of like unleashed creativity out of nowhere. It is because whenever a new medium comes along, be it the internet, be it the PC, most likely a lot of technologies before, like paper, think about the printing press, it usually led to completely new forms of how we as humans work together, how we work in our previous, like how we achieve previous tasks faster and better and with more, maybe more reach or something like that. But it also leads to perfectly new forms of expression. There is like cinema in the beginning was just theater with distribution added to it and without having live actors on stage. But then it became its own medium, and the language of movie nowadays is very different to the language of theater, or maybe it actually influenced theater again. So these new forms of expression, we wanted to, we anticipated something like that to happen with generative AI, and I think there is still a chance that it happens. But it's proving to be very, like it's fought at every step by a lot of creative people, in especially, it seems, the arts, not so much in the commercial creative space.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we've really seen over and over again is people's adherence to the existing mediums that they're used to. So novel writers want to write novels using AI, or songwriters want to write songs, game makers want to make games. And one of the things that's so exciting about new mediums, like when the computer came out, now we can make electronic music and we can make digital games, is that we haven't yet seen what new media is going to come from AI. We haven't yet seen what entertainment is going to be like our main thing in 10, 15 years. We have no idea what that is yet. And part of that is because we're so kind of constrained. We can see like the creators are so constrained to working within the space that they already want to be in, or the space that they're already comfortable in. And so one of the things that I've learned a lot from the last years is that a big part of working with AI to make something good is you have to let go of control. You have to actually like kind of sit back and almost let the medium tell you what it is that it wants to become. You have to play and you have to explore. We've done a lot of different workshops and a lot of different kind of weird experimental activities. One of the things we've done was with the MIT Media Lab, we ran seances using a lot of like super long dead poets and like pulling out things from that. Doing like, there's making strange experimental forms where a lot of people in a room together are creating something at the same time. Sadly, we don't have the power today to have our own space slides, but usually we do a kind of like together making something with the space with AI. These kind of new forms can only exist when we stop trying to make something we already know about and start trying to make something brand new by letting go of control.
And it works very well with generative AI because you have this kind of half control of what comes out, and in art, hallucinations are of course something that you actually appreciate. You just want them to be controlled, but you want the system to fill in a lot of gaps. And if you think about the technology behind the models that power generative AI, they're just compressed humanity. It is all that humans have ever created, compressed into one badly organized stochastic database that tries to put that together to something new, to something that is not in it. So it's not retrieval, it's generative retrieval. It's creating a new future out of the past as a technology. Fascinating in my opinion. But it needs the letting go of control, because you don't really know what you're going to get. And the systems we have nowadays are, of course, not really very good at controlling, at offering enough knobs for actual artistic creation. But we're going to get there, I guess. But on the way, we have to make a lot of failures, like we did. And failures are, of course, as everyone keeps repeating in the startup world, failures are just opportunities, and it's all about getting up and continuing to go. But I think, like, I call them failures because we made 3 products so far, and all of them are kind of already outdated and are already, like, we've turned off, we will have turned off in 2 weeks the last one of those old products. Because the world is moving very, very fast. But all of them are very important steps on our way forward, I think. And for the last one, we got fan letters when we turned it down. People were sending us heartfelt messages that the writer's room is something they miss. Maybe you want to talk a little bit what we actually made.
Sure. So the first product we made was called Write with Leica, and that was you could fine-tune language models based on your own work. So it was very, very early. This was like way before ChatGPT, but you could come in with about 10,000 words of your own writing, and fine-tune a language model and then work with that. It wouldn't do any work for you. It's not going to write the book. It's not going to structure. It's not going to remember anything. But it will write one little sentence in your style so that when you get stuck, you can have the next line and then you can keep going. So it was really a blank page banisher. That was the idea. Our next product was called the Writer's Room, and that was essentially a group of very personalized chatbots like video game characters. Basically, as if we were writing a role-playing game party, we made this group of characters who would help you, and they would like journey with you through the blank page and help you to make poems or stories or even an email if that's what you needed to do, instead of just sitting and playing a video game. And our last product, the Drama Engine, was kind of the underpinning tech that is all of that, like that holds together the Writer's Room. And that we actually open sourced that 2 weeks ago. You can go and get it on GitHub anytime you like and make your own whole writer's room of various interesting creatures and personalities to do anything you like with. But Mar, you were going to say a little bit something about how LLMs are a bit like a startup. That was one of the things I remember you mentioning this morning.
Yeah, but I somehow went over it. So, as you can see, we are very organized in having little cards here. But then I always like have to go off the beaten path, and it's just how I am. So I think the metaphor I wanted to tell is that as a startup, what are you actually trying to do? Like, at least, like, maybe not what you are trying to do. What I am trying to do is I have a certain idea of what kind of future I want to live in. And I'm trying to make that future. Instead of sitting there and letting that future happen or any future around me happen, I'm making that future as a tiny thing or as a big thing, as the speakers before who are in multiple unicorns. They have scaled that to actually having an influence on the world. But even if you're the tiniest startup in a small niche, you might have a similar level of influence on the world. So you are actually not... you're not trying to optimize a process. You're not trying to be innovative for itself. You're trying to be a force that changes the planet to be the planet you want to live in, hopefully. I think that's at least a worthwhile goal to have. So you're taking the present and the past, and you're kind of creating your own future out of that, and you don't really know the details of how that's going to work, and you have to be very agile and very constantly like figuring out the little decisions and the big decisions on how to have the maximum impact on your surroundings. And that is very similar to working with an LLM, because it's like you have this like giant base to work with, and out of it you create something that hopefully is exactly is interesting and worthwhile or insightful or...
Yes. And I think that's also something kind of harking back to what you were saying about like the early days of large language models, where it was really exciting to play around and mess with things and make something. And the enjoyment was in the process, right? You weren't expecting that at the end of it you were going to have a perfect email. And I think now a lot of the time when people are working with ChatGPT or any of the other models, they're there to get something very specific, and that's what they want. That's the enjoyment moment. Whereas the enjoyment moment until now has been the process of getting there. And I think that really applies to startup life as well, because startup life is so stressful. I'm sure everyone here knows, like, it's so stressful. You hardly have any money. You don't have any time. You have to enjoy the thing that you're working on. You have to enjoy the process so much. One of the things that I was thinking about when thinking about this was that over the time of working with writers over the last few years, we found that there's like two kinds of writers. There's like the writer who feels like everything that they write is like coming from this like pure wellspring inside them, and it's just like comes up out onto the page, perfect, no edits. And that's the way they like to write. And then there's another kind of writer, which is the kind of writer I am and always have been, and I thought all writers were like this until I met this other group, which is the kind that don't really know what they're saying until they've like bounced the ball off the wall a few times. It's like you're bouncing back and forth with the world. You're like throwing something out there and seeing if it sticks, seeing what comes back, asking for feedback. And that second kind of writer is the kind of writer who works well with an LLM, right? It's like that curiosity of like, what's there, what's coming back, what's out there, what's coming back. It's a whole different way of working, and it's all about the process. And so if you try to get the first kind of writers to embrace AI, they're never going to do that because that's not their process. Whereas the second kind of writer, we're the kind of people who've been moaning about the blank page for generations. And now we have something that we can bounce with, back and forth with, in a reliable way. So yeah, it's just that idea of like, find what is your process that you enjoy day to day, and then just be religious about doing that no matter what anyone else is doing, because that's how it's going to work.
Yes, and now we're going to use the last 3 minutes to pivot into our pivot.
To pivot.
To pivot into our pivot.
To follow our curiosity.
To follow our curiosity all the way. So I talked about these 3 products that we are very proud of and that found a handful of very dedicated fans all around the world that really changed the way how they produce especially text for art pieces and movie scripts and so on. And we're very happy about that, but we felt like we brought more and more in, we more and more brought in our past as video game makers, but we didn't dare to take the final step. And now we feel like we are ready to completely rebrand. So instead of naming our company after a Russian street dog that was press ganged into going to space and died a horrible death of, I don't know, was it suffocation, was it heat death? I don't know, in outer space.
Let's not dwell.
Let's not dwell. We're going to name ourselves after a favorite Roman emperor, Marcus Aurelius. So we are going to rebrand to Neon Aurelius and become a games company that follows the same principle of curiously going, like finding niches and spaces where no one else is going and trying to build a new future there for us, but also for all mankind.
Okay, Mar. Steady on. But yeah, that's kind of our idea. It kind of all comes back to that word that we just keeps coming up in our conversations with ourselves and other people of curiosity. It's all about curiosity. And I truly believe that when you follow your curiosity, you're always going to be led to the place that you're supposed to be. I just wanted to give one example. Like when I was in university, or when I was in school rather, I wanted to be able to read the Bible in the original language. So I went to university and studied Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac and Greek so that I could read all of the Bible in the original language just because that's what I wanted to do. I was curious. And everyone said, especially my guidance counselor at school, said, don't do that, and called my parents and said, don't let her do this, she's going to ruin her life. And then I got a job at Google because of that, because right-to-left languages were a kind of a hard thing back then in 2004. And every step of the way, following the curiosity has led to the cool things, all the way along. I'm sorry, Yoshin, I know we're getting to the end, but I just wanted to say to people, you just follow your curiosity, just show up, and give yourself permission to make new mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Outstanding. I love it. That was absolutely brilliant. Some really inspiring sharings there. Great. Some real talk and some really creative talk. Wasn't that great? I was very inspired by that. And again, kudos to both of you for the hair. I think, honestly, FOMO-inducing hair. I've just shared the photos on LinkedIn. You're already trending. My goodness, very impressive. All right, my friends, and by the way, a tech seance, take my money. I once went to a tech wake at South by Southwest, hosted by our fellow Irish person, Eamon Carey. It was wonderful. He held a wake for tech companies that didn't quite make it, and there was whiskey, there was candles, there was songs, there was drunkenness, all the good Irish stuff. So a tech seance is a new thing. I love those ideas. Thank you very much. And please do reach out to these two absolutely brilliant minds on the LinkedIn if you'd like to do something creative with them. Okay, we're now going to move on to our next session. Now, this is where we have a deep dive into the VC investment process. I think this is going to be fascinating for a lot of people in the room, a lot of people watching us on the live stream and even on demand. Remember, get real-time simultaneous translation through the VDS app. Just scan the QR code on your badge. Right, up next, we are going to look into some of the key factors that investors analyze when it comes to the VC investment process. And also, we're going to learn about the steps to capital disbursement. So really interesting, specific stuff right here. And we're delighted to be joined by a quartet of experts. I'm going to tell you who they are, and when they come on stage, give them a huge round of applause. So we're delighted to be joined by the Senior Principal at Seaya Ventures, Mary Egan, by the Partner at Boost Capital Partners, Pablo Morenes, by the investor at Plug and Play EMEA Fund Management, Joao Monteiro Fernandez, and our wonderful moderator is Fintech Ventures at the Plug and Play Center, Gonzalo Perez. So here they are. Let's welcome them to the stage. Give it up for Gonzalo, Joao, Pablo, and Mary. Thank you so much.
I think we stay here.
All right, thank you all. Just a little reminder, do hold your microphones up nice and close to your mouth because you sound like a radio DJ. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, actually, for introducing us. And my name is Gonzalo. I'm a Fintech Ventures plug and play, where besides doing investments, we operate as the innovation point of contact for huge corporations. So I'm super excited to be here today, where we will be speaking about the VC investment process, as we just mentioned in here, from the deal sourcing up to the capital disbursements. So hopefully by the end of this panel, we'll get to see, have further transparency and understanding of the VC investment process from an investor's point of view. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the panelists, and maybe to kick things off, could you introduce yourself with a brief introduction about your role within your respective organizations?
Perfect, thank you. Nice to meet everyone. My name's Mary Egan. I'm a senior principal at Seaya Ventures. We're a venture capital platform managing 650 million euros of AUM. And I say platform because we have different funds with different strategies. So I'm on our flagship fund called Seaya Ventures, which is now on the third generation, with the exact same thesis as when we were founded 10 years ago, which is to invest in really strong technology companies that are early stage and looking to accelerate their growth. We then launched last year Seaya Andromeda, which is Europe's largest climate tech fund, a 300 million euro fund, to again invest in Europe as an Article 9 fund. And we also have a LATAM fund with 2 team members in Mexico City.
Very nice to be here. My name is Pablo Morenes. I'm a partner at Boost Capital Partners out of London, an early stage generalist VC investing with a pan-European strategy. We don't have as many theses as Seaya, so it'll be a lot briefer. But we essentially look for founders looking to improve end-user experiences across the technological products. And we also invest in Latin America opportunistically.
My name is Rom. I'm an investor in the EMEA fund management, let's say, part of Plug and Play. So Plug and Play within, let's say, the main innovation side and the investment side. We have a fund management company that is focused in EMEA. And we're essentially fundraising to then deploy across the market caps that we identify in EMEA. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Maybe I think it would be very insightful for the audience to get to hear maybe a sneak peek of what does the actual investment process look at your respective funds. Mary, I believe you are already within your third fund. Could you tell us a bit more about this investment process, and also how has this evolved through time? What has been the key learnings about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing is that there is no standard investment process because every company is different, every timeline is different, and we're a small team, so we can be really nimble and adapt to what the founders are looking for as well. However, there are a few things that are really key. The first is just spending time with not only the CEO, but the other co-founders and the other team members as well. So we try to do different sessions to focus on different things, go really deep into the product, do a really, really deep product demo and technology overview, then go really deep into kind of go-to-market and the sales motion in a separate session. And so we try to really spend time, the bulk of the time of the investment process, getting to know as many people within the team as possible and getting their expertise on all of the different areas. And then there are the additional layers after we go through all those sessions that I'm sure the others will cover.
Of course. And maybe, Pablo, could you give us a little bit further insight of how does Boost does this investment process differently?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of common areas, as I'm sure you know. I don't know a single VC that will tell you that the team is not the most important thing. I think we all express it in different ways. And for us, we spend a lot of time with the founders trying to build trust. Trust that they will come to us with bad news when it happens. And so before we ever do an investment, we need to make sure we get to the level where they've told us the good and the bad of the company and what they need help with for us to decide if we can actually, if we are the right partner for them in the journey. Because there will be a lot of difficult times in a startup's life cycle. And as an investor, as a partner, if you're not being told the bad news, you cannot help, right? And that is a source of frustration for maybe other VC firms that I know, that founders have investors that maybe they don't have that level of alignment with before they took their money. So,
would you say that the moment where you enjoy the most is actually getting to know the founders. Maybe how much time do you speak with these founders, or how many meetings you end up having before doing an investment with them?
It really depends on the founder, as Mary said. Some founders are a lot better at opening up and sharing and being vulnerable after only a couple of meetings, and others take a much longer period of time, months, until they are comfortable that you're aligned with their mission and what you're trying to achieve. And that's what we, I think, all trying to do here, which is help build great companies and being the support mechanism for founders, when things are great and when they're not. I see every other aspect of due diligence as a reflection of us getting to know the founders. Like market analysis is a factor of how well the founders have executed the area. So I would say we spend vast majority of our time, interacting with them rather than doing, industry calls or.
Makes sense. And maybe last of all, João, what about the VC process within Plug and Play? Where would you say it is actually the strongest, and is there anything that we haven't touched yet?
I mean, we're particularly strong actually when it comes to the sourcing element. We do have what we could consider a ventures engine, because it is a role that varies between the innovation side with the corporates and governments, giving it that real-time link to the market. But you also have, on the other side, a massive network of also investors that we look at. So that plus the technology that we use on the backstage allows us to have quite an edge there. An interesting thing is the due diligence side. When you get to that point, it's the best because you can actually exchange thoughts and even operational ideas with the founders, right? So it's when we actually get to get things moving.
Very good insights. And regarding areas of improvement, is there any area inside the investment process that you would change?
Well, one of the classic things is that if you have a large portfolio, because we do invest quite a lot annually, is to keep tabs on the monitoring aspect post-investment, which I presume is sort of towards the end of the investment process. But having streamlined communication during the meantime is important, because we rely a lot on a global team. So if we have someone that's particularly focused on AI, that's on the other side of the planet, we need to get them in touch. So that's pretty fluid, but you always have frictions. So the time between different elements of the investment process is never really linear. There are sometimes that sometimes slow down and are longer. So we try to reduce that and make it consistent.
I think we've touched on very good points in here, and maybe the next natural step would be going into the diligence side. Once we have already analyzed and we are determined to analyze the deal, where is it that we are looking when we invest? So maybe, Pablo, I would like to ask you, what are the factors that weigh in the most when you are analyzing a deal?
Well, I'll give you a couple of examples of things that I really like, but I spend a lot of time doing reference calls on the founders. If I spend time outside of speaking with the founders, it's with people that actually know them. And I probably conduct more than the average. I do reference calls on the founding team. I also do them on the first hires, because I do like to make sure that the people starting the company have attracted the best possible talent. I think it's a key indicator of a good founder that they can actually attract the best people they've ever interacted with. So that is, I spend a lot of time ensuring that is the case before we decide to make an investment. I'm not sure if that was what you were asking, but I thought that was worth
Yes,
sharing.
and regarding this reference coach, maybe what is it that you're expecting to get in here? Or maybe even what are your mental models? Or by mental models, what I mean is your thought process. What would get you the decision to act in here? What is it that you're looking for?
Well, I would say alignment. We have a mental model of the founder and what we think we are seeing in there. And we're trying to not to project, because many times VCs were being sold to, in a sense. We're being projected an image of what people think we want to hear. And if I see a misalignment between what the founder wants to tell us and what other people working with that person would tell me is the reality of that person's experience, that will be a flag. That will be something I'll be looking out for. Because we not looking for perfection. We don't think anybody's perfect. We're trying to make sure it's the right founder for the problem they're solving. So I think that would be something I would keep my eye out for.
And maybe one super last question in here to connotate in here. It would be, what is a big red flag in here, or what would tell you I'm out of here within this deal?
Well, obvious, but lying is a no-go. I'm sure that everybody says, oh, it's a fine line. It isn't many times. And you know when you're being lied to. You know when you said something specific and you fact check it and it's not the case. And so that for me is, I literally put pencils down. I'm explain to the founder what happened and of course hear their view of it, but it's very hard to rebuild trust. I mean, all the time we spend with founders, all the calls we do is to build trust. And something like that, something very simple, something innocuous can actually derail a whole relationship because you have not that much information to go on when you're doing a process, and those kind of signals matter. So I would say we understand perfection is impossible, we understand there's always problems, but never lie. Because eventually we find out, and that really derails a relationship.
Completely agree. And I completely agree also with your first point. Also, I think it's unanimously agreed that also within the early stage investment, the team is one of the factors that weigh in the most. Do you also agree with this, Joao? Or maybe what are other factors that you are looking into consideration when analyzing a deal?
I mean,
sorry.
No, I mean, we can also go both. Hybrid approach. I would say, I mean, the team is always critical, like early stage and later stage, obviously with different mindsets. But at certain times, the market opportunity, now and the timing of that, so that can sometimes trump a little bit the team, depending on really the urgency of that. So in any case, the team is really critical, and the rationale behind how they allocate the resources, and the way that they intend to hire, their focus on the problem rather than in the market, rather than just being in love with their solution, things like this, which are incredibly important. So those you take it into account, and it goes beyond the team itself, the founding team that is.
Thank you so much. And maybe Marin here, we've already talked about the market, the team. I also that you also look into a little bit later or more established companies. Maybe could you rank team, market, and traction in here? And also, how do you weigh in all these factors?
Yeah, they're all important, so you can't necessarily rank them, but the team is, I would say, number one. When we think about the market and the traction, they kind of go together along with what will the investment be used for. And the later stage that you are, I think the more important this question becomes, because number one, you're raising more money, and number two, you have more data points that should contribute towards the plan for the future and what the investment is being used for. So we actually spend a lot of time during diligence having multiple sessions with the founder to understand exactly where they're investing, why they're investing in that area, why it's the right moment for the company to go after kind of that go-to market or that sales channel or invest in that new product, etc. It's really, really important for us to get comfort before we invest in the company, but also it's really important to make sure that we're aligned with the founder, because we would rather go into the investment from day one having already had those sometimes challenging conversations about where the investment should go and how much, and if it should be now or in 2 years. And those are very subjective questions. So it's good to speak to the founder as part of the due diligence process rather than have them after investing.
Completely agree. And that actually bridging perfectly also me with the next theme that I wanted to touch is it's our job as an investors to have our own point of view, to build our own thesis. But in the end, we are in the outliers business, trying to find anomalies. So as you've mentioned before, maybe could you give us, how can you overcome this mental model bias? And what I mean with this is trying to find those founders and opportunities that fall out of your scope or of your umbrella.
Yeah, absolutely. Since you mentioned later stage investments earlier, with later stage investments, I think being really data driven and KPI driven is super important. So as founders, when they can share kind of as much information and real data points that can help us overcome maybe questions that we have about the investment or bias that we have towards the market, or to Joao's point, helping us understand why there's an inflection point now and why we should get comfortable now even though we weren't in the past, it can make a huge difference. And I think when investors are asking questions, I always think it's good for the founders to ask in return, why are you asking this question? Because sometimes we are coming from a place that they really disagree with, right? And we might not even be asking the right question or the right data point. So I think being as open in sharing kind of the motivation of the questions on our side, and from the founder side, being as open with the data and evidence that they can be really helpful.
Couldn't be said better. And Pablo, do you agree with this? And maybe how have you been challenged before? Has there been any anecdote in here? Or how flexible are you when getting challenged?
Very flexible. I love to be challenged. I love constantly to have a founder tell me you're asking the wrong questions. I'm like, okay, amazing. Tell me why. which questions do you think I should be asking you, and what do you think that this point that I'm making is not important? Help me understand that, right? I think that we're all trying to get to the point, to the root of the point of the biggest skepticism we have on a company, and trying to attack it from different angles and understand it from our own biases, but understanding that the founder has their own biases as well, right? And I think getting all those perspectives is what we're trying to do in NIC, which is why we have in RSE members of, for a technical background, product background, investors, financial, because we need to get all the issues that we see from those lenses. And it's impossible for one person very hard for one person to have them all and give all the arguments the equal weight. And so that's why I love to be challenged, because I can add a couple of those before we get to NIC. But yeah.
Thank you. And João, what is it maybe other things that you are looking at, or how do you overcome this fears also of getting into new areas?
I mean, just to follow on with this, I mean, there's really not much that's better to challenge your mental models than to be in an uncomfortable situation, right? That's the best way that you can actually refine them over the time. Markets change constantly. That's kind of the way that your mindset needs to change. Other things that you would look at, I mean, just to pick on the thing I mentioned before with focus on the problem rather than the solution. I mean, quite often you come into play with a checklist in your mind, but those are things that you've seen over time that are potentially things that don't suit your thesis. Remember that as a financial vehicle, you're responding to people that have trusted you to deploy that money. So if you take that fund management approach, you have to kind of always stay within your thesis, right? But even if you extend within that, you need to then opportunistically be like, okay, well, this actually makes sense. Let's hop on this boat together. And those are the exciting little bits.
Thank you. Yeah, it answers perfectly also. And maybe by now we've already seen a sneak peek into your investment process. What is it that you're looking for? And at the same time, how to challenge when you fall out of this umbrella. Maybe one last question that can be open for whoever wants to respond is we have been seeing a shift, right, in VC funds towards a more data-driven and also implementing new technologies and AI. So my question in here would be, what is the lowest hanging fruit and where to implement these newest technologies within the investment process?
Lowest hanging fruit is sourcing.
For sure.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Has any of you, do you have it, or maybe if it's not disclosed, do not disclose it, but can anyone give like any further information on where exactly within the sourcing? Maybe skipping through the decks?
Yeah, really quickly, we have our own data engine that actually scans many companies, and depending on the SEIA criteria that we define, gives recommendations of which ones could be a good fit.
Perfect. Thank you so much for all of your insights in here.
Fantastic, absolutely brilliant. Wasn't that fascinating? A big round of applause. Thank you so much to Mary, Pablo, João, and Gonzalez, our wonderful moderator. Great stuff. Okay, my dear friends, I see a lot of people standing at the edge of the stage. What we need you to do is come inside. Welcome, welcome. Come and make yourselves at home. We're giving you a little bit of time to come in and find yourself a nice, comfortable seat, because right now, my dear friends, we are, of course, in the Santander stage at Valencia Digital Summit, and the next hour is hosted by our dear friends at Santander. So Santander has really been an incredible partner for so many of the very best tech events, particularly in Spain. And really, Santander continues to support the Valencian innovation ecosystem by becoming the diamond sponsor of the 7th edition of the Valencia Digital Summit, one of the most important international tech events in Southern Europe. So please do come in. Welcome, bienvenidos. Come and make yourselves comfortable. We have seats over here. We have seats over here. Come and get yourself a nice, comfortable seat. We really do have an hour of awesome content for you. We're going to have a keynote presentation to kick things off. Then we're going to have a fireside chat that's going to be very dynamic. We got a dynamic duo lined up for you. And then, oh yes, we are going to give out 65,000 euros on this stage today to 3 startups and 3 scale-ups. They are coming from hundreds of hopeful entries. We've had the best of the best competing here at VDS, and you're going to meet the 6 winners on the stage right now in a little time. So my goodness, we have some exciting times lined up for you. But let me tell you first about our inaugural keynote session. And this is a presentation, a keynote presentation that is all about moving from seed to growth. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about our first speaker. He is an industrial engineer with over 25 years of experience in the banking sector and has been responsible for the business of companies and institutions at Santander Spain, which includes, among other things, Santander Growth, which is the investment banking for companies with Smart Fund and Transmares Capital, as well as Santander Startups and Santander Universities. Excellent stuff. And previously, he developed almost his entire career in investment banking, where he was head of syndicated loans, project finance, and restructurings. So, my friends, the TLDR is that he really knows what he's talking about, and you are in for a treat. Remember, if you're standing at the back, come and make yourselves comfortable. We got plenty of seats. If you would like simultaneous translation, just open the app and it will be delivered to your smartphone and your headphones. Okay, my dear friends, this next hour belongs to our dear friends at Santander. First up, we are going to welcome to the stage the head of corporate and institutional business at Santander Spain and Banco Santander. Please give it up for Asier Gonzalez. Thank you. Bienvenidos, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good energy. Good energy for this time. I hope everybody had a coffee. I could do the translation myself and speak in Spanish, but unfortunately, I will have to speak in English. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here in Valencia again this year. This city is a city, pretty innovative, and also it's a city that there is, it's getting more and more companies, more and more startups, and also large companies. The city is attracting business, and the ecosystem is very dynamic and also very diverse. And as an example of that, we have this great event, and we have all these buildings. Sorry, the place is amazing. The weather today was not so good, but hopefully tomorrow it will be better as last year. So, talking a little bit of the bank. Banco Santander has a mission, right? That is to help people and businesses prosper. And what a better way to help businesses prosper than being here, supporting startups, supporting scale-ups, and supporting all the Valencian ecosystem, right? For us, being the bank for companies and being the bank for SMEs in Spain is something that is pretty natural for us. Just think of a data. I will not give you much more data, but 3 out of 4 companies in Spain work with Banco Santander, right? So, and also, because of our scale and our presence in the different countries, we have more than 4 million SMEs working with Santander daily, right? But we know that companies have major challenges to address in the present and also in the immediate future, such as, we could all say, sustainability, digitalization. Also, something that is very important nowadays, that is attracting and retaining talent. That's really, really important, and is widely discussed between associations and SMEs and so on. And also increasing the size and productivity of the companies, because, guys, size matters here. Usually bigger companies, companies that sell abroad, tend to be more resilient and tend to resist better the impacts of economy, right? So, last year, we consolidated our investment banker offering in Santander Growth. And why? Well, this is because we thought we could do a little bit more, right? We had good investment banking skills, very good investment banking teams, but our focus usually is to go to big corporates to go to blue chips. But we thought, why can't, go to smaller companies, go to corporates or even SMEs? Why don't we go to startups and scale-ups? Why don't we help them to grow, right? And that's what we try to do. So we try to cover the entire cycle of growth of a company, starting from the beginning till the end. And this Santander growth comprise, a variety of solutions. For example, the very first solution was the Smart Fund. Smart Fund was launched in 2014, so 10 years ago. And during this decade, the fund provided with financing for more than 1 billion euros through 250 companies. So if you divide, it's kind of easy. It's 4 million euros per company. So it's not such a big amount of money, but it was key for all those 250 companies to grow, right? And the aim of this fund 10 years ago was helping SMEs, to grow, to digitalize, to become more sustainable and with better corporate governance, and to promote employment. So 10 years ago was kind of, interesting, because all those 4 topics would be the ones that would choose today. Well, probably also AI and so on, but 10 years ago it didn't exist as it is today, right? So that's for Smart Fund. We also have Tresmares Capital. Tresmares is another vehicle we do have. They provide with private debt and also private equity. We launched Tresmares in the pandemic year in March 2020, so very, very good moment to launch whatever you wanted to launch. But still, now it's in 3 countries, helping around 80 companies and comprise more than 1.2 billion euros. So pretty good, deployment and good performance, also with the focus of helping companies to grow, right? What else? Well, we do have, the solutions that all the teams in the bank, Ignacio here in the front line, all the teams in CIB, in corporate and investment banking, providing venture debt and so on, syndicated loans, LBOs, M&A, all those things, not only for big corporates, but also for SMEs. And what else? Well, we were covering pretty well, all this space where companies, have positive EBITDA, they grow. But what about companies that are still burning cash, negative cash flows, so needing another round, needing financing, and so on? And we didn't have a specific proposition, a specific offer for startups and scale-ups. So we decided to build it. So also a year ago, we launched Santander Startup. And how? Well, we deployed teams locally here in Spain, here in Madrid, in Valencia. Sorry, we have Rosa. I don't know where Rosa is. Should be around there, over there. Okay. And we designed a specific offer for daily operations and also for financing with a specific risk framework, because we know that scale-ups, traditional lending and scale-ups do not match. So we try to have a specific risk framework. We also build capacities around our venture team in CIB that provides debt above 5 million euros, to scale-ups that are quite big. And we completed our offer with an agreement with Inverready. Here we have Gerardo. And we launched Trainera Venture Fund, which is a fund of 100 million euros that we are deploying since the beginning of this year, right? So quite a, wide variety of solutions for growth companies, for startups and scale-ups. And the last thing is we also count with Santander X. Santander X with all the challenges, awards, and prizes, but it's also a very good initiative that helps company grow. Customers, Santander customers, and also non-customers that can access to training, advice, and resources needed to advance and scale the businesses. For example, some of them, we have free training programs with limited places. Some others are unlimited, so you just have to log in Santander Open Academy or Santander X. And we have collaborations with some prestigious schools such as the Instituto de Empresa, which we have already trained more than 3,000 SMEs in strategic topics. So today at this ceremony, we are presenting our national awards as a way of boosting the development of your businesses and giving visibility to your projects, right? So today at this ceremony, we will meet the 6 winners who, in addition to receiving financial prizes, that's good, will have the opportunity to, they will have the opportunity to compete in the Santander X Global Award alongside winning companies from other 9 geographies. So I'd also like to take this opportunity to announce that we just launched a new challenge, a global challenge in collaboration with Telefónica, focused on customer experience with the participation of startups and scale-ups from 11 countries. Winners will have the chance to access to 120,000 in cash prizes and also our exclusive Santander X 100 community. So, we'll have here in the stage have much more things to say, but no, time's going. So why don't you introduce Raul, or should I do it?
But first, my dear friends, that was some big news. A lot of money. Santander are really
applause,
supporting.
a big applause.
Absolutely,
Come
a big
on.
round of applause for Asier Gonzalez. That was great. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Asier. That was really exciting news. Please have a seat, and congratulations on the announcement with Telefonica. That is a big deal. You make yourself comfortable there. Now, just a little housekeeping note. Remember, make all your friends and family jealous. Share photographs on social media. Tag Santander, tag our VIPs, and use the hashtag VDS2024. Now, we have folks down the back. You are welcome to stand there in the cold and the rain, the nice Irish summer. But honestly, you're going to be more comfortable in here. So please come in, come in. We've got lovely people here. They will move down. You can just the seats. We got guapos and guapas in here. Come and make yourself some new friends. Make yourself some contacts. Who knows where you're sitting next to? Okay, we are now going to welcome somebody to the stage to talk about some very cool stuff with Asier. So our next session is all about talking about the future of space. Oh yes, when I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut, so I'm literally a failed astronaut on the stage, but I love hearing about brilliant people doing great work in space and around space. It's a big deal, it's a big part of the future, and we're delighted to welcome to the stage the co-founder and Chief Business Development Officer of PLD Space. Please give it up for Raul Verdu. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, it's a pleasure to be here with Raul Verdu. He's a co-founder and Chief Business Development Officer of PLD Space. It's a clear example of our commitment to supporting companies such as Raul's company, right? For those who don't know PLD Space, it's a company that it is one of the most innovative in the space sector in Europe. It was founded in 2011. PLD has been at the forefront of the space revolution, developing reusable rockets that are transforming the way we access space, right? PLD space not only stands out for its cutting-edge technology, but also for its commitment to innovation and entrepreneurial spirit, with a passionate and highly qualified team, which I've met right in Elche.
Yes.
They have achieved significant milestones, such as the successful launch of the Miura 1 in October 2023, so a year ago. Well, a bit more than a year.
Yes, anniversary.
A milestone that made PLD Space the company's launching Europe's first private rocket, reinforcing its position as a leader in the European private space and race. So they have announced the new Miura family that will allow allow companies to transport also astronauts into space. But PLD Space doesn't stop here. They focus on collaboration with universities, research centers, and other startups as a clear example of how working together can drive technological advancement and create opportunities in our local ecosystem, because they also are located here, as I said, in Elche, in the Valencian community. So, in conclusion, because you all want to listen Raúl and not me, it's a company that inspires us to look to the future and dream big, showing that with determination and collaboration, there are no limits that we can achieve. So thank you, Raúl. Let's start. So to begin, and above all, so we can get to know you a little bit better. Well, not me, because I know you, but all the people here. It would be interesting to tell what was the inspiration behind the creation of PLD Space? I mean, how you crazy people did that, and how was the original vision, and how this original vision evolved through time, right?
Okay. So well, thank you, Asier, to inviting us. Bon dia. It's an authentic pleasure to stay here and to share that conversation with you. I remember, 2 years ago, something like that, I put a challenge to the Santander saying no traditional banking participating in any space program. And today Santander is doing that. So, and I think we start like this. So challenging everybody, we start as an enthusiasts, guys, doing rocketry, manufacturing amateur rockets just for fun during weekends. And with the same motivation, we start, we started in 2010 doing that. We found the company in 2011. And we maintain that spirit 13 years after our maiden space launch. And we are trying to maintain that spirit with our team, with our shareholders, with our financial partners, with our providers, with the institutions. And the spirit is the same we are, living today with all of our colleagues, our entrepreneurs here, and all the ecosystem that when we start the business, doesn't exist. So there was no, innovation ecosystem in Spain at that moment. So our roadshow was in US and other regions, but not in Spain. And we are I am very happy to see that how everything grows, how professionalized, the VC world, the bank industry. So everybody, is putting together their effort to develop big companies like us, that we want to be a big company, and I think PLD Space is just another example. So we have so many here today.
Thank you, Raúl. Can you imagine that? What do you do, in your spare time during the weekends? No, I like rocketing.
Yes.
So crazy people, but good people. We need such crazy people. So, but this origin, how this original idea to bring rockets to the space and to become this new transport to space evolve through the years?
At the end of the day, we are following the demand. So there is a demand. There are satellite manufacturers and satellite operators that they need to launch their satellites into space. We multiply by 5 in the past 5 years the amount of payload, the amount of mass launched into space. And there is a unique commercial launch provider today coming from SpaceX. So someone knows Elon Musk. So that guy, it's like launching almost everything, and there is a race.
He phoned us to come here,
Yes.
but we prefer to have you.
Thank you,
So-
Asier. No, but it's not comparable, of course, but we are a kind of follower of that topic. When we found the company, we saw how SpaceX was founded, and another company like Blue Origin or Virgin or so many others that today in the States there are leaders launching satellites into space. And this is why we start, because there is a customer that they want to pay for our services. Because one of the things that I think you made, like the Santander team made, is to understand our business. Because sometimes for a new industry or a new value proposition in any market, it's hard to explain people from outside your organization, your vision, how you can offer to your customers. So we need to, let me say, to close that barrier. And I think we face that two challenges, to understand what a bank needs to finance a project, and also the effort of the bank to understand the project. So I want to congratulate you guys because you did an amazing job. Of course, we need to pay a lot of interest, I have to say, but that's the business,
That's the deal. That's the deal, boy.
So, but of course, it's how it works. So I think we passed that challenge to understand, because as a very young entrepreneur, to be honest, at the very beginning, it's hard to understand why a bank is not putting a lot of money. So, because there is risk, that is the word, and you need to understand why and where is the moment. So I want to continue to promote that, but we want to maintain that spirit. So every year we have bigger challenges, and we are more prepared. So that's how we start, and how we try to maintain our path to do like big things.
Well, it's also a challenge. I mean, trying to find financing, and also trying to find financing from shareholders, right? And to make a round and another round. So it's kind of similar, right?
Yes. No. At the end of the day, is to create, let me say, your credibility. When we started, remember, 2 students, no heritage, no experience, no nothing, PowerPoint, saying that we want to compete with SpaceX. It was like a crazy idea at that moment. It's a crazy idea today, I have to say.
It is.
So imagine like 13 years ago. And we start small, developing small technologies. We split the challenge in several, let me say, phases. And with a small amount of money, well, it was a €1 million seed round of investment that today is not that much these days. But in 2013, it was a crazy amount of money for a startup in Spain. And with that, we deliver what we promised. So when you close your phase finance round, you need to deliver what we promise, and you have the option to close the next one. So when we try to do, of course, struggling a lot, delays, overcost, problems, so you need to face that path. I hope that all the people here is not, let me say, promoting a mega capital intensive business like us, but in our case, we need thousands of millions just to develop the first prototype. And to close that amount of money, you need to start small and to start to generate the credibility step by step, delivering just what you are promising.
Yeah, true. I mean, delivering is key.
Yep.
And capital is key. And in your industry, capital is not very, I mean, it's intensive, right?
Yep.
As you say. Very interesting. But could you explain a little bit what are the specific innovation that you introduce in the space launcher industry, and why PLD space is different to others, and why PLD space is going to be far more successful than Elon or any others?
Oh my God, it's not the objective. It's like a dream, but no. So our value proposition is to be the most reliable launch service. So at the end of the day, we are a transportation company. So when you purchase a flight ticket, so you are expecting that the plane, it will go, they will land safely in your destination. So if you crash a rocket, it's easy to go to bunker route super fast, because competition today at global level is super hard. So there are several like PLD space trying to achieving the same objective. So we are putting the focus in reliability, because the gap between demand and offer today, it's like super big. So we don't need to compete on price or on another specific topics for the moment, because of that, let me say, lack of launch service providers availability today in the market. And this is why we are putting all the effort in having the biggest, let me say, product assurance, and to not, let me say, our innovation is to not be super innovative. Because as a transportation company, we are not trying to elevate the state of the art of the rockets. We are just trying to develop the best rocket. So Amazon, as a carrier company, they are not using Formula One cars to deliver packages. So we are not using, let me say, super sophisticated rocket. So we are using industrial rocket, that it means less risk, that it means easy to be financed, and also easy to, let me say, put it on the market. So our ambition is to develop the most reliable rocket in Europe.
Right. So in this environment we have today here in Valencia, we are surrounded by entrepreneurs and key agents of the ecosystem. And I'm sure that they would like to know what have been the biggest challenges that you have faced on your path and how you have overcome them.
Okay, it's hard to say it because, let me say, all the topics to develop a big industrial business, because, you know, we are in the hardware sector, let me say, so super deep technology behind. And we struggle with everything, I have to say. So we struggle, of course, with financing. To raise up €1, you need to put a lot of effort. We receive thousands of no's. I want to write a book explaining our commercial funnel in terms of fundraising, and it's crazy how many people say no to us, but we maintain you know, that ambition to meet the next one and to cross the fingers to receive a yes at the very beginnings. Of course, the technical risk, you know, so you need to develop a rocket, so it's a super crazy hard task to do. And also to develop the team, it was super hard, let me say, to maintain the talent, to have the proper engineers, the proper sales guys, the proper C-level. So also to have, let me say, that combination between senior and junior teams. So also to develop the team was super hard. And institutional support. So our business, as you know, we need like super complex license to fly our rockets at global level. So our business is the most, let me say, challenge, is the most difficult thing that you can do in the aerospace industry. But we are delivering. And the way how to do that with that low risk approach that I think Santander understand very well, that our target is to develop the vehicle, but not to assume a lot of risk developing super complex R&D project, because just to do the rocket, it's a tremendous complex task. And this is how, let me say, we survive until today, because we succeeded a lot in so many things, but we are just starting the business. So we launch one rocket. We need to launch 30 per year. So there is a lot of things to do in the future. So we survive in the past 10 years or 13 years, and we need to still alive in the coming 10.
Thanks, Raúl. I have to say that we are lucky today having Raúl. Also, his family is lucky having Raúl in Valencia, because usually he's in the Middle East, in UK, and you know, abroad, looking for, you know, for new money, for investors and so on. Because, as you mentioned, it's not that easy. I mean, recently you went through a syndicated loan. We have here Ignacio, that you told Ignacio this is easy, and well, he believed in you. I don't know why, but how do you value all the process of going to a financial institution like us, like a bank or like other banks, to request for support when you are still in a testing stage? Because this is not easy.
Not at all. So as I mentioned, so we need to discover which is the, let me say, the financial tool that you are using that fits with your needs. So we are lucky having that contract. So we are, let me say, we passed the pre-revenue phase. We are starting to close our first contracts, and we are using that contract to receive funding coming from banks. So that financial tool was very good, because we are super happy having that contract, for example. But our customers, that is our government, they pay in advance just the 20%. So it was incredible, and I have to say that it was a surprise, because when I put the challenge on the table like 2 years ago, it was a joke. But they picked the challenge, they studied the operation, and they assumed the risk. So it's a controlled risk. So when you, let me say, if you found a restaurant, you are assuming a risk also. So if you found a rocket company, you also are assuming a different risks. And I think that balance between risk and of course profitability for us, and also for for the bank was one of the keys. But I don't want to be pessimistic, but it's super hard, let me say, to convince, let me say, a bank and a normal financial tool to go alone. If you want to purchase a house, it's super easy. But if you want to finance whatever other thing, you need to do, let me say, or you need to have a specific team, because there are no experience from our side and from other side. So it's not because a lack of performance of your team or my team. It's because everything is new. Everything is a new challenge. Every single operation is very customized. So that effort sometimes is hard to overpass it. And today, let me say, and I want to put it on the table. So that operation that we closed recently is an historical operation at national level. I have to say, and I am very happy. And I cross the fingers to not be like, let me say, to not see the last one. So we want to see several coming.
For sure. Yeah. I have to agree with Raúl, because his case is is far more difficult than others, right? Because the company is still not selling. I mean, they launch like a prototype, but they need to build the new rocket. So it's not easy to finance. Hopefully, other companies are losing money but are selling, having clients and so on. So probably a little bit, with a tested product, so maybe easier. And the story he was telling all of you guys, it's true. Like it was like 2 years ago, Raúl. I don't know how many of you have been in the Hormiguero, interviewed by Pablo Motos, but he's been there. And it was the previous day or the next day? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I
don't remember exactly, but yes.
He came to our premises in Madrid of Banco Santander, and he was, like this, not with me, with another guy, wherever. And he said that financing was really difficult, and banks were not supporting PLD, and Banco Santander that was seated down there. Yeah. It was me. Never, finance him. So you can never tell someone from Bilbao that
that is
you cannot do this. And that's the real story behind all of this.
Yes. Yes.
So coming back to the iPad.
Okay.
During this adventure, internal talent, and also fostering the culture of innovation in the companies is key. So how do you foster a culture of innovation within the company, and how many countries or different cultures you have in the company, and what is the role that employees play in this process?
Yes.
Engineers.
Yes.
And so on.
No, for sure. So it's as I mentioned, it's one of the key factors to develop a company like this. So today we have 17 different nationalities in our organization.
In Elche.
In Elche, in Comunitat Valenciana, yes. So we are very proud, because I think it's not a challenge, because we live in we call the province Alicante, California. So it's a very good place to live. It's the cost of life is not that big that in LA or Munich or London.
Although it's California.
Yes. So we have good, like rice. Sorry for the Valencian guys, but the Alicante rice is better. Oh my God, how many enemies now? But jokes apart, to maintain that, let me say, philosophy, we call it the Mira One spirit. When we launch Mira One was an incredible task, that the chance to succeed was super low. And there was like crazy people, not just the founders. My full team, they are also crazy guys.
I've seen the video.
Believing in something like Los de Bilbao, like trying to say, we want to launch that rocket, and we did it, and we are trying to maintain that culture in the organization. Today we are starting, we are growing, we are professionalizing that, and from people and culture perspective, we are also industrializing how we maintain alive the spirit of the, let me say, the foundational values of the organization, because if not, you are done. So today we are an international organization. We have a legal entity in Spain, of course, and another one in France, and we want to open 2 more outside Europe. And if you are not capable to maintain that culture in the team, we call it like the marketing word is local. You know, so we are a very local company, headquarters in Elche, test range in Teruel. So we are a province company, but we serve to any customer in the world. And you know me, like traveling every week to any part of the world because our demand is global. So we are very proud to maintain that culture in the organization.
I was thinking, I think this is not prepared, so maybe it's not possible, but it would be great to see the video of the launch of Miura, no? Would it be, girls, Maite, ¿creéis que tienen internet para poner el vídeo del Miura? They are gonna kill me.
Oh my God.
Well, if it is possible, if not, I have one more question. No? No internet here?
It's in YouTube.
So it's a pity, but... Okay, no worries. You can all go to YouTube and see the video. No worries. So last question. They are trying. Okay. If you are able, it would be nice. If you're not, no worries. So last question. You have here all the, all the finalists, the 20 finalists of...
Third one.
But last question first. 20 finalists of the Santander X Spain Award, Startup and Scale Up 2024. Lessons.
Folks, the answer is yes. Yeah, do you want to see the video?
Yes.
Folks, we want to see
you
the
video.
You
want to see the video?
That's more like a thank you.
Let's go for it.
Let's go.
You see, nothing's possible.
Okay, now having said that, we do of course now have to flick a few switches backstage and without sound. Okay, so listen, for the soundtrack to this, you're going to have to imagine some really cool techno or maybe some like driving rock music, whatever music you like, just imagine that. And it's very impressive.
Well,
I mean, you
we
can
have
actually...
Raul to explain what was happening in the video.
That would be even better.
So,
imagine your favorite techno with Raul speaking over it.
But this is, put the other one. There is one in our YouTube channel. That 3 minutes?
Well,
or we can use that one. I don't know.
This is fire?
Yes.
Oh la la. Pure fire emoji.
Yes, it's like cuenta atrás y lanzamiento Miura 1. El otro.
He was telling us that it was super safe and it was kind of easy. But when you see all the people in the company like, wow, you think it was not so easy.
No, for us, for us was a tremendous, we expend our entire life to do that. So when you see the rocket flying, was incredible. I have a daughter, and the moment of the launch and the moment of the birth of my daughter, it's like more or less the same excitement. So I remember I think my wife is not hearing us, but yes, so developing that and we were, oh my God, they're trying to find it. No problem. It's in YouTube. So yes, so launching a rocket like this or delivering what we promised, because at the end of the day was like this. We stayed the full year of attempts. We need to delay the launch several times because of different reasons. And I were like super lucky. And this is not, I am not proud of that. But I remember all those guys that say it's impossible to do that. I want to use that small example, launching Miura 1, to all of you guys that they're trying to do that. Someone say like it's impossible, that there is nothing that is impossible if you have the demand behind the project. So thank you.
Last advice for entrepreneurs and our our Santander X Spain Award, the finalists and so on. Some advice for them as an entrepreneur.
Work harder than the others.
Work harder than the others. Okay, so thank you very much, Raul. Thank you for being here.
Fantastic. Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias, Raul and Asier. That was a brilliant session. Wow. And listen, I must apologize. I have brought the Irish summer with me. So this is how we roll in Ireland. It's sometimes sunny, but mostly rainy. So If you are finding yourself standing outside in the Irish weather, come inside here where it's dry. We have seats over here, we have seats over here, and you are in the right place for some excitement because we are going to move on to the awards ceremony of Santander X Spain 2024 at the heart of Valencia Digital Summit. Oh my goodness, it's going to be very exciting. You're going to meet some awesome startups and some awesome scale-ups, and Santander, the lovely people at Santander X, are going to shower them with euros. We have 65,000 euros to give out on the stage today. And not only will our winning startups and scale-ups win a bag of cash, they will also get to represent Spain in the Santander X Global Finals, along with winners from 8 other countries. This is an incredibly prestigious award. It is a big deal. They're going to be getting some gorgeous trophies that we have backstage, and they are going to be given out by some VIPs on the Santander stage here today. Okay, again, my friends, if you are at the back, come in, come in. It's raining outside, it's dry inside. We have seats, I tell you, yes, we are going to keep you warm and dry, and who knows, you might be sitting next to the most important person in Valencia right now for your business, or indeed for your personal progress. Who knows? You know what I mean? My personal motto is ABC, or always be connecting. And you know, one of the best ways to connect with people is to come out of the rain and sit next to somebody really nice, because you never know, they could be absolutely a game changer in your career. Okay, my friends, it is the awards ceremony of Santander X Spain 2024 at the heart of VDS 2024. Remember to share the FOMO, make all your friends, family, loved ones, and financial directors extremely jealous. Share your thoughts and the love and the photographs on social media. Use the hashtag VDS 2024. So today, we're going to be giving out 65,000, a prize fund for 6 lucky winners, 3 startups, 3 scale-ups. Now this that you're going to see on stage is the best of the best of the best. There were over 400 companies battling it out to get to this stage, and we've had 20 finalists just absolutely giving it their very best here at Valencia Digital Summit. So what you're seeing here is the best of hundreds. The best of the best are going to be taking away those 6 prizes. So we have 3 startups, 3 scale-ups. All of them are going to win some money of varying degrees. I'm going to tell you exactly how much money so you know who to ask to buy you a drink later. And they're also going to be winning a trophy, and they're going to go on to represent Santander X, to represent Spain in the Santander X Global Awards with winners from another 8 countries. It's incredibly exciting. So first up, we're going to do the startup category. My friends, are you ready to meet some winners? Outstanding. I thought you were. You had that look in your eye. Brilliant. Right, but first up, we're going to welcome our VIPs to the stage to give out the trophies. Okay, my dear friends, please welcome to the stage Regional Director at Banco Santander, Miguel Ángel Franco, Directora Santander Universidades y Universidad España, Susana García Espinel, and the Director of Commercial Territorial de Valencia, Carlos Mendoza. Please welcome to the stage Miguel Ángel, Susana, and Carlos. Fantastic. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, you go over there. This is great. Right. Yeah, we have, look at this. We got our 3 VIPs. We got our 3 startup awards. And let me tell you who these are going to. So I think we're going to do it in reverse order, right? Are we going to get 3, 2, 1? Are we going to get all 3 on the stage or just at the end? At the end. Right. Okay, I'm going to tell you who the top 3 are. We're going to applaud them, and then the number 1 is going to come on stage to pick up the big prize, and then we have our moment with the other 2 runners-up. Okay, my dear friends, this is very exciting. So, in 3rd place in the startups category, we are delighted to say you're on your way to the finals, and you have won 4,000 euros. Yes, indeed. Big round of applause for Dr. Matic. Dr. Matic, yes. Fantastic. Okay. Place number 3, Dr. Matic. That's it. Okay, the 2nd place in the startup finals. 6,000 euros. The number goes up. And a place in the finals, the global finals. Please give it up for Creos. Fantastic. Creos. Yes, you pick up your trophy there. And I guess that 6,000 euros will be finding its way to you afterwards. Okay, so we've reached the grand finale, the hot potato, the big one. The winner of a 10,000 euro prize and a trip to the finals. Please show your appreciation for Udafex! Yes! Bienvenidos, welcome. Good job. All right, look at that. Magnificent. Magnificent. Congratulations, Udafex. Okay. Okay, so listen, now all of you come in. That's it. Move into the center of the stage. Arrange yourselves however you like. There you go. Okay, we got the winner. So Udafex, so you yes, here we go. Okay, yep. X's to the front, my friend. X's to the front. This is your paparazzi moment. Time to take a photograph. Okay, big round of applause for our top three. Fantastic. Congratulations, one and all. Okay, let's move into the center of the stage. Oh, yes. So this is properly paparazzi time. That's it. Okay, if you are a colleague of these wonderful people, or a friend, or you just like the look of them, you think they have cool hair, whatever, come and take a photograph. Now is your time. Okay, and do remember, yes, big round of applause if you like it. Come on, cheer for your team. We love it. Congratulations, and thank you again to our three VVIPs. Okay, do we have all of the photographs? Okay, we got all the photographs? Okay, and what happens now? Okay, and then one with... Okay, now, so what do we have? That's good, good, good. Okay, thank you. Big round of applause for our judges and our three winners. Yes, okay. Congratulations to Dr. Matic, Creos, and Udafex. How exciting. This is great. I love, you know, it's not my money. I'm very happy that Santander are giving these great startups and scale-ups such brilliant awards, and they're all going to go to the global final and representing Spain on the global stage. Yes, yes. Thrilling indeed. Okay, we are now going to meet some scale-ups, my friends. So, again, I have to ask you, are you ready to meet some winners? Oh my God, yes, that was even better than last time. Thank you. So, first up, as with last time, we are going to welcome three VVIPs onto the stage to give out the prizes. So first up, we're delighted to welcome the Director of Santander Growth at Banco Santander, Maite Cordon. Thank you so much. Maite, welcome. Okay, Maite Cordon, and she is being given her a very precious trophy there. Wonderful. They're going to be joined by our dear friend, Head of Corporate and Institutional Business at Santander Spain. Give it up for Asier Gonzalez. Welcome back, Asier. Okay, grab your trophy, good man. We're putting you to work today. Excellent. And rounding off our power trio of MVPs, we are thrilled to welcome the Director General at Lanzadera. Give it up for Marta Nogueras. Welcome, Marta. Thank you for joining us, Marta. Great to see you. Okay, we've got our three VIPs, and now all that remains to do is to let you know who has won all of those great prizes and who is going to represent Spain on the global stage. In third place, picking up 10,000 euros, ding dong, we are delighted to welcome to the stage Wiki Farmer! Congratulations. 10,000 euros. Bravissimo. Good man. Okay, good to see you. Felicidades. Excellent. Okay, there goes Wiki Farmer to pick up the third place prize. In second place, my friends, we are thrilled to welcome Ciudadela! Bravo, bravo! Whoop, whoop. And Ciudadela, bring home 15,000 of your finest euros, my friend. Wow. Okay. Now we've reached the grand finale, the number one of the scale-ups, who's going to take home 20,000 euros, thanks to our dear friends in Santander and Santander X, and they're going to go on to represent Spain on the global stage at the global competition. Please show your warmest... Now listen, if you are a colleague, just go nuts. Please do. This is a big moment. Give it up for Shakers! Bravissimo! Come on, Team Shakers. Yes, yes. Muy bien. Rocking the branded merch. That's what we like to see. 20,000 euros and a place on the global finals for the good people at Shakers. Absolutely awesome. That's it. Don't forget the trophy. Okay, now moving over into the middle, we're going to fill up the stage, getting under the nice logo. With that, move over here. More. Mass. Peter Mass. Yeah, thank you. Mass. There you go. Fantastic. Okay, now this is the paparazzi moment. This is what we want shared on LinkedIn. Use the hashtag VDS2024 if you don't mind, and then we can share the love, spread the excitement, and make all your friends, family, and procurement director extremely jealous. VDS2024 for the hashtag. So my dear friends, please show your appreciation one more time for Wiki Farmer, Ciudadela, and Shakers. Bravissimo. Okay, we are going to let our VIPs leave the stage. Thank you very much for joining us, for giving out the. But you stay. Absolutely. So we got all our VIPs. Our VIPs are finished, but we want the winners on the stage. So Hugo, thank you very much. So winners, don't you move. Don't touch it. So you stay there. You stay there. Right. And 6 winners. Yes, fantastic. That's it. You read my mind. Excellent. Okay, it is time to take a photograph of our 6 winners of the Santander X Spain Award for the Startup and Scale Up of 2024, taking home a collective 65,000 euros. That is not too shabby, as we say in Ireland. And they're also going to go on to represent Spain on the global stage as part of the Santander X competition. A big round of applause for our startups and scale-ups, champions of 2024. Hundreds tried, but only this 6 startups and scale-ups made it to the final and made it as winners. Muchísimas gracias. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much to Alejandra Hernandez and her team for making things wonderful. Okay. So, my dear friends, is now Alejandra, I got to ask you, is there anything else? What's your feeling now about our brilliant 6 finalists? Okay, how was it?
We are so happy to do these awards, and we are very happy to be here with you. So, next year we see you. Again.
Okay, can I please get a round of applause for Alejandra and her amazing team at Santander and Santander X. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the excitement you bring to the Valencia and the Spanish startup and scale-up ecosystem. It is just an honor to be here. It's so exciting. Okay, so my friends, we actually have finished 5 minutes early. Oh my goodness. So listen, I like to have a little thing where I encourage people to step out of their comfort zone. If you are going to stay here, I promise you we have some good stuff. We have the good people at Square at 5 o'clock, and they're going to be hosting a session which is all about the development and growth of sustainable focused projects in Europe. So do join us in 4 minutes here at the Santander stage to learn about the world of Square and the development and growth of sustainable focused projects in Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm from Seeker, so.
Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you, buddy. Yes, yeah, fantastic, great. Okay. Are you speaking next? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, no, we got a Neuro in the house. Excellent. Brilliant. Hey, how are you? Good. Nice to see you. Perfect timing. Great.
I was there in the back watching the previous.
Oh, it's good fun, right? Yeah. No, thank you so much
Good
for joining
energy.
us. It's muy importante. Good fun. It should be fun. Yes. Okay.
Where are you from?
Oh, Ireland, Irlanda.
From
But
Ireland?
vivimos en Cataluña, cerca de Barcelona.
Vale.
Ati. It's oh, fantastic! Oh, beautiful. I love Portugal. Love Lisbon. I've been to Nossa Live Music Festival twice. Very good. Love it. Like your mics are on the chair. Hold it close to your mouth. So, yeah, folks, just a little. You put the mics close to your mouth because then people hear you best. Okay, thank you. All right, my friends, you know what? We are moving on swiftly here. We run what you might call a tight ship here at the Santander stage. After the absolute excitement and thrills and cash prizes of the Santander X Awards, we are going to move on and learn about the development and growth of sustainable focused projects in Europe. It's very important work, very exciting work, and a big part of our future. Let me tell you who's going to join us now. Our next session is hosted by the wonderful people at The Square. If you don't know them, you absolutely should, and our wonderful moderator would be happy to connect with you. She's a brilliant connector and a brilliant moderator. Now, we are delighted to welcome on the stage from Unicorn Factory Lisboa. He is the executive director. We're delighted to have Gil Azevedo join us on the stage. He's going to be joined by the CEO of Bandora, Marcia Pereira, and they're going to be joined by the co-founder and CEO Go Parity Impact Finance, Nuno Brito. Great to see you again. And our wonderful moderator, as mentioned, is a senior PR specialist at The Square. We are thrilled to welcome her back. She is Mariola Montoya. My dear friends, I appreciate we are edging towards the evening, but we do need to give our full energy and full support. So a big round of applause from all of you, please, for Mariola, Nuno, Marcia, and Gil. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me fine? Cool. Let me know if you can't, because I get a feeling this might happen. All right, so welcome all. Thank you all so much for being here and sharing your ideas. And thank you for being here. Just to kick us off, and Nuno might have known this already, but I do tend to follow patterns. So usually the first question just goes to the panel. Feel free to start. It's up to you. So can each of you just share a little bit about your projects, your organization's role in the sustainability ecosystem, and what motivated your focus on sustainability as well? And how does your organization contribute to Europe's green transition? I know. It's literally 3.
You can start, you can go,
I don't think, can you hear me quite? All right, okay, it's fine. So I'm sorry, Mariola, can you repeat the question because I have some struggles to hear here?
Yes, so if you could tell us a little bit about why you focus on sustainability
from your organization? And how does your organization contribute to Europe's green transition?
All right. Okay. So, as a solo founder of Bandora, a solution for managing energy in buildings with AI. Personally, sustainability runs in my veins. So, since when I was really young, I was obsessed with how air conditioning would harm the ozone hole and etc. and to spread CFCs, gases to the atmosphere. Now we don't have that problem. Of course, we have climate change and all the problems that goes from climate change. So it was obvious to me that I would pursue some career in the sustainability area. However, regarding what we do in Bandora, well, there is a goal for the decarbonization of buildings. By 2030, we need to reach the nearly zero buildings for new buildings by 2028 for the public buildings. So Bandora contributes highly in these goals, in these European goals.
Amazing. Jill?
So, hello. We at Unicorn Factory Lisboa, so we are a project that is sponsored by the city of Lisbon. So we are the operational arm for the city hall in terms of driving the innovation from Lisbon to the world. We exist since 2012. Then in 2022, we launched the Unicorn Factory Lisboa, really to position the city as one of the main innovation hubs for Europe. And with this, obviously, if we look at now where we are now, sustainability plays a very important role in terms of innovation. So we consider the vertical of the green tech, clean tech, climate tech, there's plenty of names for it, as one of the core verticals that we would like to invest. So we launched last year an acceleration program called Clean Future that Bandora had the chance to participate as well, with the goal to identify solutions within mobility, retail and construction that really drive the smart cities of the future. This year we launched the second edition where we have already partnered with 4 other cities in Europe, so Marseille, San Sebastian and Helsinki. So any startup that joins this program has immediately access to 4 different cities, 4 different markets, 4 different potential corporate partners and so on. And again, sustainability, specifically in Europe, is critical. So I think that there's going to be a lot of investment, both from a public side, but also from the private side for sustainability. So the ability to link cities at a European level in order to support startups, getting a faster expansion and helping corporate finding startups that are in other markets and are not easy to find, that is going to be key, and is one of the priorities for us at Unicorn Factory Lisboa. Just to finalize and to show also our focus on this area, we are about to launch our sustainability hub in Lisbon, which is a physical space that the goal is to bring together the startups, the talents, the corporate and the investors that are focusing on sustainability.
Amazing. How about GoParity, Nuno?
Hi everyone, I'm Nuno, I'm one of the co-founders of GoParity. For those who don't know, we are an impact investing platform that allows any individual or company to lend money to sustainable projects. So basically what we do is, using a crowd lending model, to have anyone lend starting with only €5 to projects at their choice. And so far we have had €42 million invested via our platform in more than 370 projects in 19 countries worldwide. Of course, thinking of the green transition in Europe, most of what we do is actually with European companies, but we've also funded projects in Kenya and Uganda and Africa, and we've funded projects in Colombia, Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico. And we also have a subsidiary in Canada that we use for Canadian investors and to fund Canadian projects. This ties with our role in the ecosystem because we do it from two different perspectives. So for individuals, we are one way for them to choose where their money is used and what it is used for, and to earn some decent profit in projects that also bring good to the planet. And for companies, we are an alternative way to get funding for their projects. So very often companies struggle for different reasons to get funded, especially when they are young or working in innovative areas or in sustainability. We can be a tool to overcome this type of barrier.
So, Gilles, back to you. As you were saying, sustainability might seem like an obvious thing right now in Europe, but it wasn't that way 10 years ago. Which key milestones or shifts have you seen in this past decade that has changed that?
So, I think this wave of the focus on sustainability comes both from the governments but also from the consumers. And I think that is when things then start becoming incredibly important, when we have both sides pushing an agenda of sustainability. So it's not only the governments, but it's also actually the day-to-day consumers wanting to see sustainable solutions. And this is what then drives the whole flying wheel. So then we have then the startups coming up with innovation, we have corporate looking for innovation and sustainability, we have VCs because they see this is a high growth vertical to invest on sustainable solutions. So the short answer is governments and consumers both pushing in the same direction.
I see you nodding. Anything to add there?
Yeah, I have a lot to add there. No, but I mean, of course, I agree with everything that Gilles said. I just think that there's also data to back up this kind of, let's say, the investment in sustainability, where we by now all know that sustainability companies that do work for sustainability and companies that have strong ESG policies tend to outperform those that don't, for example. But you can also see the change in many different areas. There's also data that shows that the younger the generation, the more they are willing to invest along with their values, and so the choice of sustainability needs to be there. The same goes for being for responsible consumption, for example. Also, the younger the generation, the more data shows that there is a real concern with the issue. Still, when we are working in this sector, sometimes we tend to judge the world by what we have around us. And the dream that it is something that has become mainstream is really, really still far away. So we need to also be aware that sometimes we get biased by our surroundings, let's say. But when we get outside our operational area, then sometimes you can also get a disappointment. And the last reason that I would add maybe is also the opportunity one. So we also see a lot of investment shifting towards sustainability just because the opportunity is there, either because the incentives are there or the fiscal incentives are there, or because they're joining what big money is starting to do. Not necessarily a genuine concern about sustainability.
I like where you're going, and I'm going to circle back to that for sure. But also, just getting real for a second, scaling projects, honestly, just begs to be innovative, but also do some traditional approaches as well. How do you balance both in keeping with still being sustainable and still being transparent and scale projects?
I can start. So, in our perspective, of course, the driver is as well sustainability from our customers, but mainly is operational efficiency. So if they can save money, everybody wins, right? So this is a really old school approach, right? So for instance, like Gilles mentioned in the previous question, so the driver in Europe comes from the European policies and new legislation. However, in US, the push is capital, so is efficiency. So that's why we have, for instance, McDonald's and Burger King as customers, because their own driver is efficiency.
So I can add that actually sustainability can be for profit. I think there's a bit of sometimes the confusion that sustainability means impact, means non-profit, which is not the case. I think there are obviously impact-driven projects that are non-profit, but there are also sustainable projects that are completely for profit, and there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's companies are looking for innovation, and no one better than startups to provide that, innovation on sustainability side. So I see there's a very positive vertical that is driven by profit, and it's the way it should be.
All right. So I have to ask, how do you guys, with your organizations, ensure that you're actually transparent and sustainable, aside from the marketing narratives?
I can go.
Please.
We are the easiest ones to catch if we are not transparent and if we are not true. So in our case, because we don't only talk about the sustainability of what we do, but the sustainability of the projects that we fund, we need to be really wary of what we share and how we share it and how transparent we are, but also making sure that everything that we share is true. And in the end, your responsibility when you're managing a platform like ours is to do your best to safeguard investors' interests. It doesn't mean that it is guaranteed capital, but we need to make sure that every investor, when they invest, know everything they might need to know about the projects they have chosen to fund. And we have more than 50,000 registered users in the platform. So this is a lot of external scrutiny. And I could tell you stories of how people really are attentive to what we do. We've had, for example, we have funded in Brazil, we funded solar panels in the rooftop of a shopping mall. And very often when we do some projects that are not with a clear sustainability angle, let's say the refurbishment of an office space. And you could say, yeah, of course they're refurbishing with double glazing windows and a lot of energy efficiency measures because that's what you're supposed to do when you're using state-of-the-art technology. And this time in Brazil, we funded solar panels in the rooftop of a shopping mall. And we had, I think, 3 or 4 users complaining, how can you be funding solar panels on that rooftop when you know what sort of capitalism is going on below that rooftop? So we're subject to all types of scrutiny, and gladly, one of the good things that we do is exactly on the empowerment to let people invest where they want to. So our reply is, our main criteria is the use of money, and it is being used for solar power. Of course, we have exclusion areas, like we wouldn't probably fund an oil whatever company to install solar panels. Also, they don't need the money. But in the end, the answer is the use of money is what counts, but we never make you invest anywhere. So you can just choose. You don't like shopping malls, don't invest there. If you like solar power on a rooftop of a charity, you're free to invest there. And if you go to our platform, you can check the project pages and you will see that you have many different impact KPIs measured, but also all the information about the company, their accounts, the business plan, the people behind it, their LinkedIn profiles, everything. We try to make it as tangible as possible and as easy as possible for investors to analyze.
Also, as we usually say, walk the talk. It's very PR, but walk the talk, right? So sustainability, it's that, but also about creating long-lasting economic value. Could you please speak a little bit about that side of sustainability? And I would also we have 2 minutes. Please answer this question. But I would also love to finish off with one more, so be brief.
You asked the sustainability size? No.
Sustainability by creating a long-lasting economic value to society.
Oh, okay. So, well, in our case, it's pretty obvious, right? This is when we thought about the solution of Pandora, we thought always in the full cycle of the solutions. For instance, even where our software is hosted, the energy is renewable energy as well. So I think when we think in sustainability, we just need to think what is our boundaries. If our boundaries is the customer that we are targeting, or if it is as well us, like the provider, and what are our providers as well. So we need, when we think in sustainability, we need to open wider the boundaries, and I mean, so we need it's more wider than just focus on the customer. So what we are doing is trying to at best be compliant with the full cycle of sustainability.
All right.
I would just add that economical value comes from innovation, that comes from investment, that comes from intention. So we all have the right intentions, therefore this will drive the right actions. Driving the right actions will drive innovation, will drive investment, which then ends up being driving the economical value. And we are seeing this already on our day-to-day. If we compare ourselves and the world 10 years back, I think all the companies are way more conscious about sustainability than they were before. And this is just going to continue increasing.
All right. So lastly, what does the green transition look like? A good green transition look like from your perspectives?
I can go. 100% renewable, 100% electric, 0% waste.
Nice. Gilles?
For me, it's all about every day is going to be more sustainable than the previous day.
Well, for me, it's a bit harder. Is all the stakeholders somehow drive through the sustainability as well. So when we rely in systems or IoT devices that has a lot of languages to speak and that we need to integrate, so sustainability comes from everybody, all the stakeholders.
Amazing. We love Gilles, Marcia, Nuno. That's all the time we've got. I appreciate so much your time and your ideas. Thank you for sharing. Thank you all for being here. Hope you get inspired as I have felt. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias, Mariola, Marcia, Nuno, and Gilles. Very good. That was absolutely great. Inspiring words there from four people who really, really know what they're talking about. Okay, my friends, we're going to move on to a very exciting session. It is called, well, its title kind of encapsulates what we're all about here. It is called From Valencia to the World. Yes, please. Just a reminder, share the love, use the hashtag VDS2024. And if you're standing outside, you are invited to come inside. Join us in the inner sanctum in the Santander stage, and you will have a seat and shelter, and you'll be sitting next to somebody really photogenic, I promise you. Okay, we are now going to move on to our next panel. It's called From Valencia to the World, and I'm going to tell you who's going to join us. We're going to give them a big round of applause when they rock the stage. We are delighted to be joined by the General Manager at Lanzadera, Marta Nogueras, by the co-founder and COO of Metricool, Laura Montes, by the CEO and co-founder of Zelaros, David Pistoni, and our wonderful moderator for this session is a VC investor and strategic advisor and director at the mighty EY. We are delighted to be joined by Desiree Eliza. Please, my dear friends, it's getting late in the day, but we need to keep the energy up. Give a big round of applause to Desiree, David, Laura, and Marta. Thank you. Okay, folks, your microphones are on the chair. You sit wherever you like. Just a little reminder, little pro tip here. Just hold the microphones close to your mouth, and then you sound like a late night radio DJ. Okay, fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining us. The stage is yours. I beg your pardon. We do like to keep our speakers and audience on their toes. We like to mix things up a little bit here. Do we have any requests, anything needed? ¿Todo
No,
bien?
it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, muy bien.
Fantastic.
Gracias. Okay, folks, remember,
Gracias.
seats in the front. Come on, get yourself a seat.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Welcome to a great panel right now. We can be talking about Valencia all day, right? So it's because now we got a new sexy girl on the block. It's Valencia, right? So we can figure out what are all these advantages from the local strengths here in Valencia for startups, scale-ups, corporates, funds, investors, etc. So welcome our great panel right now. Please, a huge applause for them. Great, so let's start with Marta, please. Let's talk a little bit about Lanzadera, maybe your experience about the evolution of the venture capital ecosystem here in Valencia and all these advantages, competitive advantages that Valencia has to Spain and to the world.
Thank you, Desiree. Lanzadera is a startup accelerator that is based in Valencia since 2013. We've accelerated more than 1,500 startups, and right now we have more than 300 sharing or facilities based in Valencia. So for us, one of the main things that is very important is that 9 years ago we established into La Marina de Valencia, and we established as an entrepreneurial hub that we call Marina de Empresas because Lanzadera is connected to a business school that it's called EDEM and to an investment fund that it's called Angels Capital. So for us, it was a way to be the prior that we established in La Marina de Valencia, and then other initiatives have been established in this area, and we believe that now we have like an entrepreneurial neighborhood in this area, and it's important because it's a way to attract startups and entrepreneurs that want to create their companies in Valencia. We believe that we have good conditions, high quality of life, and also I think that Valencia is a comfortable city. But we know that we have to face new challenges, as for example, the retention, how to retain these companies in Valencia. So for us, it's important to obtain the biggest network possible for entrepreneurs. So in that way, it's important that the agents such as corporations, venture capital, also the administration that help to boost to attract people that came to Valencia, and also the talent. No, for us, it's always a challenge, and we have to continuously be listening to the needs of the entrepreneurs, because an entrepreneur is demanding, but we know that we have to face the new challenges that they have been as a technological company or also as an innovation, because if we want that Valencia has to consolidate as an entrepreneurial and innovation hub, we have the ecosystems to be working together and make Valencia a place to attract companies and to establish companies in order to make them and help them grow. So this event, for example, it's very important, and it's a way to attract international and national companies, and also talent in general, because we believe that it's only a thing of people.
Fantastic, thank you. So just to keep that conversation open, we were talking, Laura, right now about the advantages that you found here in Valencia whenever you started or you get starting, right? You were started in Madrid, but then you came here and you saw that this was a great ecosystem, a great VC landscape. What about that?
Yeah, it's true. We started in Madrid, Juanpa and I, but then after we start growing, we found out that Valencia is a great place to find talent. and our head of people, Orten, which is here, has hired a lot of talent here, and not only from Valencia, because Valencia has many advantages also for European or American or other foreigner talent that for us is more convenient to hire from here. So we have found the opportunity to hire native English speaker, German speaker, French speaker directly from here, which has the best conditions possible. It's so much better than hiring them directly in the United States, for example. That's one of the keys. And today we have 100 employees all around the world, and almost 30% lives here, which is a lot of people.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you. What about you, David? What can you tell us about that?
In our case, I'm sorry for my throat, it's not in the best moment. We had clear since the beginning that we were a global project, or at least European. So even if we started as a group of colleagues from the university, from the UPB, calling Lanzaderas door, saying we have a project, it's a bit crazy, but let's explain it. And we started to professionalize with a European approach in our head. So Valencia was a really key point to learn with the accelerators, with the university, having the opportunity to recruit talent from the different disciplines of the engineering we were doing. And it depends on the startup, in my opinion, and some of them, maybe they are fundraising, so it's important you start opening doors outside of Valencia while you also connect with the Valencian ecosystem. And if you are looking for clients, usually starting nationally and then expanding. But in our case, Valencia, since the beginning, was the key element to build this deep tech project that was not that common time ago. But as Raúl from PLD said in the previous session, we try to be local, so global approach, being local at the same time.
Great, great. So just to talk about Celeros have been like great in the global market, right? The position of Celeros in the global market has been great. So what about maybe these challenges you face whenever you started trying to internationalize your company? What about that challenges, that specific challenges that you had from Valencia to the world, right?
In my opinion, probably Valencia is the best place in the world for early stages in startups.
That's great.
I can't imagine another place better to start. The challenges maybe start coming when you raise Series A or B. You have to look outside. That's not a challenge of Valencia, but I would say Spain or even Europe. When you have to scale the team and the company, you start finding these challenges. For example, we came from the Scale Up Club from the European Commission yesterday in Greece, and it was basically a club of 100 startups, scale-ups in this case, trying to find the challenges of Europe to be competitive with other regions. So I think it's maybe not the Valencia's challenge, but the Europe's challenge to find a way to be competitive with other regions that are going very fast, for example, in China or United States. And we have the perfect ingredients for creating amazing technologies, amazing startups. Valencia is the best place in the world, in my opinion, to start a company. So go for it if you are thinking about it. And maybe for the next year, keep growing as it's happening already in Valencia. This event is an example. I remember the first editions. I missed one of them with the penguins in my back in the oceanographic. But each edition is bigger and bigger. And if we keep having new success stories from companies raising and executing business plans, being international coming from here, probably this money will come back as well to the ecosystem. And in the following years, it will keep evolving and improving more and more.
Sure, great. So I was thinking maybe we were talking about the challenges, And that's why maybe we can think about the vision of the accelerators or the investors. And Marta, maybe as an accelerator, what are these main characteristics that you find in these startups or the founders that are really important for them to get the global market?
Well, in fact, usually a startup born with global vocation, no? as David mentioned previously. So it's an advantage in the beginning because they were born and they can establish anywhere, as I mentioned previously. But what we have to do is maybe to find in Valencia a place that they can find talent into universities, they can find first investment rounds through venture capital, local venture capital maybe, such as Angels Capital, or also find a startup incubator and accelerator, no? And so for us it's important to bring everything. Also administration that help to boost, I think that they have to be a player also, and of course all the initiatives such as Startup Valencia and other initiatives that make community and ecosystem. So what we believe is that entrepreneurs can establish in Valencia or in other places that can establish a different agents and the stakeholders in order to help them grow. So the problem is that we have to face how to retain the talent. And what we need right now, we believe that we are now receiving more entrepreneurs that came from other countries, such as European, as Netherlands, or Belgium, or Lithuania, and also from Latin America. And we have to help them to connect into all the Spanish ecosystem, Valencian ecosystem, and I think that they are more demanding about connecting with more corporations because probably they will be a B2B business that right now the main startups that we have been accelerated in Lanzadera are B2B business model. So corporations, I think that it's very important. Of course, as David mentioned previously, connected with international venture capital or business angel or other kind of funds that can invest into these companies, and also other areas such as private equity, because we have in Valencia examples such as Sesame or other like Celeros, Imperia or Internext that have different kinds of investors that have support them.
Sure, and that brings to me the question about maybe what is the importance or the important role of these specific or strategic alliances, right? The partnerships, the international partnerships to get into the global market. What can you tell us about it, Laura?
Well, in our case, what we have searched for growing internationally is alliance with different influencers that help us spreading the word about what is Metricool, what we do. Since globalization is not that necessary to find a local partner to establish outside Spain, only with this kind of collaborations, influencers, or people talking with us has been enough in our case.
That's great. What about David?
In our case, as we are developing an industrial project with the vehicle, infrastructure, etc., we knew that we couldn't cover the whole project. So since the first moment, we started to collaborate with providers, for example, for the infrastructure. Internationally was ArcelorMittal, also Acciona in Spain, but ArcelorMittal as a global company. Capgemini from France, it's a shareholder of the company. And in No Energy as well, it's a European venture that is promoting energy transition. So in my opinion, the sooner you start connecting with international ecosystems, the better, even if it's not a urgency at the moment. And it's that simple as, for example, we are doing this session in English. And at the beginning, it was scary for me. Years ago, when I started to pitch to the investors in English, I was Some of us, maybe some of the Spanish people are lucky that they have a very good English. It was not my case at the beginning. And if you start and practice, it seems silly, but losing the fear of going outside and explaining it in a language that is not yours, and feeling comfortable, because you have to convince the client, you have to convince the investor. And if you are not comfortable sharing your story, sharing your product, you are not going to convince them. And the sooner you start to do it in a non-comfortable situation, the better you will be in the future when the things get bigger and you need to be ready for the big goal. So I would say that was important. And also, it's about contacts. If you start making contacts outside of Spain, the contacts are like the domino effect, and you finally have a network around you that is not only from your region, but also outside.
That's right, and we were talking about maybe some advices that we can give to the new founders, right, from Valencia. And Laura, you were saying about this vision, this global vision that's needed at the first time.
Yeah, for us was key to start thinking in preparing the product to be international. We first launched it with English and Spanish language, both of them, and the product was ready for selling in any of these two languages. And today, there are German, French, Italian, Portuguese, even Japanese version, and the reports that we generate are in even more languages, in local languages in Spain, or any other request we have from our customer. We develop it because it's necessary to be prepared for international market.
Super. And I was thinking about the funding. Yeah, we got a minute for that, but it's important, right? So we all set up that it's really nice being here at the first time, no? Early stage, seed stage here in Valencia is quite comfortable. But Marta, you were talking about this important part of getting this funding at the beginning, no? That you got it here in Valencia. What can you say about that advantage, maybe, from the local strength?
I think that funding is always a challenge for the startups, and mainly the 50% of the startups are always in fundraising. But what I think is that maybe in Valencia we have several ambassadors, several scale-ups that have obtained fundraising from private equity, venture capital, other international funds that have supported them, and they continue being located in Valencia. So what we have to do is to have more examples, more references. This kind of referral, I believe that it's one of the main ways to create this way that success breeds success. So it's like this kind of a snowball that we have to work more of the ecosystem agents in Valencia.
Super. So we'll get a little bit more next year. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the panel. Thank you to the audience.
Fantastic. That was absolutely brilliant. Wonderful moderation there from Desiree. Thank you. And a brilliant, brilliant panelists. Thank you, one and all, David, Laura, and Marta. Excellent way to bring us up to one of our grand finales. That was a fascinating session. Absolutely brilliant. So I've just realized I may have an extra name for the session. So I'm going to announce the phone. Let me just check. Okay, so do we have Sanchez. Sanchez from where? From what company? Nucleo. Okay, how about that? Real time, changing the agenda. I love it. That's how we roll. We like to keep things agile. We do things iteratively, and we have a microphone in each seat. And we have 4 speakers, indeed, not 3. So, my dear friends, we now have a session which is all about a lock that I think many people here would like to open. This is all about unlocking investment and bringing financial power. Hashtag show me the money. Make it rain, my friends, make it rain. We are absolutely thrilled to welcome a quartet of awesomeness to the stage here. We are delighted to be joined by the CEO of Crescenta, Ramiro Iglesias, and he's going to be joined by Ernest Sanchez from Nucleo, by Paco Iuesa, general partner at Next here, and our wonderful moderator who's joining us before she has a train to catch, so thank you for that. She is a venture partner at Hans Woman Group, Elena Torres. Big round of applause, please, for Elena, Paco, Ernest, and Ramiro. Muchísimas gracias.
Hear me? Okay, yes. Hello, thank you, good afternoon. She said I have to catch a train, so we are going to be very, very punctual. So today the panel discussion is about unlocking investment, so bringing financial power, but the power is of the entrepreneurs when they have money, right? So we're here to explore how investors can unlock financial resources and how entrepreneurs can make the investors to fund their startups. So we are lucky enough to have these incredible panelists that I'm not going to introduce because I want them to introduce themselves, but I told them they have to be short. So they have to do really a short pitch. Please, Ernest, if you can start.
Hello.
Okay, you can say something else.
All right. No, thank you very much. So in fact, it was Iñaki Rola, the one that he was supposed to be here, but lately he had an issue, so I just came over, and well, I'm very glad to be here. So I'm Ernest Sanchez, managing partner at Nucleo. Nucleo is an ecosystem based out in Barcelona and Madrid. So we found startups, and we have our own fund as well. And as well, I'm a member of the board and co-founder of Encomenda, that it was formerly Neco Capital, and is a managing fund company that we run 3 funds, and we invest in different styles. So we have a travel tech fund, a fund that is dedicated to Nucleo, and another one that is dedicated to agnostic companies on series early and seed stage.
Thank you. Very well done. Please, Ramiro.
Hello, I'm Ramiro Iglesias. I'm CEO and co-founder at Crescenta. My past is I was an investment banker in New York for 10 years. I came to Spain, launched a search fund. I became a venture capitalist. And recently I launched Crescenta, which is the leading B2C marketplace for retail investors to be able to invest in private equity.
Thank you. And Paco?
Hello. Okay. My name is Paco Iueca. I'm a general partner of Next Year. Next Year is investment vehicle focused in IA, and as well as a director of the management company, GVC Gaesco. This is a management company focused as well in alternative investments.
Thank you so much. Very short, very obedient. Okay. Over the last 1.5 years, we have seen a change on the funding. You know, there is less funding in the startups, but there is also a change in the funding criteria from venture. First, I would like to know if you agree with this statement, and if you do, I mean, how this differs from periods from 2021. I mean, what are the different criteria, and what can you tell to the audience? Ernest, go. Va.
Well, okay. So, well, in my opinion, 2021, after COVID, so all the funds just had fresh money, and they had to invest, and then all the M&A activities just revamped from zero, and well, it was a unique growth. So now we faced an increase of interest rates, big problems on fundraising, no exits. So what makes that the LPs that invest in funds, they don't see any returns on a short period of time. So that makes that the startups must be more focused on financial acumen and more operational excellence, and then, I mean, something that differentiate what we mentally were in 2021, that it was only growth, at what cost. So now I see more focus on profitability, or even just seeing, you know, that the economics units must see something compelling that you can, you know, eventually see that this company will become something serious, and that made a very serious difference on the criteria that funds use to fund the companies that they are investing with. So that's my point of view.
So what are the others? Then I will say my opinion.
Well, I agree. Like in 2021, there were a lot of funds investing, and they compete against each other to be able to deploy capital very fast, to be able to fundraise again a new fund. That implicate that the consequences of that were inflated. The company's enterprise values were inflated, and then they had to adjust their book values, given that then the following years they had to do down rounds and things like that. On my side, what happened? Me, for example, as an entrepreneur now that is closing funding rounds, what I see is from VCs is much more sensibility to unit economics, to profitable businesses that they aren't very capital intensive, and that they don't need huge amounts of capital to be able to be profitable. So there is a much focus on capital efficiency than before. However, there are still international funds that are looking into non-super mature markets like Spain, and they are interested in deploying capital in our countries, and they are moving values upwards, given that if they want to deploy capital in Spain, they have to the only way they will be able to do it is with larger funding rounds than what we are used to. So it hasn't changed a lot.
I was
That's
going
my
to
point.
say, you,
So
do
my
you
point
think it's
is,
like that? Because
my
I
point
think
is, in Spain it has changed. Like venture capitals are a little bit afraid of what they had, the experience that they had a few years back. However, international funds that they have capital to deploy, they still access funding pretty easily, and they are still driving valuations up.
maybe valuations up, but I think that the size of the rounds are getting smaller, even for international investors.
Are getting smaller. I think it depends on the company. So
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
generally, okay, we go in average. Maybe Paco, you can give your...
Let me introduce another point of view. Because from the investment management, we have done the same. So the evaluations, analysis, whatever, we have done the same. From my point of view, there was, after COVID, with low interest, people with money, they didn't know what to do with the money. So there was an influx of funds from non-professional investors, particular investors or private investors, what I say tourist investors, because they didn't invest never in this type of alternative investment. They come here to invest, and they realize that it's not so easy. It's not for them. So they increase the valuations because of the money. And after that, the point is, with the valuations high in 2022, the valuations didn't decrease. So with this type of valuations, the professionals, we don't agree. We don't have to appetite. So it's because of...
I think Enores wants to say something.
No, Paco, no. I should disagree with you in just one point. I mean, valuations are expected, since the investors are able to pay for something at a certain level. So we agree with that. But what I disappoint is that I see more. Okay, I'm putting myself on a very pessimistic way, but the situation, it was clear. I mean, it was no returns on the LP funds when they invested in there is a metric, a KPI that funds use that is called the VPI. So it's the divested value over, So the problem is that it was a lot of TPI, total value of portfolio invested, but it was not divested value. So the LPs were expecting that, all right, when I'm going to see, my money back, so I can just, invest as well in funds again. On the other hand, it was high interest rates that they grew a lot, and then, okay, so it was alternatives to venture capital. But now, putting myself on the optimistic way, is the interest rates are going down. There is a lot of funding of funds that they are fundraising, and they are closing the funds, particularly in Spain, in early seed. So what I see a little bit the problem, it would be on Series A, when the valuations will be a challenge.
I agree. the point is, I don't know, maybe with a round, with a pre-money 2 million, because of this influx of money, non-professional investors. In 2021, 2 years later, they need more money, but the next round should be maybe because of the current situation, not 10 million, maybe 6 million because of the situation, because it's different. So they don't accept to down round. So this is finally the situation. Okay, if you don't round, I don't put the money. So finally, this is what I mean with the evaluation. I agree with you. It's because of the situation later. Maybe.
I think you're saying so many things here. Okay, first you started that startups have to be more sustainable. They have to have some metrics. That means that you need more KPIs from the startups to invest. So they cannot be so early stage. They have to be more advanced, but maybe to have the same round that they had before in 2021 with less metrics. Second, you're saying that, valuation, it's different here. I would like Ramiro to explain the difference maybe between retail and professional investors and what are the advantages there. And third is, you mentioned a point, Paco, you're talking about the lead investors at the end. If you only have non-professional investors at the very, very seed stage, when you're going for the next round, who is going to help you to get the next fundraising? Who is going to lead? Who is going to have it? But then I add another question. How do you do as a founder to find a lead investor? Because it's not so easy. You can find a lot of followers. Okay, here we have a voluntary to be lead investor, no? No? Oh, okay. No, I thought you were raising the hand. Okay, so it's difficult to find lead investors. So first, Ramiro, if you can say the difference between retail and professional investors, and then I would like to talk about this lead investor, non-lead investor, and how you find them.
Okay, so we have touched like a few things that I would like to address separately. So we have talked about the DPIs of the funds and the interest from the LPs on high DPI funds, which means that there are funds that they do exits and they distribute to their investors. You are not invested on longer than 10 years within that fund, for example. So retail investors are now moving into this game as LP, as funding providers for venture capital funds, but they are more eager to get even more DPI because this is an illiquid investment. So an institutional investor can, given their volume and given their portfolios, they maybe can manage investing in an illiquid fund, but the retail needs to have some distributions as soon as possible. So the focus for the retail is in high funds that are distributing to their LPs consistently and with good figures. So that is one of the matters that you asked. The other matter was regarding the
lead and no lead.
Lead and no lead. So companies that have good metrics that can do break even operatively or financially in their local markets, they are always going to be able to find a good lead investor. What you are looking for is a fund that has enough dry power, which is investment capacity, for providing you internationalization, scalability, and things like that. So me, for example, as Crescenta CEO, what we have experienced is we have not had any issues finding any lead investor, because what we have created is from day one is a profitable business, which with good metrics, that we would need funding for maintaining our day-to-day activity or our existing day-to-day activity. What we are funding is we are obtaining funds for accelerating our growth and doing international expansion. So what VCs are looking for is for companies that they aren't super capital intensive.
Okay, so we are going back to what you were mentioning. There is a big shift on the criteria for the funds to invest.
Yes, so I don't think it's a matter of how much money is available for the founder. It's just a shift in the criteria of what companies are attractive for venture capitalists.
Yeah, so Ernest, Paco, what do you think on that?
Well, in this sense, for us, following your comments, the point is the figures, at the end of the day, the sales. So this is the point, the basic point, to grab our interest. After that, it's a question of the performance, the management, the entrepreneur. But the point at the end of the day is the sales, because, well, we are investing in something that has to grow fast, and what we want to face is this growing.
Ernest, you have...
Well, to me, it's kind of a catch-22. So there is, it's two sides on that. So when the shift on the criteria that funds are using to invest in startups currently are, they're looking for more resilient teams that they are capable to navigate in very difficult situations, because they will face it. That's the truth. Secondly, is that they need to see, as I said before, a compelling business plan or a compelling business model that they can, they can trust in. And the third is that, okay, there is funds, and there are funds, and there is investors. There are investors that they can lead a funding round. But considering those criteria, what the entrepreneurs should prove is that they have innovation, they have different things to put in the table. So being more sophisticated than before. When the market is tough, it's a matter of being different or being better than the competitors. That's the truth. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible. I think it's something that it's happening on a daily basis, and we're seeing that. So to me, the criteria are shifting to a more dramatic or more demanding ones, but this is not a problem. I mean, it's a matter of market competitiveness.
I wanted to say, regarding Paco's point, that sales is obviously important. What I have seen, and also with our lead investors, is at what cost. No?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So margins and unit economics and KPIs regarding acquisition cost, ROI, ROAS, LTV, or lifetime value, these are the ones that are looking deeper than before.
No, absolutely. So sales is just to grab our interest. After that, in that case,
it's
just
traction, no?
Which
Sales
is the cost
traction.
of this growth. So yes, fully agree.
Okay, so sustainability, profitability, the criteria has changed. That's a fact. I wanted to ask you, because also VCs now are offering like something beyond financial, no? So some kind of support. So first is, how are you differentiating yourself? What are you bringing to the table? And how can entrepreneurs leverage on this extra support that you can offer?
Well, so in my opinion, whatever the support the fund can provide to an entrepreneur, it's good. So, and I think as an entrepreneur, you must look at not only money. So if you have the capacity to attract some investors that they can put in the table more than just money, and bring in network, connections, business development, best practices, management, so whatever it takes to become better as an entrepreneur and to make my business to succeed. So the sooner the better you can grab this one and join this kind of investor. That's a reality. So and I think this always has been, and I think from the fund perspective, it has been as well something that we should differentiate ourselves, not only on the startup side. So we should differentiate ourselves.
How do you differentiate yourself?
So in our case at Nucleo, we provide a bunch of a lot of services to our startups. So well, from strategy to legal support to financial, etc. So which is difficult, but those are the companies that we set up. But at the same time, we try to create something that is called the ecosystem. Everyone is calling the ecosystem, but what the ecosystem is? So the ecosystem is the ability to be plugged with someone that you actually need to make your business growing up.
Okay, and Paco?
Well, from our side, something that when we invest is the entrepreneur, they know a lot about the business, but plenty of times they have some lack of financial reporting, financial information to provide, to know the figures. So it's something that what we implement just to show them that is not just I have money to spend, to grow, it's just to be efficiency, just to face the cash flow, the treasury. So it's something that we implement just beyond that, maybe as all of us, the contacts, the LPs, our network, whatever. But maybe just to focus one point is just the finances, the figures. Just something to show them about the cash flows.
Which is really important on a startup.
Yes, it's something that, most of times is something that they don't appreciate, but it's important.
I would ask Ramiro, what is what you appreciate the most from, the extra support that a venture capital can give you?
Now what I support the most is that they let me do what I am.
Freedom, no?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if you have funded my venture, my company, and you believe in me as a founder, let me do my thing, and I will definitely report to you on a recurrent basis, and we will have the discussion. I will update you on everything, but sometimes all you need is confidence from your investors to be able to manage your company on your own, given that they have pushed and they have believed in your project.
Okay.
But it's very different than, for example, Nucleo's approach, or it depends on the stage, it depends on the founder.
True.
If he's a serial entrepreneur, there are many factors that you have to take into account, and my situation maybe is different than the standard.
We have 1 minute left. Okay. So I didn't want to talk about what are the trends or so. I want to know, how do you see the VC landscape? We will go back to what happened before, or has been really a shift that will make a full difference on the VC escape? And you have 20 seconds each to answer to this.
Well, I'm going to extinguish my 20 seconds. So, there is a lot of impact funds. There is a lot of climate funds and that, funds that they focus on things that must be profitable at the same time that creates an impact. So that's a very important point. And this is a huge change. And secondly, I'm optimistic, despite that I've said a lot of bad things about the period that we're living, but I'm confident that we are shifting into a good period now on the year coming.
Okay, 20 seconds left. Go, Paco.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll take the train.
Yeah, go. Paco, we finished with the entrepreneur.
Well, I will really fast. The future in the sector it will be the IA. Because it will transform, besides all the economy, the society, the way we analyze, we review the projects.
So how we invest will be changed also by AI.
So we trust.
Okay, and Ramiro, 20 seconds.
Regarding the VC ecosystem, and there are very few funds in Spain that have covered the full cycle, investment and closing a full fund. So I'm looking forward to see how funds perform, and after that we'll see a lot of consolidation within the industry. We'll see truly who has outperformed other peers and things like that. I'm very much looking forward to see that.
The maturity of the sector. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much to all. We have finished. I'm going to take my train, but the message here is, we are really in a shift on the venture capital landscape. The criteria has changed. You need profitable startups to get the money of the investors, but you also have to ask them what they will give you on extra beside the money. Thank you so much to all.
Muy bien, gracias, Ernest, Paco, and Ramiro. And wow, fantastic moderation from Elena. Good luck catching your train. Thank you so much for joining us. That was timed to perfection, which does tend to happen if you have a train to catch. So if you see Elena and she's on her way out, Find her on LinkedIn. Don't stop her now. She's on a mission and she is going to catch the train. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todo. Okay, my friends, I notice some of you are outside the Santander stage. We would love for you to come in and join us and have a seat up here because we are now going to travel to beautiful Bella Italia. My goodness, one of my favorite places. I went over to Maranello during the summer and I had a chat with some wonderful people from Harman Automotive and Scuderia Ferrari HP. I had a chat with Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc and Fred Vasseur, and it was great fun, and I had one of the best meals of my life. Find me on LinkedIn if you would like to see a video of that interview with the two winners of the America's Grand Prix. Okay, my friends, we're talking about all things Italian, and we are now going to move on to the Italian VC ecosystem. We're going to hear about the evolution, outlook, challenges, comparison, and successful exits with Spain. I like this collaboration very much indeed. So grazie mille to our wonderful guests. We are thrilled to have as a moderator the managing director of Blue Bull. Welcome to the stage, Francesco Crovace. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Thank you so much. And welcome to, his very special guest, the founder and CEO at Fintech VC. Give it up for Fabio Nalucci. Okay, bienvenidos y grazie mille. The stage is yours.
Good. So, Fabio, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we are supposed today to talk about the Italian VC ecosystem, but we want to try to give you a sort of connection between Spain and Italy. Why we think we can discuss this topic is because I actually have my past in software business since I was very young, actually in artificial intelligence. I sold a couple of companies and then I start doing my second option. The category of this is hobby and sport as investor. So nowadays I have roughly 250 million that I deploy in VC market in Italy, which I mean probably is the second GP in terms of size for VC in the seed phase, okay?
I think it's quite funny. I mean, if we can start from the beginning, because nowadays, I'm in Spain, and I can say that because, I mean, I'm Italian. You can say by my accent, by my name, but I live here, so I know quite decently also the Spanish ecosystem, which is still a few years ahead of the Italian one in terms of number of investors, number of startups, unicorn, money deployed, and so on and so forth. But today, I mean, Italy is not so far away, let's say, from the Spanish market. It wasn't the same like 10 years ago. I think it was quite funny if you can tell us what's happened. I mean, why you realized and why you built up your first investment firm in what was 2016, 15, when the investment in the whole VC Italian ecosystem was 100 million. Now, also in Spain and Italy, we have round of 100 million, but it's quite fun if you can tell the story.
Yeah. No, I think it's quite embarrassing, but also extremely inspiring because it was the December 2015 when I did my first investment as an angel. Actually, I did a $1 million investment into a company which at that time had like 100K in revenues, which was quite unusual because actually it was a sort of seed round about $1 million, which was not common in Italy at that time. And after that, I deployed like other 3-4 millions during the year as a private investor, and I thought at that time that was quite common because I didn't know anything about VC in the first step. Just to mention, that is not a joke, just to mention the negotiation between me and the startupper at that time. He was asking the money and he said, okay, but the valuation you are proposing me is a pre-money or post-money valuation. I said, I don't care. I simply want 30% of your company. Then you decide if it's pre-money or post-money. Okay, that was my first investment in which I put $1 million into a company. So completely unaware of anything. Only, just to, you can forgive me, it was only because I know software quite well. So I was at that time thinking I was aware of the value of the product. Actually, it was an investment that gave me roughly 15x. So it was a big bet. But
it was a decent one.
Yeah, a decent one. And I discovered after this first year of deploying money into software business, two things. The first one was actually I deployed like 5% of the total VC market in Italy. And my reaction was shock, as our prime minister says some years ago, was actually, this is not what is meant to be. I mean, I cannot value 5% of the Italian VC market. There is something missing, and for sure is the typical blue ocean. And I saw at that time a huge opportunity in making a lot of money in that market, because was impossible that Italy, that actually is still, I remember, the 8th economy globally, as this small number.
And sorry, just to jump in quickly. At the same time, I think in Spanish was deployed half a billion, which is still a fraction what is deployed today, but still 5 times Italy. And I mean, Italy is quite big. I mean, we're not the United States, we're not China, but I mean, we're quite big in the European landscape.
No, yes, for sure. And if you see a very big difference, I think, in these 5 times that we are more or less closing the gap, I can say that. I think that the very big difference was the huge impact of 2 things for Spain. For sure, the government that helped creating this ecosystem. At the same time, a private investor, which is still something missing in Italy. I can say that actually the potential of family offices and private investors is huge. Just to mention a number, our GDP is 2.2 trillion, which is 50% more than Spain, and we have like a 5-something trillions in savings. Okay, and it's very well, as in every mature economy, is very well concentrated into probably 2-3% of the Italian population. So the potential of growing for the ecosystem is huge. For sure, we can do better of France, which is, a problem for us, technically speaking. So we are working hard actually to build the ecosystem, in which you are much, much better, Spain, much better than Italy.
What do you think here is the issue? Because, for instance, I mean, here in Spain, you mentioned before the family office. For instance, here in Blue Bull, we raised several large rounds, so 45 million for my investor, almost 80 million for PLD, where the vast majority of the money were coming from family office. And when I mean family office, not money from the top 10 richest person in Spain, so from wealthier person with big amount of money, but not only the top 10 in the Forbes list. So why you think in Italy people prefer to give money to the UniCredit private banker or Santander private banker rather than investing in startup?
I think that we have missed at least 5 years of opportunity in explaining to these guys, to private investors, the, let's say, balance between risk and reward. So Spain was definitely much, much better than us in creating the right hype around unicorns, for sure. And you can see, the numbers, how many unicorns in Spain and how many in Italy. And this created a gap because the perception of Italian investors, in particular families, family offices and stuff like that, is that the risk is very high and the reward is not aligned with the risk. And so, just to make an example, I still do my entrepreneurial activity, and I launched an activity 3 years ago. We have done a 35 million round in July on this company. Actually, it was the one of the 5th of the quarter of Q2. And the point is that we actually get this money from families, okay, which was unusual some years ago. nowadays it's becoming more frequent because probably the rewards that we can get that we give them is increasing. It means that the first VC funds in Italy were not performing so well. While the things are changing, the market is growing as a market, not with some spikes, with some unicorns giving, okay, this is very important numbers, this is very interesting as a company, but we are growing as a system. Italy is a very important peculiar, which is not common in France, which is not common in US. We have what we call districts. The guys there was introducing Maranello and blah, blah, blah. If you see Maranello as Ferrari, is a company. If you see Maranello as a center of the Motor Valley, is actually a huge district that has some billions in revenues, as some dozens of billions in value. You can think to other parallel things like in machinery. We have an industry in Bologna, which is the biggest machinery industry globally, okay? And probably this reflects in the startup ecosystem as well. So nowadays we start having huge pillars of startups investing in the same direction that are creating a real economy, sustainable economy, which is something we are looking for so much. Because we have to, let's say, create the digital economy for these countries, Spain and Italy, for the future. Sometimes unicorns are not sustainable. I don't want to waste my time talking about Glovo or other delivery companies, but probably these guys will have problems very soon.
Yeah, I think from an ecosystem standpoint, having unicorn is cool. I mean, it's very cool on paper. Then most of them in the reality, because I mean, you are a unicorn most of the time on paper, then you really are a unicorn when you sell, and not all of them reach this moment. But I think what tells you if an ecosystem is healthy is the number of round of 10, 15 million, the number of company which raise money which are now worth 100 million. So I would prefer for Italy and to Spain, maybe in Italy, I think we have now on paper 7 unicorns. Someone says 8, but I don't believe to the 8th one. So let's say 7. But we don't have so many 10 million round. There are not so many. There are a few, but could be more. 100 million company with 100 million valuation. So I would rather prefer have 2 unicorns and I don't know 100 round every year of 10 million and 50 company worth 100 million, which I think this will tell us that the ecosystem is healthy.
Yeah, I totally agree. And actually, if you see what's happening in the last probably 9-12 months, a lot of US investors are coming to Italy, which is a very good signal of what is happening. I think 2 main reasons. The first one is because we are cheaper, which is not good, but the second one is because we are still very good, let's say, inventors of new things. The quality of what we are building in Italy is still very interesting. Probably less copycat. I like very much copycat, and because it's easier, and probably it's easier only to create a copycat and also to fundraise money for a copycat because it's already in the mind of investors. But it's not unique, it's not actually differentiating in any way. You can do interesting money, but it's not differentiating, while we are still creating something that in some way is unique in many different things in Italy. And probably there is a sort of combination, a sort of equal, VC is digital, but it's not true. I mean, we have many not digital unicorns in Italy, and companies that are actually creating a revolution in their market. New Clio, just to mention one, that is something I cannot even pronounce correctly because it's sort of med tech stuff. raised around or roughly around 135 millions, something like that. And basically, they are creating something new in medtech, and Italy is very strong in medtech.
The sector, yeah.
Exactly, in that sector, and we are expecting actually something great on this stuff. Very often, VC is digital, or at least there are a lot of funds that are investing in digital. While we expect growing in many different directions, for which we are still probably one of the best places to invest in.
I think there is then another topic, we still have 8 minutes to tackle about, which is, also in Spain is not so easy, but in Italy is even worse, bureaucracy. You know, as a founder, as an investor, the bureaucracy in Italy is a nightmare. So, and we experience directly, there is a company that you know well, Secure Flag, and we also as Blue Bull know well, since we advised them in the sale. Those were two very smart guys in the cybersecurity sector. Italians, Italian investor, where did they create the company? In Milan, in Bologna, in Rome? No, they went to London to create the company because it's easier. So, I think there are a lot of very interesting companies founded by Italian abroad, and this is because in Italy it's a nightmare. You can tell even better than I, but it's a nightmare.
It's definitely much more complicated. I think that in the last couple of years, government has done pretty well in trying to avoid some pain for startuppers and even for investors. There are some new things that are creating a much more friendly environment in terms of tax credit, in terms of simplifying how you can actually start a new company, in terms of how you can actually pay taxes after the exit. I truly believe that in the last 12 months, probably Italy has become a sort of fiscal paradise for investors. So this will help for sure in attracting more money and more startups in trying to do things directly in Italy. For sure, there are still some gaps because just because a company is located in UK, the multiplier for the exit are higher. And
it's also because you were using a very good advisor, eh?
For sure.
Not only for that.
For sure. Actually, I think that that will be probably the first in terms of money-on-money multiplier. Absolutely. No, I'm not joking. And this is interesting because I've done many times above 10x, which is good. As investor, I think is very good. But actually going above 15 is quite unusual. It's definitely quite unusual.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, I think, and going back to the bureaucracy, I think in this specific field we are a bit copycating Spain, because in Spain there are a lot of incentives for investor, private, and also for company, and they started way before. So in Italy we are going there a few years after, but we are going there. So
No, I think that on that side. The problem was actually the fact that we were not ready, technically speaking, to simplify all the processes for startups, and we're not ready mentally in terms of vision of what was needed for creating a company. That I'm not a big fan of failure, honestly. I can grant that because I'm old. I'm 50 years old. Actually 49, but I'm an old generation of entrepreneurs that has to deal with in a different way with the failure. But just to mention an example, apart from startups, from the legislation of startups, if you fail, you are literally ruined forever. you cannot even open a bank account, okay? With the new legislation for startups, you can actually manage to fail and not having everyone blaming as a person forever. So this is a culturally a mental shift. Was not accepted that you can actually shut down a company, maybe not even paying 100% of your debt, and say, okay, I will try another one. Okay, that was not an option. Okay, that this has some implication because in US you see, let's say, kids taking 5 million in a seed round and say after a year, oh, I lost all my money. I don't care. I try a new one.
Let's try again, and maybe this time with 10.
Exactly. This is a far too, let's say, extreme in my view of investor that keep investing my personal money. So I'm quite, let's say, linked to my money. But I mean, this cultural shift was not easy to introduce into regulation. And also for private investor, coming back to the family offices and stuff like that, the generation of those investors are the one that actually built the economic miracle after the Second World War in Italy. And these people are not actually ready to lose money. That is a problem that deals with this mentally shift that actually reflects on legislation, but as a sort of changing the culture of people. Nowadays, after 10 years, that is actually a decade, technically speaking, you have family offices led by people around 40 to 50 of second generation. So, joke, they don't give a shit about money because they were not the one that produced that wealth, okay? They were simply kids at that time. And so they actually invest much more. This is, let's say, a side effect. I cannot say that is a good thing in general, but is injecting money easier. But the mindset is different. So there are also some family offices now in that actually are managed by the second generation, in which you have typically also good guys. Okay.
Yeah, good guys, which are a bit more risk takers. That is what you need. I mean,
For sure.
Because I mean, if you want to create successful company, obviously you need to have successful founders. I mean, in Italy, we are not super smart, but we are not stupid. So I mean, there are very smart guys, and then you need to inject money in the ecosystem. That's the key. That's the key. I mean, in France and in UK, they are not smarter than in Spain or in Italy. They inject more money in the ecosystem.
Exactly. Just a final example on this. Two big families you probably know, Ferragamo and Panerai watches. They built together a very smart platform that actually give access to their families and other family offices to big, important VC funds in Italy and outside Italy. And they are actually now moving $1 billion in VC investments simply because they are the third generation pushing their families in investing in these assets. This is, I think, is a wonderful example of the impact of new generation of these families for the future of the digital business in Italy.
We are done, I think.
I know that they cannot ask questions, right?
No?
Do you know what? I think
they will not do anyway. But
well, we do have less than a minute, so I don't know if we would get
no,
any
was
questions.
a provocative statement because I know that no one will raise the hand and ask a question. So was
Okay.
more.
Well, do you know what? Maybe the question is, can we all have a nice beer now? And the answer is yes. We can have
Yes.
beer, we can have wine, we can enjoy some hospitality. But first, please join me in showing a huge round of applause to our dear friends from beautiful Bella Italia. Thank you so much. Okay, grazie mille, Francesco and Fabio. Absolutely brilliant. Exciting times, you heard it there. Italy is a fiscal paradise for investors. Get yourself a slice of that, my friends. Okay, we have wrapped up on this wonderful Banco Santander stage today. Thank you all so much for being here. I'd like to thank Diego, of course, from VDS, and the wonderful team here, Paula, Juan, Luis, Ivana, Janine, all of the AV, and all of the camera team as well. Thank you, one and all. We will be back here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Until then, we're going to have a happy hour in the lake area. And do you know how happy it is? It's 2 hours. That's doubly happy. I'll see you there for a glass of vino tinto. Muchísimas gracias a todo.